Dedication and Foreword of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark, by boat, horse, and foot up the great river Missouri, across the Stony Mountains and on to the Pacific, when in the years 1804, 1805, 1806, young Captain Lewis the Long Knife and his friend Captain Clark the Red-Head Chief, aided by Sacagawea the Bird Woman, conducted their little band of men tried and true through the unknown new United States. By Edwin L. Sabin. Dedication to the Western Red Man, who first owned from the river to the sea, but whom the white men came after Lewis and Clark treated neither wisely nor well. Our country's glory is our chief concern. For this we struggle, and for this we burn. For this we smile, for this alone we sigh. For this we live, and for this we freely die. Foreword. As time passes, the famous Lewis and Clark expedition, fathered by the great President Jefferson, should shine brighter and brighter amidst the other pages of American history. The purchase of the province of Louisiana was opposed by many citizens. They were ignorant and short-sighted. They asserted that here was a useless burden of wasteland fitted only to the Indian and the fur trader, that the people of the United States should occupy themselves with the land east of the Mississippi. But wiser men prevailed. The expedition launched boldly out into the unknown, to carry the flag now into the new country, and perhaps to make possible the ownership of still a farther country at the Pacific Ocean. Time proved the wisdom of President Jefferson's preparations made even before the territory had been bought. Just at the right moment, the trail across the continent was opened. Louisiana Territory was valued at its future worth. The people were informed of its merits and possibilities. After the return of the explorers, the American citizens pressed forward to see for themselves, and in due course the flag floated unchallenged in that Oregon where also the Lewis and Clark men had blazed the way. I should like to have been under Captain Meriwether Lewis, turning 30, and Captain William Clark, scant 34. They were true leaders, brave, patient, resourceful, and determined, and the company that followed them were likewise brave, patient, resourceful, and determined. These qualities are what bound them all together, the American, the Frenchman, the Indian, as one united band, and brought them through triumphant. Edwin L. Sabin, Denver, Colorado. End of preface. Section 1 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. The Expedition and Country. The Expedition. The purpose: to get information upon the unexplored country extending from the interior of present Missouri to the mouth of the Columbia River in present Washington. The start: at St. Louis, Monday, May 14, 1804. The finish: at St. Louis, Tuesday, September 23, 1806. Time consumed: 2 years, 4 months, and 9 days. Distance traveled: to the mouth of the Columbia, 4,134 miles. Back to St. Louis, 3,555 miles. Counting side trips, 8,000 miles total. Methods employed: boats, horses, and afoot. The route: up the Missouri River to its sources in present Montana, across the Bitterroot Mountains into present Idaho, by way of the Clearwater River, the Snake River, and the Columbia River to the Pacific Ocean. The party out of St. Louis, 45. The party who went through, 33. The 2 captains, 23 American soldiers, 5 French Canadian and French Indian boatmen and interpreters, 1 Negro servant, 1 Indian woman guide, and 1 baby. Deaths: 1. Seriously injured: 1. Desertions: 1 accomplished, 1 attempted, both early, none from the final party. The country explored. The new territory of Louisiana, stretched from the Mississippi River to the summit of the Rocky Mountains, owned first by France ceded to Spain 1762, by Spain secretly ceded back to France 1800, in April 1803 purchased from France by the United States for $15 million. The Columbia country, the Northwest lying between California and Canada and the Rocky Mountains and the Pacific Ocean, in 1792 visited by Captain Robert Gray of the American ship Columbia from Boston, who entered and named the Columbia. The same year visited by George Vancouver, an English navigator, claimed by both the United States and England, awarded to the United States by treaty of 1846. End of section 1. Section 2 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. The Rank and File. Captain Meriwether Lewis, the Long Knife. Born August 18, 1774, of Scotch ancestry, on the Ivy Creek Plantation near Charlottesville, Albemarle County, Virginia, and 3 miles from Monticello, the estate of Thomas Jefferson. Father, William Lewis. Mother, Lucy Meriwether. Having fought bravely through the Revolution, after the successful siege of Yorktown ending the war, his father dies in 1782. In due time his mother marries a friend of the family, Captain John Marks, and removes to Georgia. Little Meriwether is reared with his brother Reuben and his sister Jane, younger than he, at Locust Hill, the family home, and also spends much time at the farm of his uncle Nicholas Lewis, adjoining Monticello. A lad of bold spirit at 8 years of age, he is accustomed to sally forth alone with his dogs at night and hunt. At 13 is placed in a Latin school under Parson Morey to study. At 18, in 1792, he volunteers to Thomas Jefferson, then President Washington's Secretary of State, to explore up the Missouri River to the Pacific coast for the American Philosophical Society. A distinguished scientist, André Michaud, is selected, but the plan is given up. At 20, volunteers in the militia at the call of President Washington for troops to put down the Whiskey Rebellion in western Pennsylvania. Is soon commissioned a lieutenant in the regular army. At 23, commissioned captain. At 27, in 1801, is appointed by President Jefferson his private secretary. At 29, in 1803, is appointed by the President to head the government exploring expedition up the Missouri River and on across to the Pacific Ocean. Leaves Washington July 5, 1803. 1804, 1805, 1806 is engaged in the exploration. The Indians name him the Long Knife. 1807, appointed governor of Louisiana Territory with headquarters in St. Louis. October 10, 1809, on his way by horse from St. Louis to Washington, while at a settler's cabin in present Lewis County, Tennessee, 72 miles southwest of Nashville, he is shot either by himself or by an assassin and dies the next day, October 11th. He is there buried. A monument has been erected over his grave. Captain William Clark, the Redhead. Born August 1, 1770, in Caroline County, Tidewater, Virginia. Father, John Clark, of Old Virginia Cavalier stock. Mother, Anne Rogers, descendant of John Rogers, the martyr of Smithfield, burned at the stake in 1555 in England for his religious beliefs. William is the 9th of 10 children, 2 others of whom have red hair. 5 of his brothers enlist in the Revolution. One of these was the famous General George Rogers Clark, the Hannibal of the West, who saved Kentucky and the Ohio country from the British and Indians. The Clarks and the Lewises are well acquainted. George Rogers Clark was born at Charlottesville, and members of the Clark family frequently ride over there. Little William early shows a love for frontier life. After the close of the Revolution, the Clarks removed by horse and wagon from Caroline County, Virginia, to western Kentucky, and established themselves in a stockade and blockhouse overlooking the Ohio River 3 miles below Louisville, then known as the Falls of the Ohio. Mulberry Hill, the new home, is christened. Young William wears buckskins and moccasins, shoots deer and buffalo, takes many trips with the famous Kentucky frontiersman, and has for friend and teacher Daniel Boone. In 1788, at 17 years of age, he is commissioned ensign in the regular army. Accompanies his brother, General George Rogers Clark, on the campaign to prevent the Indians from keeping the whites east of the Ohio River and the Spaniards from closing the Mississippi to American commerce. 1790, acts as captain of militia. In 1791 is commissioned first lieutenant, 4th Sublegion of the Army. Serves under Mad Anthony Wayne against the Indians in Ohio. Leads a charge at the Battle of Fallen Timbers, August 20, 1794, where the celebrated Chief Tecumseh is defeated. Because of ill health, he retires from military service in 1796 and lives at Mulberry Hill to help his brother, the general, in business matters. In July 1803, accepts an offer from his friend and fellow officer, Captain Meriwether Lewis, requesting his company and assistance on an exploring trip up the Missouri River through the province of Louisiana for the government. Is commissioned by President Jefferson, second lieutenant of artillerists. In October 1803, he leaves with part of the expedition for St. Louis. 1804, 1805, 1806, is engaged in exploring to the Pacific Ocean and back. The Indians name him the Redhead. 1806, resigns his commission in the army. 1807, appointed by President Jefferson Brigadier General of the Militia of Louisiana Territory and Indian agent for the territory. He is very popular with the Indians, who revere his justness and honesty. In 1808, marries Julia Hancock. In 1813, is appointed governor of the territory of Missouri. In 1821, marries Harriet Kennerly Radford, but is defeated in his candidacy for the governorship of the new state of Missouri. 1822, appointed by President Madison Superintendent of Indian Affairs, an office which he holds until he dies. 1824, is appointed Surveyor General of Missouri, Illinois, and Arkansas Territory. Dies September 1, 1838, at St. Louis, his longtime home, aged 68 years. Enlisted for the trip. At Pittsburgh by Captain Lewis. Soldiers from Carlisle Barracks. John Collins of Maryland went through. George Gibson of Mercer County, Pennsylvania, went through. Hugh McNeil of Pennsylvania went through. John Potts of Pennsylvania went through. Peter Weiser of Pennsylvania went through. And George Shannon, age 17, born in Pennsylvania, reared in St. Clair County, Ohio, went through. At Mulberry Hill, Kentucky, by Captain Clark. The 9 young men from Kentucky. Charles Floyd of Kentucky was elected sergeant, died August 20, 1804, while on the trip. Nathaniel Pryor of Kentucky was elected sergeant, went through. Joseph Whitehouse of Kentucky went through. John Coulter of Kentucky went through. William Bratton of Virginia went through. John Shields of Kentucky went through. Reuben Fields, Joseph Fields, brothers from Kentucky, went through. William Werner of Kentucky went through, and York, Virginia Negro, the captain's servant, went through. At Kaskaskia Post, Illinois, by Captain Lewis. Soldiers. Patrick Gass of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, was elected sergeant, went through. John Ordway of New Hampshire was elected sergeant, went through. Robert Frazier of Vermont went through. Thomas P. Howard of Massachusetts went through. At Fort Massac of Illinois, by Captain Clark. Soldiers. Silas Goodrich of Massachusetts went through. Hugh Hall of Massachusetts went through. Alexander H. Willard of New Hampshire went through. Richard Windsor went through, and John B. Thompson, civilian surveyor from Vincennes, Indiana, went through. Probably at St. Louis, John Newman did not go through, was punished and sent back. Others enrolled in the party. Chief Hunter George Rouyer, called Rouyer, of Kaskaskia and St. Louis, part French, part Indian, went through. Head boatman Pierre Crousat of St. Louis went through. Boatman Francois Labiche of St. Louis went through. Boatman Liberté of St. Louis deserted. Trader Baptiste Lepage of Mandan, Indian Town, enlisted there to take the place of the deserter Liberté, went through. Trader Toussaint Charbonneau of Mandan, Indian Town, where he was living with the Minatarees, enlisted as interpreter, went through. Sacagawea the Bird Woman, his Shoshone Indian wife, aged 16, went through. Little Toussaint, their baby, went through. Engaged for part of the trip. At St. Louis, Corporal Warfington and 6 privates to go as far as the first winter's camp. 9 French boatmen to go as far as the first winter's camp. On the way up from St. Louis, Trader Pierre Dorian to go as far as the Sioux. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Cummings. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 1. Making Ready. When in 1801 Thomas Jefferson became 3rd President of the United States, the nation was young. The War for Independence had been won only 20 years previous. George Washington himself had been gone but a year and 4 months. The Capitol was being erected on the site that he had chosen, and the western boundary of the nation was the Mississippi River. Beyond the Mississippi extended onward to the Rocky Mountains, the foreign territory of Louisiana Province. New Orleans was the capital of its lower portion. St. Louis was the capital of its upper portion. It all was assumed to be the property of Spain until, before President Jefferson had held office a year, there spread the rumor that, by a secret treaty in 1800, Spain had ceded Louisiana back to France, the first owner. Almost another year passed. The treaty transferring Louisiana Province from Spain to France seemed to be hanging fire. The Spanish flag still floated over New Orleans and St. Louis. Then, in October 1802, the Spanish governor at New Orleans informed the American traders and merchants that their flatboats no longer might use the Mississippi River. New Orleans, the port through which the Mississippi River traffic reached the Gulf of Mexico, was closed to them. From the west to the east of the United States swelled a vigorous cry of indignation against this decree that closed the Mississippi to American commerce. Hot words issued, threats were loudly spoken, and the people of the Ohio Valley, particularly, were ripe to seize New Orleans and reopen the big river by force of arms. However, the Spanish governor was not within his rights anyway. By that secret treaty, the island of New Orleans, as it was called, through which the currents of the Mississippi flowed to the Gulf, was French property. So instead of disputing further with Spain, President Jefferson, in January 1803, sent Robert R. Livingston, United States Minister to France, the authority to buy the New Orleans gateway for $2 million, or, if necessitated, to offer $10 million. President Jefferson was a gaunt, thin-legged, sandy-haired, homely man, careless of his clothes and simple in his customs, but he passionately loved his country, and he had great dreams for it. His dreams he made come true. He had long been fascinated by the western half of the continent. His keen hazel eyes had pored over the rude maps, largely guesswork, sketched by adventurers and fur hunters. These eyes had traveled up the waterway of the uncertain Missouri to the Stony Mountains, as they were called, thence across the Stony Mountains in search of that mysterious Columbia River, discovered and christened by an American. Twice he had urged the exploration of the Columbia region, and twice explorers had started, but had been turned back. Now, as president, he clung to his dream of gaining new lands and new commerce to the American flag, and scarcely had Minister Livingston been sent the instructions to open the Mississippi than President Jefferson proceeded with plans for opening another, longer trail that should reach from the Mississippi to the Pacific. He had in mind the person who could lead on such a trip, young Captain Meriwether Lewis, of the 1st Infantry, USA, his private secretary at $500 a year, and to him like an own son. They were together day and night. They loved each other. A Virginian, of prominent family was Captain Lewis, and now barely 29 years of age. Slim, erect, sunny-haired, flashing blue-eyed, handsome and brave, he had volunteered before to explore through the farthest Northwest, but had been needed elsewhere. This time President Jefferson wisely granted him his wish, and asked him to make an estimate of the expenses for a government exploring expedition by officers and men, from St. Louis, up the Mississippi River, and across the mountains to the Pacific Ocean. Young Captain Lewis figured, and soon handed in his estimate. He was of the opinion that at an expense of $2,500, which would cover everything, a party of 18 men might travel across country from the Mississippi River, over the mountains, and to the Pacific Ocean, and back again. He had figured very closely, had young Captain Lewis, perhaps because he was so anxious to go. President Jefferson accepted the estimate of $2,500, and in his message of January 18, 1803, to Congress, he proposed the expedition. He urged that at this small expense a party of soldiers, well led, could in 2 summers map a trail clear to the Western Ocean, bring back valuable information about climate, soil, and peoples, and make Americans better acquainted with their own continent. Also encouraged the traders and trappers to use the Missouri River as a highway to and from the Indians, thus competing with the British of Canada. Congress voted to apply the $2,500 on the proposed expedition. We may imagine how the tall, homely President Jefferson beamed, he who so firmly believed in the expansion of American trade and the onward march of the American flag. And we may imagine how young Captain Lewis glowed with joy when now he might be definitely named as the leader to carry the flag. President Jefferson advised him to go at once to Philadelphia and study botany, geology, astronomy, surveying, and all the other sciences and methods that would enable him to make a complete report upon the new country. At Lancaster, nearby, the celebrated Henry flintlock rifles were manufactured, and he could attend to equipping his party with these high-grade guns, turned out according to his own directions. There should be 2 leaders to provide against accident to one. Whom would he have as comrade? He asked for his friend, William Clark, younger brother of the famed General George Rogers Clark, who, in the Revolution, had won the country west of the Alleghanies from the British and the Indians, afterward had saved the Ohio Valley from the angry red men, and then had defied the Spaniards who would claim the Mississippi. As cadet only 17 years old, and as stripling lieutenant appointed by Washington, William Clark himself had fought to keep this fertile region white. A youth of solid and promising parts, and as brave as Caesar, was said of him, in those terrible days when the Shawnees, the Mohawks, and all declared, "No white man's cabin shall smoke beyond the Ohio." He too was a Virginian born, but raised in Kentucky. Now, in this spring of 1803, he was verging on 33 years of age. He was russet-haired, gray-eyed, round-faced, and large-framed, kindly, firm, and very honest. He had retired from the army, but by rank in the militia was entitled captain. For purposes of the expedition, President Jefferson commissioned him second lieutenant of artillery. Captain Clark was at the Clark family home of Mulberry Hill, 3 miles south of Louisville, Kentucky. Captain Lewis pursued his studies at Philadelphia. Meanwhile, what of Mr. Livingston and the purchase from France of New Orleans, the mouth of the Mississippi? The famous Napoleon Bonaparte was the ruler of France. He, like President Jefferson, had his dreams for the province of Louisiana. He refused to sell the port of New Orleans. He intended to land soldiers and colonists, that they might proceed upriver and make of his province of Louisiana another France. Trouble loomed. Congress appointed James Monroe as envoy extraordinary, and on March 8th he started for France to aid Minister Livingston. He arrived at Paris on April 12th. But lo, on the day before he arrived, a most astonishing new bargain had been offered by Napoleon, and Minister Livingston was ready to accept. The dream of Napoleon had faded, for war with England was again upon him. The British held Canada, their men of war were assembling off the Gulf of Mexico. Louisiana Province and New Orleans would be seized before ever France could muster a force there to resist. So rather than let England gain all this territory and wax more powerful, Napoleon, on April 11th, directed his ministers to proffer to the United States not only New Orleans, but all Louisiana Province, and a deal must be closed at once. Take all at 80 million francs, or $15 million, or take nothing, was the astonishing proposal from Minister Marbois. I am authorized to buy New Orleans, replied Minister Livingston. There was no time in which to inform President Jefferson and Congress. News crossed the ocean only by slow-sailing vessels. Envoy Monroe arrived. He and Minister Livingston consulted together. Napoleon was impatient. They should act quickly. We must do it, they agreed. Our country shall not lose this opportunity. Little minds are afraid of responsibilities. Great minds are not afraid. They prefer to act as seems to them they ought to act, rather than merely to play safe. Monroe and Livingston were true patriots. They thought not of themselves, but of their country, and risked rebuke for exceeding their instructions. On April 30th, they signed the papers which engaged the United States to purchase all of Louisiana. The French ministers signed. On May 2nd, Napoleon signed. The papers were immediately mailed for the approval of Congress. And Congress did approve on October 17th. Thus, for less than 3 cents an acre, the United States acquired from the Mississippi River to the summits of the Rocky Mountains. The amount paid over was $11,400,000. $3,750,000 was applied on French debts. The ship bearing the papers signed by Ministers Livingston and Monroe, and by the government of France, did not reach the United States until July. Down to that time, President Jefferson had no knowledge of the fact that his expedition, as planned, was to explore not French territory, but American. But when the news broke, he was all ready for it. He needed only to go ahead. That is one secret of success, to be prepared to step instantly from opportunity to opportunity as fast as they occur. The successful, energetic man is never surprised by the unexpected. Captain Lewis had been kept very busy, studying science at Philadelphia, inspecting his flintlocks at Lancaster, storing them and gathering supplies at the arsenal of Harper's Ferry. June 20th, he received his written instructions. He was to ascend the Missouri River from St. Louis to its source, and by crossing the mountains and following down other streams, endeavor to come out at the mouth of the Columbia on the Pacific coast. It was hoped that he would find a way by water clear through. He was to make a complete record of his journey, noting the character of the country, its rivers, climate, soil, animals, products, and peoples, and particularly the Indians, their laws, languages, occupations, was to urge peace upon them, inform them of the greatness of the white United States, encourage them to sell us their goods and to visit us. When he reached the Pacific Ocean, he was to ship 2 of his party by vessel, if he found one there, for the United States, by way of Cape Horn of South America, or the Cape of Good Hope of Africa, and send a copy of his notes with them. Or he and all his party were at liberty to return that way themselves. He was given letters to the United States consuls at Java, and the Isles of France off the African coast, and the Cape of Good Hope, and one authorizing him to obtain money in the name of the United States at any part of the civilized world. All this was a large order, placed upon the shoulders of a youth of 29 years, but who knew where the Missouri River trail might lead? No white man had yet followed it to its end. Captain Lewis was at Washington, receiving those final instructions. On July 5th he should start for the West. On July 3rd he wrote a farewell letter to his mother in Virginia, bidding her not to worry, and assuring her that he felt he should return safely in 15 to 18 months. He did not dream. President Jefferson, his friend and backer, did not dream, or at least had not voiced that dream. But even while the loving letter was being penned, into the harbor of New York had sailed a ship from France, bringing the dispatches of Ministers Monroe and Livingston. The next day the news was announced at Washington. The province of Louisiana had been bought by the United States. This was a 4th of July celebration with a vengeance. Captain Lewis scarcely had time to comprehend. Tomorrow he was to start, and his mind was filled with the details of preparation. But a glowing joy must have thrilled him as he realized that he was to be the first to carry the flag through that new America, now part of his own United States. Hurrah! He had no occasion for delaying. His instructions required no change. He was eager to be off. Therefore, on July 5th, this 1803, he set out, and from the White House President Jefferson wished him good speed. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Linda Sonrisa Jones. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. The Rank and File, Part 2. The Start. By boat up the Potomac River from Washington hastened young Captain Lewis to pack his arms and supplies at Harper's Ferry and forward them by wagon for Pittsburgh. He got to Pittsburgh ahead of them and there remained until the last of August, overseeing the building of a barge or flatboat. He enlisted some men, too, 6 of them, picked with care and sworn into the service of the United States Army. On August 31st, with his recruits, on his laden flatboat, he launched out to sail, row, and float, towed by oxen, a horn breeze, this was termed, down the Ohio. At Mulberry Hill, near Louisville, Captain William Clark was impatiently awaiting. He had enlisted 9 men, all of Kentucky, the dark and bloody ground. If any men could be relied on, they would be Kentuckians, he knew. His Negro servant, York, who had been his faithful bodyguard since boyhood, was going, too. Captain Clark took charge of the barge, to proceed with it and the recruits and York down the Ohio into the Mississippi, and thence up the Mississippi to St. Louis. Captain Lewis turned across country by horse on a shortcut to pick up more men along the way. He struck the Mississippi River 50 miles below St. Louis, where the United States Army post of Kaskaskia faced the province of Louisiana across the river. Here he enlisted 4 men more, selected from a score that eagerly volunteered. Word of the great expedition had traveled ahead of him, and he could have filled the ranks 7 times over. But only the strongest and those of clean reputation could qualify for such a trip. These thought themselves fortunate. Now up along the river by military road hastened Captain Lewis for the old town of Cahokia and crossed the river to St. Louis at last. He was in a hurry. "We'll winter at La Charrette, Captain," he said to Captain Clark, "where Daniel Boone lives. Boone can give us valuable information, and we'll be that far on our journey, ready for spring. Charrette will be better for our men than St. Louis." Glad was Captain Clark to spend the months at La Charrette. Daniel Boone had been his boyhood friend in Kentucky, had taught him much woodcraft. But when, in mid-December, Captain Clark, the redhead, anxious to push on to La Charrette, 70 miles up the Missouri, before the ice closed, with York and his 9 Kentuckians and 5 other recruits whom he had enlisted from Fort Massac at the mouth of the Ohio, tied his keelboat at the St. Louis levee, he was met by disagreeable information. "We'll have to winter here," informed Captain Lewis. "The Spanish lieutenant governor won't pass us on. He claims that he has not been officially notified yet to transfer Upper Louisiana to the United States, or for that matter even to France. So all we can do is to make winter camp on United States soil on the east side of the river and wait. I'm sorry, I've engaged 2 more boats, but that's the case." "All right," assented Captain Clark. "Both sides of the river are ours, but I suppose we ought to avoid trouble." So the winter camp was placed near the mouth of Wood River on the east bank of the Mississippi, about 20 miles above St. Louis. Log cabins were erected, and besides, the big keelboat was decked fore and aft and had a cabin and men's quarters. Consequently, nobody need suffer from the cold. Captain Lewis stayed most of the time in St. Louis, arranging for supplies, studying medicine, astronomy, botany, and other sciences, and learning much about the Indians up the Missouri. Captain Clark looked after the camp and drilled the men almost every day. St. Louis was then 40 years old. It contained less than 200 houses of stone and log and about 1,000 people, almost all French. The lieutenant governor, who lived here in charge of Upper Louisiana of the Illinois country, as all this section was called, was Don Carlos de Halt de Lasas, also of French blood, but appointed by Spain. Indignant now was Spain, objecting to the new ownership by the United States, and asserting that by the terms of the bargain with France, that government had promised not to dispose of the province to any other nation. But this evidently had made no difference to Napoleon. Not until November 30th of 1803, while Captain Lewis was on his road from Kaskaskia to St. Louis, and Captain Clark was toiling with his keelboat up from the mouth of the Ohio, both captains thinking that they had a clear way ahead, was the Spanish flag in New Orleans hauled down and the French flag hoisted. On December 20th, the representative of the French government there, Monsieur Pierre Clement Lassat, and his men saluted the hoisting of the Stars and Stripes, formerly delivered Lower and Upper Louisiana to the United States. Nevertheless, Lieutenant Governor de Lasas of Upper Louisiana waited for official instruction. Distances were great. He wished to receive orders what to do. In St. Louis, Captain Lewis waited. In the camp at Wood River, Captain Clark waited. The Missouri froze over, and they could not go on anyway. Christmas was celebrated, and the memorable year 1803 merged into the new year 1804. Finally, by letter date of January 12, 1804, from Monsieur Lassat at New Orleans, Lieutenant Governor de Lasas was notified that dispatches were on the road to Captain Amos Stoddard of the United States Artillery and commanding at Fort Kaskaskia, empowering him to represent France at St. Louis and take over from Spain the district of Upper Louisiana. He was then to turn it over to himself as representative of the United States. On February 25th, Captain Stoddard announced that he was ready to receive Upper Louisiana in the name of France. March 9th was set as the day. Captain Lewis was invited to be present at the ceremony as an official witness. Captain Clark probably came over. Perhaps some of the men, for all the countryside, gathered at the great event. A number of Indians from up the Mississippi and up the Missouri and out of the plains to the west had witnessed the ceremony of transfer. They did not understand it all. They said that the United States had captured St. Louis. On March 12th, their good friend, Lieutenant Governor de Lasas, issued an address to him, explaining that now they had a new father, and he introduced to them the new United States chiefs who had come, Captain Stoddard and Captain Lewis. But the Delawares, the Sacs, the Osages, and others, they still were dissatisfied, and especially the Osages. Captain Lewis was particularly anxious to please the Osages, for they were the first of the powerful tribes whom he might encounter up the Missouri. He tried to talk with the chiefs in St. Louis. By a trader sent a letter onto the Osage village, asking the head chiefs to meet him at the river and exchange peace presents. Beyond the Osages dwelt the Otos, the Missouris, the Mahas, Omahas, the Sioux, the Arikaras, the Mandans, the Minnetarees, and then, who could say? Few white men, even the French traders, had been farther. How would all these tribes, known and unknown, receive the strange Americans? Spring had come. The ice was whirling down in rotted floes out of the north. The channel of the crooked Missouri was clearing, and every man in the expedition was keen to be away, following the honking geese into this new America over which the flag of the United States waved at last. Now the expedition had grown to full strength. There were the 2 captains, the 14 soldiers enlisted at Pittsburgh, Fort Massac, and Fort Kaskaskia, the 9 Kentuckians enrolled at Mulberry Hill near Louisville, George Drouillard, or Drewer, as he was called, the hunter from Kaskaskia, who had been recommended by Captain Clark's brother, the general, La Biche, and one-eyed old Cruzat, French voyagers or boatmen engaged by Captain Lewis at St. Louis, 9 other boatmen, and Corporal Worthington, and 6 privates from the Kaskaskia troops in St. Louis, who were to go as far as the next winter camp, and then return with records and trophies, and Black York, Captain Clark's faithful servant, who was going just as far as his master did. So 45 there were in all to start. Except York, those who were going through had been sworn in as privates in the United States Army to serve during the expedition or until discharged on the way, if so happened. Charles Floyd, one of the young Kentuckians, Nathaniel Pryor, his cousin, and John Ordway, enrolled at Kaskaskia from among the New Hampshire Company, were appointed sergeants. For outfit, they had their flintlock rifles, especially manufactured, flintlock pistols, hunting knives, powder contained in lead canisters or pails to be melted into bullets when emptied, tents, tools, provisions of pork, flour, etc., warm extra clothing for winter, old Cruzat's fiddle, George Gibson's fiddle, medicines, including the new kind pox with which to vaccinate the Indians, the captain's scientific instruments, a wonderful air gun that shot 40 times without reloading, and a cannon or blunderbuss. 7 large bales and 1 emergency box had been packed with their stores, and there were 14 other bales and 1 sample box of gifts for the Indians: gay laced coats, flags, knives, iron tomahawks, beads, looking glasses, handkerchiefs, red and blue, paints, yellow, blue, and crimson, not forgetting 3 kinds of medals, first class and second class, of silver, and third class of pewter, for chiefs to hang about their necks as token of friendship from their new great father at Washington. The knives and tomahawks had been made at Harper's Ferry. 3 boats were ready, the keel boat built at Pittsburgh, and 2 pirogues bought at St. Louis. The keel boat or bateau was to be the flagship. It was a kind of flatboat or barge, 55 feet long, of heavy planks, with bow overhanging and a little pointed, and square overhanging stern, fitted with a keel and with a tiller rudder. It had places for 11 oars on a side and carried a sail. Along either gunwale was a plank path or walking board from which the men might push with poles. Much ingenuity and care had Captain Lewis spent on this flagship. Under a deck at the bows the crew might sleep, and under the deck at the stern was the cabin for the officers. In the middle were lockers for stowing stuff, and the lids, when raised, formed a line of breastworks against bullets and arrows. The blunderbuss was mounted in the bows, the flag floated from a staff. The boat drew only 3 feet of water. The 2 pirogues were smaller, open flatboats or barges, one painted red, the other white, one fitted with 6 oars, the other with 7. They also had sails. At Harper's Ferry, Captain Lewis had ordered the steel framework of a canoe. This was knocked down in sections and stowed in the keel boat, later to be put together and covered with bark or skins for use in the shallow waters far upriver. And there were 2 horses, which should accompany the boats by land for scouting and hunting purposes. April passed. May arrived. The Missouri was reported free of ice and was rising rapidly. The trees had budded and greened, the grasses were getting high, game would be plentiful. The Indians would be leaving their villages for their spring hunts, and 'twas time that the expedition should start. In their camp at Wood River, the men drew on the supply of quill pens, ink horns, and paper, and wrote farewell letters home. In St. Louis, Captain Clark and Captain Lewis were given farewell dinners. By Dr. Saugrain, the learned physician and scientist under whom he was studying, Captain Lewis was presented with a handful of matches, curious little sticks which, when briskly rubbed against something, burst into flame. The Indians would marvel at these. Shortly before 4 o'clock in the afternoon of May 14th, this 1804, the start was made. The St. Louis people gathered along the river bank on that side to watch the boats move up. The blunderbuss was discharged in salute. The cannon of the fort answered. Captain Clark, bidding good-bye from the deck of the keelboat, was in full dress uniform of red-trimmed blue coat and trousers and gold epaulettes, his sword at his belt, his three-cornered chapeau on his red head. The sails swelled in the breeze. The men at the oars sang in French and shouted in English. Drouillard, the hunter, rode one horse and led the other. All, save Captain Clark, were dressed for business. Corporal Worthington's squad from St. Louis in United States uniform, the 9 Kentuckians in buckskins, the 14 soldiers and civilians enlisted at the posts in flannel shirts and trousers of buckskin or coarse army cloth, the French boatmen in brightly fringed woolens with scarlet kerchiefs about their heads. Rain was falling, but who cared? Captain Lewis did not accompany. He was detained to talk more with the Osages who had come down. He hoped yet to make things clear to them, but he would join the boats at the village of St. Charles, 20 miles above. In the sunshine of May 16th, they tied to the bank at St. Charles. At the report of the cannon, boom, the French villagers, now Americans all, came running down and gave welcome. Sunday, the 20th, Captain Lewis arrived by skiff from St. Louis, and with him an escort of the St. Louis people, again to cheer the expedition on its way. Not until Monday afternoon, the 21st, was the expedition enabled to tear itself from the banquets and handshakings and onward fare in earnest against the wind and rain. Tawny ran the great Missouri River, flooded with the melted snows of the wild north, bristling with black snags and treacherous with shifting bars. On either hand the banks crashed in, undermined by the changing currents. But rowing, poling, hauling with ropes, and even jumping overboard to shove, only occasionally aided by favoring breeze, the men, soldiers and voyagers alike, worked hard and kept going. On leaving St. Charles, the 2 captains doffed their uniforms until the next dress-up event, and donned buckskins and moccasins. Past La Charrette, the settlement where Daniel Boone lived, the very last white settlement on the Missouri, toiled the boats. Now, beyond, the country was red. Past the mouth of the Osage River up which lived the Osage Indian, but no Osages were there to treat with them. Past the mouth of the Kansas River and the Little Platte, and still no Indians appeared, except some Kickapoos bringing deer. Rafts were encountered, descending with the first of the traders bringing down their winter's furs. A raft from the Osages, shouting that the Osages would not believe that St. Louis had been captured and had burnt the Captain Lewis message. From the Kansas, from the Pawnee up the Big Platte, from the Sioux of the far north. Off a Sioux raft, old Pierre Dorian, one of the traders, was hired by the captains to go with the expedition up to the Sioux and make them friendly. He had lived among the Yankton Sioux 20 years. Through June and July, without a special incident, the expedition voyaged ever upriver into the northwest, constantly on the lookout for Indians with whom to talk. The two captains regularly wrote down what they saw and did and heard. A number of the men also kept diaries. Sergeant Charles Floyd, Sergeant John Ordway, Sergeant Nathaniel Pryor, Private Patrick Gass, Private Joseph Whitehouse, Private Robert Fraser, and Private Alexander Willard. They faithfully scrawled with their quill pens, recording each day's events as they saw them. The journals of Floyd, Gass, and Whitehouse have been published so that we may read them as well as the journals of the captains. Not until the 1st of August, when almost 50 miles above the mouth of the Platte River, was the first council with the Indians held. Here a few Otos and Missouris came in at a camping place on the Nebraska side of the Missouri, christened by the two captains the Council Bluffs, from which the present Iowa city of Council Bluffs, 20 miles below and opposite, takes its name. Now in the middle of August, the expedition is encamped on the west side of the river, about 15 miles below present Sioux City, Iowa, waiting to talk with the principal chiefs of the Otos and the Omahas, and hoping to establish a peace between them. But the Omahas had fled from the smallpox, and the Otos were slow to come in. The voyager Liberté and the soldier Moses Reed were missing from the camp. A party had been sent out to capture them as deserters. 836 miles had been logged off from St. Louis in the 3 months. Here the story opens. End of section 4. Section 5 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Linda Sonrisa Jones. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 1, Part 1, The Coming of the White Chiefs. They are many, reported Shangotango, or Big Horse, sub-chief of the Otos. How many? Asked Wearusha, or Little Thief, the head chief. As many, replied Big Horse, as 5 times the fingers on 2 hands. Wah! Gravely grunted the circle where the chiefs and warriors squatted in their blankets and buffalo robes. For August, the ripe corn month of 1804, had arrived to the Oto Indians' country in present Nebraska beyond the Missouri River. But now at their buffalo hunt camp north of the River Platte, the chiefs of the combined Oto and Missouri nations sat in solemn council instead of chasing the buffalo. Through a long time, or since the month when the buffalo began to shed, the air had been full of rumors. 5 moons back, when the cottonwood buds first swelled down at the big white village of San Luis, there had been a ceremony by which, according to the best word, all this vast land watered by the Missouri River had changed white fathers. The Spanish father's flag had been hauled down, and a different flag had been raised. Indians had been there and had seen, yes, Shawnees, Saukees, Delawares, Osages. They had been there and had seen. The Spanish governor, whose name was De Lasas, had made a speech to the white people. He had said, Proclamation, March 9th, 1804. Inhabitants of Upper Louisiana, by the King's command, I am about to deliver up this post and its dependences. The flag under which you have been protected for a period of nearly 36 years is to be withdrawn. From this moment you are released from the oath of fidelity you took to support it. The speech was hard to understand, but there it was, tacked up on the white man's talking paper. Moreover, the good governor had made a talk for the Indians also, his red children. He had said, Your old fathers, the Spaniard and the Frenchman, who grasp by the hand your new father, the head chief of the United States, by an act of their goodwill, and in virtue of their last treaty, have delivered up to them all these lands. They will keep and defend them, and protect all the white and redskins who live thereon. For several days we have fired off cannon shots to announce to all the nations that your father, the Spaniard, is going, his heart happy to know that you will be protected and sustained by your new father, and that the smoke of the powder may ascend to the Master of Life, praying him to shower on you all a happy destiny and prosperity in always living in good union with the whites. Up the great river and into the west, by traders and runners, had come the tidings. Who were these United States? What kind of man was the new white father? He was sending a party of his warriors, bearing presents and peace talk. They already had ascended the big river past the mouth of the Platte. They had dispatched messengers to the Otos and the Missouris, asking them to come in to council. But the Otos and Missouris had left their village where they lived with their friends the Pawnees in order to hunt the buffalo before gathering their corn, and only by accident had the invitation reached them. Then Shango Tongo and Weedaa and Shoskus Khan and others had gone and had returned safe and satisfied. They had returned laden with gifts, paint and armlets and powder and medals curiously figured hung around their necks by the two white chiefs themselves. They had hastened to seek out Weearusha, the head chief, in his camp and report. The white chiefs were waiting to treat with him as was proper, and they had sent to him a bright-colored flag and ornaments and a medal. "What do the white chiefs want?" queried Weearusha. "They say that the new white father will be generous with the Otos and Missouris and wishes us to be at peace with our enemies." "Will he protect us from those robbers, the Omahas?" "He wishes us to make peace with the Omahas. The United States would go with us to the Omahas, but we told them we were afraid. We are poor and weak, and the Omahas would kill us." "Good," approved Weearusha. "There are two of the white chiefs," added Weethaa, or Hospitable One, the Missouri chief. "They wear long knives by their sides. Their hair is of strange color. The hair of one is yellow like ripe corn. The hair of the other is red as pipestone. The red head is big and pleasant. The yellow-haired one is slim and very straight, and when he speaks he does not smile. Yes, the red head is a buffalo, but the other is an elk." "They have 3 boats," added Shoskus Khan, or White Horse, who was an Oto. "One boat is larger than any boat of any trader. It has a gun that talks in thunder. Of the other boats, one is painted white, one is painted red. The chiefs are dressed in long blue shirts that glitter with shining metal. The party are strong in arms. They have much guns and powder and lead and much medicine. They have a gun that shoots with air and shoots many times. It is great medicine. They have a man all black like a buffalo in fall, with very white teeth and short black hair, curly like a buffalo's. He is great medicine. They carry a white flag with blue and red borders. Red, white, and blue are their medicine colors. The flag is their peace sign. There are French with them from below, and another, a trader from the Sioux. They received us under a white lodge and have named the place the Council Bluffs. They must be of a great nation." "I will go and see these United States and talk with them," announced Little Thief majestically. "Their presents have been good. Their words sound good. It is unwise to refuse gifts laid upon the prairie. If indeed we have a new father for all the Indians, maybe by listening to his chiefs we can get more from him than we did from our Spanish father. I will go and talk at the burnt Omaha village. Let the 4 white men who have come with gifts and a message, seeking brothers who have run away, be well treated, so that we shall be well treated also." Then the council broke up. On the outskirts a boy, a little white Osage, had listened with all his ears. The affair was very interesting. A hot desire filled his heart to go himself and see these United States warriors with their painted boats and their marvelous guns and their black medicine man and their 2 chiefs whose hair was different, like his own hair. His own hair was brown and fine instead of being black and coarse, and his eyes were blue instead of black. And his skin, even in its tan, was light instead of dark. Sometimes he was puzzled to remember just how he had come among the Otos. He did not always feel like an Indian. To be sure, he had been bought from the Osages by the Otos, but away, way back there had been a woman, a light-haired, soft-skinned woman among the Osages, who had kissed him and hugged him, and had taught him a language that he well nigh had forgotten. Occasionally one of those strange words rose to his lips, but he rarely used it, because the Osages, and now the Otos, did not wish him to use it. The Otos called him Little White Osage, as a kind of slur. Nobody kissed him and hugged him, but in their ill-natured moments the Oto squaws beat him, and the children teased him. The squaws never beat the other boys. Antoine, the French trader, was kinder to him, but Antoine had married an Oto woman, and all his children were dark and Indian. At the burnt Omaha village, had said Chief Little Thief. Little White Osage knew where this was. The United States chiefs, by their messengers, had invited Little Thief to meet them at the principal Omaha Indian village, so that peace might be made between the Omahas and the Otos. But the village had been smitten by a sickness, the smallpox, old Antoine had named it, and the frightened Omahas had burned their lodges and had fled, such as were able. Only the site of the village remained, and its graves. It would be of no use to try to go with the chief's party. They would not want boys, and especially a boy who was not like other Indian boys, and bore a name of the hated Osages. Therefore, this night, in the dusk, he slipped from under his thin blanket in the skin lodge, where slumbered old Antoine and family, and scuttled, bending low, out into the prairie. He would have sought the 4 white men who had come from the United States chief's camp, but they had left, looking for 2 other men who had strayed, and besides, he didn't feel certain that they would help him. The prairie was thick with high grasses and with bushes whereon berries were ripening. He wore only a cloth about his waist, on his feet moccasins, but he did not mind, for his skin was tough. He carried his bow of the yellow osage wood, and slung under his left arm his badger-hide quiver containing blunt reed arrows. The damp night air was heavy with smoke, for the prairies had been fired in order to drive out the game. Now and then he startled some animal. Eyes glowed at him and disappeared, and a shadowy form loped away. That was a wolf. He was not afraid of any cowardly wolf. Larger forms bolted with snorts. They were antelope. To a tremendous snort, a much larger form bounded from his path. That was an elk. But he hastened on at a trot and fast walk, alert and excited, his nostrils and eyes and ears wide, while he ever kept the North Star before him on his left. It seemed long ere in the east, whither he was hurrying, the stars were paling. On his swift young legs he had covered many miles. None of the Oto or Missouri boys could have done better, but he simply had to rest. The dawn brightened. He should eat and hide himself and sleep, so he paused to make plans. "What? Hurrah! Hurrah!" was one of those strange words which would rise to his lips. Far before him, although not more than 3 or 4 hours' travel, was a low line of trees marking the course of the big river. He took a step. From a clump of brush leaped a rabbit and stopped to squat. Instantly Little White Osage had strung bow, fitted arrow, and shot. The arrow thudded, the rabbit scarcely kicked. Picking him up, Little White Osage trotted on, his breakfast in hand. Now he smelled smoke stronger, and scouting about he cautiously approached a smoldering campfire. Omahas? But he espied nobody moving or lying down. It was an old campfire. Around it he discovered in the dust that had been stirred up the prints of boots. The white men had been here, perhaps the messengers to the camp of Little Thief. Good! He might cook his rabbit, and sitting, he did cook it after he had built the fire into more heat. He ate. Then he curled in the grass like a brown rabbit himself and slept. When he wakened, the sun was high. He stretched, peered to be safe, drank from a nearby creek, and set forward again. Nearer he drew to the big river, and nearer, and he had to move more carefully lest the Omahas should be lurking at their village and sight him. The Omahas would be glad to capture anybody from the Otos. There was no peace between the two peoples. The ruined village lay lifeless and black, with its graves on the hill above it. He circled the village and found a spot whence he could gaze down. The broad, big river flowed evenly between its low banks, curving amidst the willows and cottonwoods and sandbars. It was the highway for the great white village of San Luis, at its mouth many days to the south. It led also up into the country of the Mandans and the fierce Sioux in the unknown north. And yonder, on a sand sprit above the mouth of the Omaha Creek, was the White Chief's camp. With his sharp eyes, little White Osage eagerly surveyed. 3 boats were there, just as said by Shoskuskan, one painted white, and one painted red, and one very large, fastened in the shallows. On the sand were kettles over fires, and many men moving about, or lying under a canopy, and a red, white, and blue flag flying in the breeze. A party were leaving the camp and coming toward him. They could not see him, he was too cleverly hidden in the bushes above. Wading through the grasses waist high, they made for the creek, and halted where the beavers had dammed it into a pond. These were white men, surely. They numbered the fingers on 2 hands and 3 more fingers. They carried guns, and a net of branches and twigs, and one, a tall, straight man, wore at his side a long knife in a sheath which he flashed. He had on his head a queer 3-cornered covering. He was the leader, for when he spoke and pointed, the other men jumped to obey. They walked into the water to net fish. They hauled and tugged and plashed and laughed and shouted. And when they emerged upon the bank again, their net was so heavy that the leader sprang to help them. He tossed aside his head covering. His hair was bright, like ripe corn. One of the 2 chiefs, he. What a lot of fish they brought out! Hundreds of them sparkled in the sun. This sport continued until near sunset, when the men all went away to eat and sleep. At dusk, little White Osage stole down to the creek. Some of the fish were scattered about, but they were stiff and dull. He could not eat them without cooking them, and he was afraid to risk a fire. So he gathered mussels and clams, and these were pretty good, raw. That night the campfires of the United States warriors blazed on the beach at the river. In the grasses of a hollow above the creek, little White Osage finally slept. Therefore, another morning dawned and found him still here, waiting to see what the new whites would do next. But he must not be caught by Chief Little Thief and old Antoine, or they would punish him. The United States were eating. Almost could he smell the meat on the fires. After eating, the camp busied itself in many ways. Some of the men again walked up the creek. Others raised a pole or mast on the largest boat. Others swam and frolicked in the river. Evidently the camp was staying for the arrival of Rusha. But that meat! The thought of it made the mouth of little White Osage to water. Well, he must go and find something and cook it where he would be safe, and then return to those women and children who did not like him. He had seen the United States, and their chief with the yellow hair. Maybe he had seen the red-haired chief, too. He crept on hands and knees until he might trudge boldly, aiming northward so as not to meet with Little Thief. When after a time he looked back toward the river, he saw great smoke rising. The United States had set the prairie afire. Ha! That they had. Did they set the prairie afire just to burn him, a boy? Had they known that he was watching them, and had that made them angry? The smoke increased rapidly, broadened and billowed. The prairie breeze puffed full and strong from the southeast, and the pungent odor of burning grasses swept across his quivering nostrils. The fire was pursuing him. It had cut off any retreat to the big river waters. It was swifter than an antelope on his trail. Very cunning and cruel were those United States men. Through the tall, dry grasses strained little White Osage, seeking refuge. He sobbed in his husky throat. If he might but reach that line of sand hills yonder, they would break the wall of fire and save him. It was such a big fire to send after such a small boy. Now the sun was veiled by the scudding smoke, and the wind blew acrid and hot. Before him fled animals, racing antelope and bounding elk, galloping wolves and darting birds. They were fast, but he, alas, he was too slow, and he was weak and tired. Was he to be burned? He threw aside his quiver, and next his bow. They felt so heavy. The fire was close. He could hear the crackle and the popping as it devoured everything. The sand hills were mocking him. They seemed to sneak backward as he toiled forward. Suddenly, panting and stumbling, he burst into a little clearing where the grasses were short. In the midst of the clearing lay the carcass of a buffalo bull. With dimmed, staring eyes, little White Osage, casting wildly about for shelter, saw. He saw the carcass, partially cut up. The meat had been piled on the hide as if the hunters had left to get it another time, and on the meat was planted a ramrod or wiping stick with a coat hung on it to keep off the wolves, but nobody was here. Not in vain had little White Osage been trained to look out for himself. Now he knew what he could do. He staggered for the meat pile, frantically tore it away, but not to eat it. He barely could lift the great hide, but lift it he did, wriggled underneath, drew it over him, and crouched there, gasping. Crackle, pop, roar, and the wall of fire charged the clearing, dashed into it, licked hotly across it, and snatched at the robe. He felt the robe shrivel and writhe and smelled the stench of sizzling flesh and hair. He could scarcely breathe. Over him the buffalo hide was scorching through and through. How the fire roared, how the wind blew! But neither fire nor wind could get at him through that tough, inch-thick canopy. Almost smothered by heat and smoke, little White Osage cringed, waiting. He was a wee bit afraid. Soon he knew that the fire had passed. He ventured to raise an edge of the hide and peek from under. Smoke wafted into his face and choked him. Black lay the cindered land around. The fire was surging on to the west, where the sandhills would stop it. But it had mowed a path too hot to walk on, yet he must stay a while. He reached out a hand and dragged to him a piece of the charred, bloody buffalo meat and nibbled at it. Over him the buffalo hide had stiffened to form a pup tent, and really he was not so very uncomfortable. He ate, and stretching the best that he might, pillowed his face on his bended arm. Next he was asleep, tired little White Osage. He slept with an ear open, for voices and tread of feet aroused him. People were coming. He craned his neck to peer about, and ducked further inside like a turtle inside its shell. 2 persons had arrived in the clearing. They were walking straight toward him. They were white men. They were some of those United States warriors. A moment more, and a heavy foot kicked the hide, thump, and hands ruthlessly overthrew it. Exposed, little White Osage sprang erect, gained his feet at a bound, stood bravely facing the 2 warriors of the United States. He would not show them that he feared. "Begorry!" exclaimed a voice. "Here's a quare pea in a pod." End of section 5.
Section 6 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 2. Peter Goes Aboard. Little White Osage did not understand the words, but they were said, with laugh. He could only stare. 2 were these United States men. The one who had spoken was short and broad and quick like a bear. He had a lean, freckled face and shrewd, wrinkly gray eyes. He wore a blue shirt and belted trousers and boots, and on his head a wide-brimmed black hat. Leaning upon a long-barreled flintlock gun, he laughed. The other man was younger, much younger, almost too young to take the war path. He was smooth-faced and very blue-eyed. He wore a blue shirt, too, and fringed buckskin trousers and moccasin, and around his black hair a red handkerchief gaily tied. But as his hair was black, he could not be one of the chiefs. The short man's hair was not black, but it was the color of wet sand, and so he could not be one of the chiefs. Now the young warrior spoke, and his voice was sweet. "Who are you, boy?" This little white Osage did understand. The words penetrated through as from a distance. There had been a long time since he heard such words. His throat swelled to answer. "Boy," he stammered. "I see. What boy? Otto?" Little white Osage shook his head. "Missouri?" Little white Osage shook his head. "Maha?" Little white Osage shook his head more vigorously. "What tribe, then?" Little white Osage struggled hard to reply in that language, but his throat closed tight. The young warrior was so handsome and so kind, and the broad warrior was so homely and so alert. And he himself was so small and so full of hopes and fears that he choked. He could not speak at all. "See what you can make out of him, Pat," bade the young warrior. "He seems afraid of me, but he understands English." "Faith now," drawled the bold warrior. "Sure, maybe he's one of them Mandan Injuns from upriver. Haven't they the eyes and the complexion such as a white man?" And he addressed Little White Osage. "Mandan?" Little White Osage shook his head again. "Well, if you're not Otto, or Missouri, or Maha, or Mandan, who be ye? My name's Patrick Gass. What's your name?" The throat of Little White Osage swelled. He strove, and suddenly out popped the words, long unused. "Cur." "What?" "Cur. White boy." "Holy saints!" exclaimed Patrick Gass, astonished. "Did you hear that, George? Lad! And sure he's white, and by the name owe him Irish. You'll find the Irish wherever you go. And what might be your first name, me boy? Is it Pat? Or Terry? Or Mike?" That was too much talk at once for Little White Osage. The man called George helped him out. "How can he understand your villainous brogue, Pat? Let me talk to him." And he invited of Little White Osage. "Cur, you say?" Little White Osage nodded. "You're white?" "Yes." "Where do you come from?" "Otto." "Where are you going?" A boldness seized up Little White Osage. "You," he said, "up Big River with United States." "Oh-ho!" laughed Patrick Gass. "Another recruit, is it? Does your mother say you might?" Little White Osage shook his head. Somehow, a lump rose in his throat. Mother. What was mother? That soft white woman who away back in the Osage village had hugged him and kissed him and taught him these words which thronged inside him must have been mother. No mother. No father. He carefully felt his way. Ken. Kentucky. Peter. Peter Kerr. Go up river with United States. And he managed another word. Please. And we set the prairie afire to call him Injuns, and hear what we caught, ejaculated Patrick Gass. Peter Kerr be it. Likely that was his father's name, and he's young Peter. Well, what we'll do with him? We can take him back to the boat with us, I suppose, Mus George. But as for his going on with the expedition, Pat, I don't know what the captain would say, or the Ottos, either. He's from the Ottos, he claims. Ah, sure. Ain't he an Irishman from Kentucky? Reminded Pat. And ain't we Irish, too? Maybe we can buy the young spellin' for a trifle or paint of power. George didn't think so. I doubt if the Ottos would sell him. How long have you been with the Ottos, Peter? Little White Osage had been listening as hard as he could, trying to guess what these long speeches were about. That last question to him awakened an answer. Always? He uttered slowly. First Osage, then Otto. Do you know where Kentucky is? Little White Osage shook his head. No, but he pointed to the east. There. Where are your father and mother? There, and Little White Osage pointed to the sky. Do you know where St. Louis is? There, and he pointed south. Do you know where we are going? There, and he pointed north. When did you leave the Otos? 2 days. Why? Me, white. You, white. I, United States. And Little White Osage stiffened proudly. Bedad spoken like a good citizen, approved Patrick Gass. Faith, George, lad. 'Twould be a shame to return him to the Injuns, to them uncivilized rascals. Can't we smuggle him aboard? And then, after we are all under way, the 2 captains can do with him as they please. His gray eyes danced at the thought, and he scanned George questioningly. George's blue eyes were twinkling. I dare say that on our way upriver we'll meet more traders coming down, and he can be sent to St. Louis that way. But we're liable to be in a scrape, Pat, if we're found out. What's an Irishman without a scrape? Laughed Pat. Listen now, he bade to the Little White Osage who had been attending very keenly. After dusk, ye sleep aboard the big boat, understand? Little White Osage nodded. They had planned something good for him, and he was willing to agree to whatever it was. Sleep aboard the big boat, and Pat pointed and signed to make him plain. And hide yourself, away for down among the supplies. Keep quiet until after the council, or the Otos will get ye. I'll be finding ye and passing ye a bit to eat. And when we're sailing in the big river once more, then you'll have to face the captain. And what they'll say, I don't know. But I'll bet my hat that Captain Clark will talk the heart of Captain Lewis, who is an officer and a gentleman, into letting ye stay if there's proof ye have nowhere else to go. And Patrick Gass chuckled. Sure, they can't set ye afoot on the prairie. There were too many strange words in this speech, but Little White Osage caught the important. I hide, he said obediently, in big boat. Right-o, encouraged George. And if you're found, stand up for yourself. No tell, blurred Little White Osage. Talk to United States Chief. No tell. Big jabber there's pluck, approved Patrick Gass. Now we'll be going to take some of the meat back with us, but we'll have you enough to chew on. You have plenty of fire. 'Twas only for signal to the Indians to come into council. We had no thought of burning anyone, especially a boy. No, or of burning me own coat neither, till I see the wind changing. He and George rapidly made up a parcel of meat, blackened and charred though the chunks were, but we cooked our supper by it. Goodbye to ye. Chance Be'll see you later. With airy wave of hand, he trudged away. His name is Patrick Gass. My name is George Shannon, emphasized George, lingering a moment. Yours is Peter Kerr. All right, Peter? Watch out for the Otos, that they don't spy on you when you come in after dark. I come, answered Peter, carefully. Otto no catch. Away they hastened, towards the river, standing stock still. Peter watched them go. Good men they were. They were white. He was white. They were United States. He was to be United States too. He did not pause to eat now. He grabbed a chunk of the buffalo meat left for him, and trotted for the nearest sandhill. The fire had burned before him, and the earth was still warm, but the sandhills were untouched. He drank, at last, from a branch of Omaha Creek, and among the sandhills he stayed all day. In the afternoon he heard from off towards the United States camp at the river, a rumble like a thunder. It was the big gun. At dusk he saw a glow redly lightening the eastern horizon over the river. Maybe the United States were having a war dance. At any rate, the man named Pat had told him to come. This seemed to be the best time, and guided by the glow, he hurried for the river. When he had struck the river, well above the camp, The boat and the beach were ruddy. People had gathered about a huge fire. They were making music and dancing, and some were white men and others were Indians. Otos, Chief Little Thief, had arrived. Somewhat fearing, but very determined, Peter cautiously waded out into the water, and from waist-deep slipping into the current silently swam down outside the edge of the firelight, until obliquing in he might use the big boat as a shield. With his hand he felt along it, encountered a rope stretched out from the boat to water. Wah, or hurrah, he meant. As neatly as a cat he swarmed up the rope and hoisted himself over the gunwale, sprawling in and dropped flat, the cower in the shadow of the mast. The dark figure with a gun had seen him, was making for him from down the deck. "Hist, Peter," huskily spoke a voice. "This Pat. You're all right. Stay where ye are, now." Yes. Except for Pat, the sentry, all of the big boat was deserted. There was a great time ashore, crouched panting and dripping. Peter witnessed from behind the mast. The shore was bright, the figure plainly outlined. There were the 2 white chiefs. Of this he was certain. They had on their heads the queer hats. They wore long tight blue shirts that glittered with ornaments. They carried the long knives in sheath at their sides. The one was the chief with the yellow hair, and the others was the chief with the red hair. The United States were giving a feast and dance evidently. 2 of them were making music by drawing stick across a box held in their chins, and the others and the Indians sat in a circle around the fire watching the dances. It was now the turn of the Otos, for they sprang up and into the center to dance. Peter knew them, one by one. Head Chief, Little Thief, Big Horse, Crow's Head, Black Cat, Iron Eyes, Big Ox, Brave Man, and Big Blue Eyes. All Otos except Crow's Head and Black Cat, who were Missouris. They danced. It was the Oto Buffalo dance. The United States warrior cheered, and on a sudden cheered louder and clapped their hands together, for into the center had clapped a new figure to dance by himself. He was the Black Medicine Man. His eyes rolled white. His teeth were white, but all the rest of him was black, and he was very large. Assuredly, the United States must be a great and powerful nation, with such medicine men, decided little Peter, watching. Along the deck, Patrick Gass hissed and beckoned. "Here," he bade. Peter scurried to him. "Get down inford." And Pat pointed to an open door on the forecastle or wooden house that had been built in the bows under the high deck. "Stow yourself away and keep quiet. You'll find the place." Peter darted in. It was a room lined with beds and tiers from floor to ceiling, the White Warrior's sleeping room. Clothing was hanging against the far end. Down the center was a narrow table. Like a cat again, Peter sprung upon the table, scrambled into the highest of the bunks on this side, and came to the far end wall. The wall did not meet the roof. It was a bulkhead partition, dividing off the room from the remainder of the bows. Peter thrust his arm in over the top and could feel there beyond a solid bale on a level with the bunk. He wriggled in over, landed cautiously, explored in with hands and feet in the darkness, and stretched out in a space that had been left between the ballast of extra supplies and the deck above. Good. That warm August night, the United States men of Captain Lewis and Clark slept on the sand, in the open air, by the river, and in the tent of the captain slept Chief Little Thief, but Patrick Gass, when relieved from guard duty, slept in a forecastle near Peter, that being, as he yawned, more convenient. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 3. Peter Meets the Chiefs. The hour was early when Pat stuck his head over the partition and to Peter said, "Sh! Are ye awake, Peter?" "Hello," answered Peter. "I'll fetch ye a bite to eat and water to drink," said Patrick. "And ye best lie hid till we start, when the Injuns go. 'Twon't be long." "All right," answered Peter. Patrick passed in to him some dried meat and a canteen of water. After that the day seemed to move very slowly. Here on the boat all was quiet, particularly in Peter's end. However, outside on the shore there was a constant sound of voices from the United States camp. The sun rose high, as betokened by the close warmth where Peter lay hidden. He felt as though he must get out and see what was going on, so he peered over the top of the partition to find whether the forecastle was empty. It was. He slipped down into it, and stealing through and worming flat across the deck, peeped through a crack in the gunwale. Little Thief and the Otos and Missouri had not yet gone. They were holding another council with the United States. More talk. The United States chiefs and warriors were sitting, and the Otos and Missouris were sitting, all forming a great circle. One after another the Otos and the Missouris arose and talked, and the white chiefs replied. But of all this talk Peter understood little. After a time he grew tired, the sun was hot, and he went back into his nook. He still had meat and water enough. It was much later when he awakened to hear people in the room beyond his partition. There were white men's voices. One voice sounded like that of his other friend, George Shannon, and there were groans. Soon the white men left, all except the man who groaned. He stayed. Evidently one of the white men was sick and had been put into a bed. Dusk was falling, and Peter thought that he might venture out and stretch his legs. The sounds from the sick man had ceased. Maybe he slept. Peter peered over. Everything was quiet, and forth he slipped, only to discover that in the open door was sitting, amidst the dusk, a watcher. It was the United States warrior, George Shannon. He saw Peter, poised about to leap down, and smiled and beckoned. Peter lightly went to him. George Shannon looked worn and anxious. "Are you all right, Peter?" "Yes, all right." "A soldier, very sick," said George, and pointed to a bunk. "What name?" asked Peter. "Charles Floyd. He danced and got hot. Lay down on the sand all night and got cold. Now very sick." "Huh," grunted Peter. "Maybe get well." "I don't know," said George soberly. That was too bad. Why didn't they call in the black medicine man? Except for George and the sick Charles Floyd, the boat was deserted. For on the shore another dance and feast were in progress. Chief Little Thief and his Indians were staying, and the United States appeared to be bent upon giving them a good time. All that night the sick Charles Floyd moaned at intervals in the bunk, and George Shannon and Patrick Gass and others kept watch over him, while Peter, on the other side of the partition, listened or slept. Toward morning, when Peter next woke up, he had been aroused by tramp of feet over his head and splash of water against the boat, and orders shouted, and a movement of the boat itself. They were starting, and he was starting with them. Hurrah! Now he was not hungry or thirsty or tired. He was excited. Yes, the boat was moving. He could hear the splashing of oars and the creak as the sail was raised. And in a few minutes more the boat leaned and swerved and tugged, and the river rippled under its bow. Peter waited as long as he possibly could stand it to wait. Peter Gass had said for him to lie hidden until Chief Little Thief had left, and the boat had started. Very well. All was silent in the room beyond. He peered and could see nobody. Over the partition he once more squirmed into the topmost bunk, and feeling with his toes let himself down. The door was shut, but it had a window in it that he might look out of, and if anybody opened, he would dive under the table or under a bunk until he saw who it was. The sick man in the bottom bunk opposite suddenly exclaimed. He was awake and watching. "Who are you?" he challenged weakly. With his feet on the floor, Peter paused to stare. He saw a pale, clammy countenance gazing at him from the blanket coverings, and at that instant the door opened, and before Peter might so much as stir, the chief with the red hair entered. Peter was fairly caught. He drew breath sharply and resolved not to show fear. The chief with the red hair was all in buckskin and wore moccasins on his feet, and on his head a round hat with the brim looped up in front. His face was without hair and was very tanned, so that it was reddish-brown instead of white, and his 2 eyes were clear, keen gray. His hair was bound behind in a long bag of thin skin. He had rather a large nose and a round chin, and was heavy. "Well," he uttered. He glanced swiftly from Peter to the sick man's bunk, and back again to Peter. "What's this?" "He stole down from above, Captain," said the sick man. "How are you, Sergeant? Any better?" "No, sir. I'm awful weak, sir." "Much pain?" "Yes, sir. I've been suffering terribly." "I'm sorry, my man. We'll do all we can for you." Now the chief spoke to Peter. "Who are you? How'd you come here?" His voice was stern and quick. "I hide," said Peter. "Where?" Peter pointed. "Who brought you here?" "I come, night, swim down river, hide." For Peter had no notion of telling on Patrick Gass and George Shannon. You did." And the chief with the red hair grunted. "Ran away, eh? Who was your chief?" "We are Russia. First Osage, then Oto, but me white." "Where's your mother?" Peter shook his head. "Where's your father?" Peter shook his head. "Here's a pretty pickle," muttered the chief with the red hair, and Peter wondered what he meant. "Well, you come along with me," and he added to the sick man, "I'll be back directly, Charlie, as soon as I've turned this stowaway over. Do you want anything?" "No, sir, I'm sleepy. Maybe I'll sleep." And the sick man's voice trailed off into a murmur. "Come here," bade the red-haired chief to Peter, beckoning with his finger, and Peter followed Captain William Clark of the United States Artillery and second in command of this Captain Lewis and Clark government exploring expedition up the Missouri River, through the doorway, into the sunshine and the open of the great barge's deck. Captain Clark led straight for the stern, but on the way Peter, keeping close behind him, with his quick eyes saw many things. The white warriors in buckskins or in cloth were busy here and there, mending clothes and tools and weapons and assorting goods, or viewing the river banks, and all paused to gaze at him. The big sail was pulling lustily from its mast. At the stern 2 warriors were steering. In the barge's wake were sailing the 2 smaller barges, the red one and the white one. They followed gallantly. The river rippled. The banks were flowing past. Nothing was to be seen moving on the banks, and the site of the Omaha village, and the sand spirit where the council with Little Thief had been held, were gone. Good. Before the cabin in the stern of the barge were standing the slim, yellow-haired chief and Patrick Gass, and they were watching Peter coming. The slim chief was dressed in his blue clothes and his odd hat, and wore his long knife by his side. His hair hung in a tail. Patrick Gass was dressed as always. His eyes twinkled at Peter, as if to say, "Now what are you going to do?" Peter knew what he was going to do. He was going to stay with the United States. But the slim chief's face betrayed no sign. He simply waited. For this Captain Meriwether Lewis of the 1st United States Infantry, The leader of the exploring expedition sent out by President Jefferson and Congress was not much given to smiles, and was strong on discipline. A thorough young soldier he, who felt the heavy responsibility of taking the expedition safely through, with the help of Captain Clark. "Here's what I've found, Mern," announced Captain Clark with half a laugh. "Who is he, Will?" Captain Lewis's query was quick, and his brows knitted a trifle. "He says he's white. I found him in the forecastle when I went in to see about Floyd." "How is Floyd?" "No better." "How'd that boy get there?" "Ran away from the Otos, he says, and hid himself in the bows beyond the bulkhead. Like as not he's been there a day or two." "What's your name?" demanded the long-knifed chief of Peter. "Peter." "What else?" "Peter Kerr." "Where did you live?" "Oto. No like Oto. No like Indian. White boy." "Huh. Did the Otos steal you?" "Osage. Oto buy me." "Where did the Osage get you?" "Do not know," said Peter, slowly, trying to speak the right words. "Kill. Father. Take mother. She die. Long time ago. Me, I white." "Sure, Captain, didn't we hear down St. Louis way of a family by the same name occur, being wiped out by the Injuns some years back?" Spoke Patrick Gass, saluting. "'Twas up country a bit, though I disremember where, sir." "Yes, but there was no boy." "There was a bit of a baby, seems to me like, sir," alleged Sergeant Gass. "And the woman was carried off, sir." Captain Lewis shrugged his shoulders impatiently. "Very well, Pat. You go forward, and you and Shannon see if you can do anything for Floyd. Don't let him move much. He's liable to be restless." "Yes, sir." Captain Gass saluted, but lingered a moment. "If I might be so bold, sir." "What is it?" "Seeing as how the boy's Irish." "Irish? He's as black as an Indian." "Yes, sir. But the eyes and hair of him, sir. And sure he has an Irish name. And I was thinking, begging your pardon, sir, if you decided to kape him a spell, Shannon and me look after him for ye, sir. We Irish are all cousins, you know, sir." Young Captain Lewis's mouth twitched. He shot a glance at Captain Clark, who smiled back. "Does that sound to you like an Irish name, Captain? More like good old English to me." "I was thinking again, sir," pursued Pat, "that more like it's ochre." "That will do, Gass. Go forward and find Shannon, and the two of you tend to Floyd." Patrick saluted and trudged away. Captain Lewis continued to Captain Clark. "There's something back of this, Will. Gass is too willing. I'll wager he and Shannon know more than we do." "Oh, it's the Irish in him, Mern. Do you think they smuggled the lad aboard?" "If they did, who brought you on this boat?" demanded the long-knifed chief of Peter. Peter shrugged his shoulders. "I come," he said. "Why?" "Go with 'Nited States up Big River." "Who taught you speak English?" "My mother," stammered Peter. "No English. Mexican, Kentucky." "Kentuckian," blurted Captain Clark. "He is white, sure enough. That comes pretty close to home folks, Mern. I know some curs there, myself." "But the question is, what are we to do with him?" reminded Captain Lewis sharply. "We can't cumber ourselves with useless baggage, and we can't start out by stealing children from the Indians." "No, and yet it sort of goes against the grain to let the Indians keep any children they've stolen," argued Captain Clark. "Yes, I agree with you there, Will," answered Captain Lewis. "But the President instructed us to make friends with all the tribes. We could have shown the Otos they were wrong, and could have offered to buy the boy, or have made them promise to send him to St. Louis, if we couldn't send him ourselves. This looks like bad faith. Shall we stop and put him ashore, Mern?" "If we put you ashore, will you go back to Wea Rushha?" queried the Long Knife chief of Peter. Peter had not comprehended all that had been said, but he had listened anxiously, and now he did understand that they were talking of putting him off. "No," he exclaimed, "no go back to Rusha. Maha catch me, Sioux catch me, Oto whip me, no Indian, white." And he added, "I follow boat." "If you give the order, Mern, we'll stop and send him back with an escort," teased Captain Clark, who knew very well that Captain Lewis would do no such thing. "And we'll tell the Otos to forward him on down to St. Louis. You think they'll do it, do you?" Captain Lewis tapped uneasily with his foot. "Ah, pshaw, Will," he said. "We can't stop and waste this fine breeze, even to send back a boy. When we land for dinner will be the proper time. We may meet some traders bound down, and he can be started back with them to St. Louis. Meanwhile, Gass and Shannon must take care of him. He can be sent down river with the first party that take back the dispatches," proffered Captain Clark. Patrick Gass came climbing up the deck and again saluted. "Sergeant Floyd wishes mighty speak with Captain Clark, sirs." "How is he, Pat?" "Terrible weak, sir, but the pain be not so bad." "Go ahead, Will," said Captain Lewis. "You enlisted him. He knows you better. If I can do anything, call me." The red-haired chief hastened away. The Long Knife chief spoke to Patrick Gass. "You'll take charge of Peter until we send him back, Patrick. Draw on the commissary for such clothes as he needs. We can't have him running around naked this way, if he's white." "Yes, sir," replied Patrick Gass. "Come, Peter, lad. Come with your cousin Pat, and we'll make your outside as white as your inside." Peter gladly obeyed. He was rather afraid of the handsome young Long Knife chief, but he was not afraid of Patrick Gass, no, nor of the red hair. When dressed in the clothes that Patrick found for him, Peter was a funny sight. There was a red flannel shirt, to Peter very beautiful, but twice enough for him, so that the sleeves were rolled to their elbows, and the neck dropped about his shoulders. And there was a pair of blue trousers, also twice enough for him, so that the legs were rolled to their knees, and the waist was drawn up about his chest, and the front doubled across where it was belted in. "Never you mind," quoth Patrick, while the United States men gazed on Peter and howled with merriment. "Sure, I'm a bit of a tailor, and if we can fit you with cloth, we'll fit you with leather. Let 'em laugh. Laughing's good for the stomach." And Peter did not mind. These were white people's clothes, and he was proud to wear them, although they did seem queer. The sun had passed the overhead. At some orders the barge was swung in for the shore. The two smaller boats followed. Now would he be sent back, or left, or what? Landing was made on the right-hand side, which was the country of the Iowas and the Sioux. Not a good place, Peter reflected, for him. But scarcely had the barge tied up, and Peter's heart was beating with anxiety, when Captain Clark hastily emerged from the forecastle. Another soldier trod close behind. Captain Clark went to Captain Lewis. The soldier proceeded slowly, speaking to comrades. He arrived where Patrick was keeping friendly guard over Peter. "Charlie's gone," he said simply, his face clouded, his voice broken. "Rest his soul in peace," answered Patrick. "Sure, I'm sorry, Nat." "Did he say anything?" "He knew. He asked the captain to write a letter for him, to the folks at home. After that he went to sleep and did not awake again, here." "Faith, he gave his life for his country," asserted Patrick. So the sick man had died. This much Peter easily guessed. It turned dinner into a very quiet affair. Nothing more was said of leaving Peter ashore, nor of sending him back. But as soon as the dinner was finished, the boats all pushed out and headed upriver, along a bank surrounded by rolling bluffs. After about a mile by sail and oars, everybody landed, and the body of Sergeant Charles Floyd, United States Army, the first of the expedition to fall, was buried on top of a bluff. Captain Clark read some words out of a book over the grave, and upon the grave was set a cedar post with the name Sergeant C. Floyd and the date August 20, 1804, carved into it. Then 3 volleys from the rifles were fired. The boats proceeded on for a camping place, which was found about a mile up on the right-hand or north side, near the mouth of a little river. The bluff of the grave was referred to as Floyd's Bluff, and the little river was called Floyd's River. All the men, including Peter, felt sorry for Sergeant Nathaniel Pryor. Floyd had been his cousin. They felt sorry for those other relatives and friends back at the Floyd home in Kentucky. 50 years later, or in 1857, the grave of the sergeant was moved a few hundred feet by the Sioux City, Iowa people, so that it should not crumble into the Missouri River, and in 1895 a monument was placed over it. Today, Floyd's Bluff is part of a Sioux City park. The camp this evening was only 13 miles above the Omaha village in the place where Chief Little Thief had come in to counsel, so that Peter very easily might have been sent back. But the death of Sergeant Charles Floyd seemed to be occupying the thoughts of the 2 captains. It made the whole camp sober. Tonight there was no dancing or music, and Peter slept aboard the barge with nobody paying special attention to him. Of this he was glad, because he feared that once ashore he would be left behind. The United States would try to sail on without him. End of section 7. Section 8 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 4. To the Land of the Sioux. "First we have to pass the Sioux Injuns," explained Patrick Gass to Peter. "You know the Sioux?" "They bad," nodded Peter. "Fight other Injuns." "Yes," said Patrick, "but we aim to make everybody peaceful with everybody else. And after the Sioux, we talk with the Ricaras." "Ree's bad too," nodded Peter, for the Otos were afraid of the northern tribes. "Yes," said Patrick, "and after the Ricaras we come, I'm thinking, to the Mandans, and by that time 'twill be winter, and with the Mandans we'll stay. I hear tell they have white skins and blue eyes, and their hair trails on the ground." Sometimes sailing, sometimes rowed, and sometimes towed by heavy ropes on which the men hauled from the banks, the 3 boats had been steadily advancing upriver. Peter was feeling quite at home. Everybody was kind to him, especially Pat, who had been elected sergeant in place of Charles Floyd, and young George Shannon, who was only 17. 2 horses followed the boats by land for the use of the hunters. George Drolliard, a Frenchman who lived with the Omahas, was chief hunter. At the evening camps, Pierre Cruzat, a merry Frenchman with only one eye, and a soldier by the name of George Gibson, played lively music on stringed boxes called violins. Each night, the 2 captains and Pat and other soldiers wrote on paper the story of the trip. York, the black man, was Captain Clark's servant. Early in the morning a horn was blown to rouse the camp. During the days the captains frequently went ashore to explore. It was well, thought Peter, that Pierre Dorion, a trader who lived with the Sioux, was aboard the boats, for the fierce Sioux Indians did not like strangers. Still, who could whip the United States? In the afternoon of the 8th day after leaving Chief Little Thief, Old Pierre, from where he was standing with the two captains of the barge and gazing right and left and before, cried aloud and pointed. "There she is!" "What, Dorian?" "De Jacques, what is also called the Yankton River. My people, the Yankton Sioux, live on her. Maybe soon now we see some." The barge, flying its white peace flag, bordered with red and blue, plowed on. All eyes aboard were directed intently before. The mouth of the river gradually opened amidst the trees. "We'll halt there for dinner," ordered Captain Lewis. "That looks like a good landing place just above the mouth, Will." Captain Clark nodded, and the barge began to veer in. The two pirogues, or smaller boats, imitated. "I see one Injun," said Peter. "You see him, Pat?" "Where? Now?" invited Patrick Gass. "He is standing still. Watch us, this side of Yankton River." "Faith, you've sharp eyes," praised Pat, squinting. "Yes, sure I see him, by the big tree just above the mouth." Others saw him, and as the barge hove to, and led by Captain Clark, the men leaped for the shore to cook dinner. The Indian plunged into the water and swam across. "Maha!" quoth Peter quickly, when, dripping, the Indian had splashed out and was boldly entering the camp. "Oh, is he now?" murmured Patrick Gass. Pierre Dorian translated for him to the captains. He said that he was an Omaha boy, living with the Sioux. While he was talking, two other Indians came in. They indeed were Sioux, straight, dark, and dignified, as befitted the members of a great and powerful nation. "They say ye Yanktons, many of them, are camped to the west, one short travel," interpreted Dorian. "They have hear of our comin', and will be pleased to meet the white chiefs." "All right, Dorian, you go to the camp with these fellows, and tell the chiefs that we'll hold council at the river. I'll send Sergeant Pryor and another man along with you," instructed Captain Lewis. "You'll find us again about opposite where their camp is." "Good," approved Pierre Dorian. "Now maybe I get my wife and my family one time more. My son, he dare too, say these young men," for Pierre had married a Sioux woman. The two Sioux and Pierre and Sergeant Nathaniel Pryor and Private John Potts left on foot for the camp of the Yanktons, but the Omaha boy stayed. Peter preferred to keep away from him. The Omahas to him were not to be trusted. From the mouth of the Yankton River, which is today called the James River of South Dakota, the boats continued on up the Missouri to the council ground. The red pirogue ran upon a snag, so that it almost sank before it could be beached. Then all the goods had to be transferred to the white pirogue. This took time, and it was not until nearly sunset that Captain Lewis ordered landing to be made and camp pitched. The camp of the Sioux was supposed to be somewhere across the river. In the morning no Sioux had yet appeared for council, and Captain Lewis anxiously swept the country to the north with his spyglass. However, Indians could not be hurried, as Peter well knew. But about 4 o'clock there spread a murmur. "Here they come! De Sioux, they come! Now for big talk and big dance, huzza!" "We," added George Drouillard, the hunter. "Maybe fat dog feast, too." "Oh, murther!" gasped Pat. And to Peter, "Did ye ever eat dog, Peter?" Peter shook his head, disgusted. Not he, nor the Otos either. Only the northern Indians ate dog. "There's a tarn lot of 'em anyhow," mused Patrick Gass. "I'm after wishing George was here. Sure, he's like to get in trouble, wandering about the country where all those fellows are." For 2 days back George Shannon had been sent out to find the horses that had strayed from camp, and he had not returned. The Sioux made a brave sight indeed. They looked to be almost 100, a horse and afoot, with gay streamers and blankets flying. Pierre Dorian and Sergeant Pryor and Private Potts were to be seen, mounted and riding with the principal chiefs in the advance. so evidently everything was all right. They halted on the bank opposite the United States camp. Sergeant Pryor waved his hat, and the captain sent the red pirogue across for him. He and Pierre and Private Potts returned in it. They brought with them young Pierre, who was old Pierre's son. He was half Sioux and traded among the Tetons, but just now he was visiting among the Yanktons. "They are friendly, are they, Sergeant?" inquired Captain Lewis. "Yes, sir. They treated us very handsomely, and the head chief is yonder, waiting to talk with you," informed Sergeant Pryor. "Very good. You and young Dorian go back to them. We'd better send along some presents, hadn't we, Will? And tell the chiefs that we'll speak with them in the morning. 'Twon't do to let them think we're in any more of a hurry than we are." "Yes, sir," answered Sergeant Pryor. He took over presents of corn and tobacco in iron kettles, with young Pierre to do the translating for him, and returned. Both camps settled down for the night. "Did yees have a rare good time with the Sioux, Nat?" queried Patrick Gass that night around the fire, after a hearty supper on catfish. During the day a number of huge catfish had been caught, some of them weighing 60 pounds. Now all the men were curious to hear more from Nate Pryor and John Potts. "Tremendous," declared Nat. "They wanted to carry us into camp in a blanket, but we told them we were not chiefs. They could wait and carry the captains. They gave us a fat dog, though, boiled in a pot, and I swear he was good eating." "None for me, thank ye," retorted Sergeant Pat. "And how far is their camp, and what kind is it?" "About 9 miles back, near the Jacques. All fine buffalo hide lodges, some elk hide, too, painted different colors. Fact is, they're about the best Indians we've met yet." "You didn't learn anything of Shannon or the horses, then?" "Not a word, but I think he'll be safe if only the Sioux find him." The next day dawned so foggy that nobody could see across the river. The captains made preparations for the Grand Council. A pole was set up near to a large oak tree, and a new flag hoisted to the top of it. The flag was striped red and white. In a corner was a blue square, like the sky, studded with stars. 'Twas the great flag of the United States nation, and Peter thought it beautiful. The two captains dressed in their best. Captain Lewis wore a long coat of dark blue, trimmed in light blue. Down its front, bright brass buttons, and on its shoulders bright gold-fringed epaulets. Captain Clark's coat was dark blue, faced with red. It, too, had the brass buttons and the bright epaulets. Both wore their cocked hats and their long knives or swords. The men also were ordered to put on their best and to clean up, even if they had no best. Presents were laid out. By the time the fog lifted, at 8 o'clock, the camp was ready. Now it could be seen that over in the Sioux camp, also the chiefs and warriors were preparing. "They're painting and polishing, Mern," remarked Captain Clark, who had leveled the spyglass to peer. That was so. Peter needed no spyglass. He could make out figures of the chiefs and warriors sitting and plaiting their hair and painting their faces and chests and arms. The two captains waited until nearly noon. Then the red pirogue was dispatched under Sergeant Pryor, accompanied by old Pierre, to bring the chiefs and warriors. The white pirogue was loaded with goods, but the red pirogue had been emptied for repairs. Even then the Sioux so crowded it that it scarcely could be rowed. A number of young Sioux waded into the river and swam across. Now there were more Sioux than white men in the United States camp, but they were armed mainly with bows and arrows, while the United States were armed with rifles, and Peter's sharp eyes observed that the cannon in the bow of the barge was pointed right at the camp, ready for business. Broad-chested and sinewy were these Yankton Sioux, and evidently great warriors. What struck Peter and the soldiers especially were the necklaces of claws stitched in bands of buckskin or red flannel, and hanging low on those broad chests. Many warriors wore them. "Do you mean to say those are bar claws?" exclaimed John Shields, one of the Kentuckians. "Oui, my friend," assured Drouillard the hunter. "Dey claw of great white bear, so we call him big, more big than one ox, and fraid. He not fraid of nothing. To kill one white bear make Injun big warrior." "And where did those critters live, then?" queried John. "Up river. We meet 'em pretty quick now. Sometime when we land, woof, there come one beast, big as one ox, mouth he open, and maybe eat us, if brush so thick too we not seen soon enough." The listening Kentuckians and other soldiers scratched their heads, as if a little doubtful. "Faith," said Patrick Gass, "some of them claws are 6 inches long, boys. 'Tis a country of monsters that we're a-goin' into." A group of the Sioux had been staring at Black York, who, larger than any of them, was gaping back. Suddenly one stepped to him, wet his finger and swiftly drew it down York's cheek, then looked to see if the black could come off. "Hey, you man!" growled York. "What for you done do dat?" Another Sioux deftly snatched off York's hat and clutched the black curly wool underneath. But it would not come off either. Much impressed, the circle widened respectfully, and Sioux murmured gutturally to Sioux. "That's all right, York," warned Captain Clark, who had noted, for his own red hair had been attracting much attention. "They say you're great medicine." "We, he black buffalo," affirmed young Dorian. After that, York strutted importantly, alarmed the Indians by making fierce faces, and was followed about by a constant admiring procession. The council was held at noon under the great oak tree beside which floated the United States flag. The chiefs and the leading warriors sat in a half circle. The 2 captains sat facing them. Pierre Dorian stood before them as an interpreter, and the soldiers and French boatmen sat behind in another half circle. Captain Lewis made a welcoming speech, and a fine figure he was, standing straight and slim in his tight-fitting decorated coat, his cocked hat with black feather, his sword at his side. "The land has changed, white fathers," he said. "The great nation of the Sioux and all the other Indians have a new white father at Washington. That is his flag, the flag of the United States nation, which has bought this country. The new father has sent us, who are his children, to tell his red children that he wants them to be at peace with one another. I have given the flags and peace gifts to the Otos and the Missouris, and have sent word to the Osages and the Omahas, and the Pawnees and the Kickapoos and other Indians, that there must be no more wars among the red children. I will give you a flag and gifts too, so that you will remember what I say." Then the gifts were distributed. To the head chief, Wucha, or shake hand, a flag, and a first-grade silver medal, and a paper that certified the United States recognized him as the head chief, and a string of beads and shells, and a chief's coat, which was a red-trimmed artillery dress coat like Captain Clark's, and a cocked hat with a red feather in it. Wucha was immensely pleased. He put on the coat and hat at once. The 4 other chiefs also were given gifts. Chief Wucha produced a long peace pipe of red stone with a reed stem. It was lighted. He puffed. Captain Lewis and Captain Clark puffed. The 4 lesser chiefs puffed. After that, the chiefs solemnly shook hands with the captains and withdrew into a lean-to of branches to consult on what they should reply tomorrow. The Sioux stayed at the camp during the afternoon. The captains gave them a dressed deer hide and an empty keg for a dance drum. The deer hide was stretched taut over the head of the keg, and that night, by the light of the fires, the Sioux thumped on the drum and shook their rattles and danced. One-Eyed Cruzat and George Gibson played on their violins, and the United States warriors danced. But the Sioux kept it up almost all night, and nobody got much sleep. In the morning, after breakfast, Wucha and his 3 sub-chiefs sat before the oak tree. Each held a peace pipe in front of him, with the stem pointing at the spot where the captains were to sit. The names of the other chiefs were White Crane, Struck by the Pawnee, and Half Man. "Heaver Modes," explained One-Eyed Cruzat. "He say I'm no warrior. I only half a man." Wucha spoke first, standing clad in his artillery coat and cocked hat. He said that the Yanktons were willing to be at peace, but were very poor. White Crane and Struck by the Pawnee and Half Man likewise spoke. They agreed with what Shake Hand had said. They wanted powder and ball, and their great father's milk, which was whiskey. That evening the Sioux went back across the river well satisfied. Pierre Dorian and young Pierre went with them. Old Pierre promised that in the spring he would take some of the chiefs to Washington, that they might meet their new father. Just as the Yanktons were leaving, Captain Lewis beckoned Peter to him. "You had better go with Pierre. He will take you down river in the spring, if not before." "No, please," objected Peter. "I'd rather stay." "But we're going clear to the Pacific Ocean, my boy," spoke Captain Clark. "It will be a hard trip." "I will go too," declared Peter. "Do not want to stay with Sioux. I am white." "What will you do along with us, Peter?" "I work. I can talk sign language," answered Peter proudly. "There's something in that, Mern," laughed Captain Clark. "Now with Dorian gone, we'll need an interpreter to help Drouillard. I fancy Peter knows almost as much as he does." "You've got a kind heart, Will," replied Captain Lewis, his eyes softening. "But game's aplenty. We'll have meat enough, and that's the main question." "All right, Peter, you can come as far as the Mandan village, anyway, and in the spring we'll see." Whereupon Peter resolved that he would make himself useful, so that they would take him clear to the Pacific Ocean, which lay, according to Patrick Gass and the other men, many, many days' travel far beyond the western mountains. End of section 8. Section 9 of Opening the West. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 5. Bad Hearts. Work, work, work. Through this, the month of September 1804, the boats had been toiling on up the sluggish Missouri River in the present state of South Dakota. With the rains, the winds, and the shallows, everybody, even the captains, was wet all the day, from hauling on the tow ropes in and out of the water. The weather turned cold and raw. Shelters of deer hides were stretched over the 2 pirogues, and in the camps the men made themselves hide coats and leggins and moccasins. Patrick and old Cruzat together fitted Peter with a buckskin suit that felt much better to him than his other clumsy garments. After having been gone over 2 weeks, George Shannon appeared at last, riding through the rain, with only 1 horse. He had been lost and had almost starved, and the other horse had broken down. All were glad to see George again. But where now were the Teton Sioux? George reported that he had seen none. The last week in September a great smoke was sighted in the distance, and that night 3 Indian boys swam the river to enter the camp. They were Tetons from 2 villages a few miles above. "Give them some tobacco," directed Captain Lewis. "Tell them to say to their chiefs that we will hold a council tomorrow morning near the villages." On the way up, Reuben Fields, who had been hunting horseback, returned afoot and signaled to be taken aboard. He said that some Indians had stolen his horse while he was dressing an elk. "We," chirped Drouillard, "those Tetons have bad hearts. We best look sharp, or they take scalps too." "We mustn't let them have the idea they can plunder us," spoke Captain Lewis, reddening. "This leaves us without horses." "Aren't those several Indians on the bank ahead?" presently queried Captain Clark. Captain Lewis peered through his spyglass. "5 of them. We'll stop and hail them and hear what they have to say." "Do you think they're the fellows who stole your horse, Fields?" asked Captain Clark. "I can't tell, sir," answered Reuben. "I only had a glimpse of the thieves, and these Injuns mainly look alike, sir, till you get to know 'em." The 5 Indians on the bank stolidly waited, while the barge hove to, opposite. "Are they Tetons, Drouillard?" inquired Captain Lewis. "Oui," nodded Drouillard. "Des Tetons, eh, Cruzat?" "Mais oui," confirmed one-eyed Cruzat. "Big rascals." "All right. Tell them that some of their young men have stolen a horse from their great father at Washington, and we want it returned, or we'll hold no council. We're willing to be friends, but we aren't afraid of them." "I do not know much of the Sioux tongue, but I will try," engaged Drouillard. And by signs and a few words he delivered the message. The Indians consulted a moment together. Then one of them replied. "I think they say they have not seen a horse," translated Drouillard. "But if it is found, it will be returned." "I think so, too," added a funny Cruzat, although everybody was aware that he did not understand a word of Sioux. However, by the signs that were made, Peter would have interpreted the same as Drouillard. He and the Odo boys had practiced for hours, talking sign language. The boat stopped for the night off the mouth of a river on the left or the south. This night only a few men were allowed ashore to guard the cook fires. The remainder slept aboard the boats with their guns ready. The captains named the river Teton River, but it was soon renamed Bad River for a very good reason. In the morning everybody except the boat guards landed. The captains ordered the United States flag hoisted again on a pole, and the awning was stretched, as at the camp where the Otos had been entertained. All the soldiers ashore were formed in rank under arms, facing the flagpole and the canopy, and soon the Tetons came into council from their village 2 miles upriver. There were about 60 of them. They were not nearly so good-looking as the Yanktons, being smaller, with slim, crooked legs and lean arms, and eyes set over high cheekbones. The council did not pass off very satisfactorily, because Drouillard knew little Teton talk, and scarcely could make himself understood when he talked for Captain Lewis. Still, the head chief, Black Buffalo, was given a medal and a United States flag, and a red coat decorated with white lace and a cocked hat with red feather. The second chief, Tortohonka, or Partisan, and the third chief, Buffalo Medicine, were given medals and beads and tobacco. 2 warriors, Wazingo and Matakokepa, or Second Bear, also were rewarded. "What do you suppose those raven scalps signify?" asked George Shannon. For the 2 warriors wore each 2 or 3 raven skins fastened to their waists behind, with the tails sticking out, and on their heads was another raven skin, flattened with the beak to the fore. "Dey special soldier," explained Cruzat. "What you call marshal? Oui, dey boss. Obey nobody but chief." Then the captains took them all aboard the barge to show them the cannon and the air gun that shot 40 times, and other wonders. Captain Clark brought them ashore again in the red pirogue. No sooner had the cable been carried on shore to be held by Patrick Gass and Reuben Fields and George Shannon while the load was landed, and Captain Clark had stepped out. Then 3 of the Indians grabbed it, and Wazingo, the warrior, put his arms about the mast, as if to keep the boat there. Tortuhanga began to talk in a loud and angry voice. Captain Clark flushed. "What does he say, Peter?" he appealed, for Juilliard was on the barge and only Peter was near. When the 5 men had started to row the pirogue ashore, with the chiefs and Captain Clark, he had slipped in too. "The chiefs say you cannot go away till you give them more presents," translated Peter boldly, for he had picked up some Sioux words and he could read the gestures also. "What?" And Captain Clark was angry indeed. He had only 5 men, 2 in the boat and 3 ashore, but he was not afraid. "You tell him we will go on, and he cannot stop us. We are not squaws, but warriors. Our great father has medicine on those boats that will wipe out 20 Sioux nations." "The chief says he has plenty warriors too," interpreted Peter. And at that moment the chief sprang for Captain Clark. The warriors spread right and left, jerked arrows from quivers and fitted them to strung bows. Out whipped Captain Clark's bright sword, the long knife, and Chief Tortuhanga dodged. Captain Clark's face was redder than his hair. He acted like a great chief. "Watch out, Sergeant," he cried to Patrick Gass. "Rally on the boat. Never mind the rope. Face them and stand together, men." Captain Lewis's voice rang high and stern from the barge. Out of the white pirogue a dozen men splashed into the shallows and, wading and plunging, hastened to reinforce the red pirogue. Corporal Worthington and 6 St. Louis soldiers who had been sent along to help, as far as the Mandans, were with them. "Steady," warned Captain Lewis. "Look sharp, Will." And now the black muzzle of the cannon in the bows of the barge swung full at the shore. Behind it stood Gunner Alexander Willard with lighted match. This was enough. Head Chief Black Buffalo shouted an order, and his men left the cable and the pirogue and fell back. The medicine of the Great Father at Washington was, they realized, strong medicine. To show that he was not afraid and that he wished to be friendly, Captain Clark offered to shake hands with Black Buffalo and Partisan, but they surlily refused. So the captain laughed and ordered the red pirogue to return to the barge. Then Black Buffalo and Partisan and the warriors, Wazingo and Second Bear, ran after, through the water, and climbed aboard to go on the barge also. "Rather a close shave, Will," remarked Captain Lewis. "An instant more and I'd have helped you out with a round of grape." "They wish to try our mettle," smiled Captain Clark. "We were afraid the white chiefs would go on and not stop at our village to show our squaws and boys the Great Father's boats," alleged Chief Black Buffalo. "Tell him we are willing to be friends and will stop," directed Captain Lewis. "The soldiers of the Great Father do not fear the Sioux. If head chief, he not tell dat raven soldier to let go mast. He hung on till cut in little pieces," was saying Cruzat. In the morning the boats were moved up to the village, and Captain Lewis went ashore. Truly the redhead and the slim Captain Lewis were brave men. Peter was proud to have been by Captain Clark's side in the fracas. It was fine to be a United States. When Captain Lewis returned on board, he told Captain Clark that everything was all right, and the Tetons were waiting for the redhead. "You're a bigger man than I am, Will, after the stand you made yesterday," he laughed. And it seemed to be that way, for when Captain Clark landed he was met by 10 young warriors with a gaily decorated buffalo robe. They carried him upon it, and then bore him, sitting in it, to the council house. This was a great honor. "You next, Cap'n," ventured Patrick Gass. "There they are, back for ye, sir." "Be alert, Sergeant," bade the captain, as he vaulted from the barge into the pirogue. "They may appear friendly, but we mustn't take any chances. Don't let the men lay aside their arms for a minute, and keep them together." "Yes, sir, I will, sir," promised Patrick Gass. He was the oldest soldier in the company, and the captains relied upon him. Captain Lewis likewise was borne to the council house, and the men of the expedition, except the boat guards, marched after. The council lasted a long time, and was concluded with a feast of the dog meat from a pot, and of buffalo meat and hominy and ground potato. Buffalo meat was given to the white chiefs as a present. The Tetons claimed to be poor, but they weren't. This was a powerful and rich village, as anybody might see. Before the dance that had been planned for the evening, the men were permitted to roam about a little. Peter and Patrick Gass and their party discovered a string of scalps hanging from a pole, and a number of Omaha squaws and children who appeared very miserable. Peter talked with them a little. They were prisoners. The Tetons had attacked their village down the river, and had burned 40 lodges and killed 75 warriors. When dusk fell, the dance was started by the light of a fire in the middle of the council house. The Sioux warriors danced, and the Sioux women danced, but at midnight the captains told the chief that everybody was tired, and it was time to go to bed. The chief, he say, "Very well, now sleep. Tomorrow more Sioux come to talk with the Great Father. He want to stay," interpreted Droulard. "We will stay and see these other Sioux," answered Captain Lewis. "What do you think, Will?" "If you say so, Mern," replied Captain Clark. "But there's some trick in this. We mustn't be caught off guard, and of course we mustn't show that we're afraid either." But no visiting Sioux turned up, although the boats waited all day. At night another dance was given. "We in bad fix," asserted one-eyed Cruzat. "Those Teton, they keep us. I think they plan mischief. I wish we go on." Everybody was nervous. "Now I wonder if we're in for a fight," spoke Corporal Worthington. "Sure," said Patrick Gass. "We can lick 'em." Amidst the dusk ashore, while Peter, tired of the noise and dancing, was wandering a few steps, a low voice hailed him in Oto. "Hist! You, Oto?" It was one of the Omaha squaws. How could she have guessed that he had been an Oto? "No, white," responded Peter. "Tell your chiefs the Sioux are bad. They will not let the big boats go. They plan you a trick." "I will tell," responded Peter. "You speak Oto well." "I am Omaha, but I was in Oto village once. I saw you," and the squaw vanished. End of section 9. Section 10 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 6. The Captains Show Their Spunk. Peter believed that the Omaha woman spoke the truth. The captains ought to be told at once. But the dancing was still in progress in the lodge of Chief Black Buffalo, where sat the 2 captains and the chiefs, watching. A boy would not be admitted, so Peter sought out Sergeant John Ordway, who was in charge of the shore guard. John Ordway was not from Kentucky. He was from a place called New Hampshire, in the northeast of the United States. "You don't say," replied John Ordway when Peter had told him of the warning from the Omaha woman. "Well, anybody might suspect as much. I'll get word to the captains first chance." The dancing continued until late again. Peter curled in the bows of the waiting pirogue and went to sleep. He had done his duty and could trust to John Ordway. By the stars it was midnight when he awakened at the approach of the captains. They and 2 Indian guests and the guard clambered in, and the pirogue was rowed for the barge. The shore was silent and dark, but how alert were those Sioux! The pirogue ran against the anchor cable of the barge in the darkness and broke it. The barge was adrift. The captains cried loudly, ordering the oars to be manned, and the barge held until a cable could be passed ashore. And instantly the two Indians in the pirogue shouted excitedly in the Sioux tongue, summoning the village. "Here, quick!" they called. "To the boats, come!" The whole village burst into an uproar. The warriors poured forth to the water's edge. It was very plain that they feared the white men were leaving. The captains could pay little attention until a cable had been carried from the barge and fastened to a tree on the bank, and the barge pulled in out of the current. Then, "Ask Tuhanga, what's the meaning of all this alarm?" bade Captain Lewis tersely of Drouillard. Tuhanga was one of the two guests. "He say de Tetons fraid de Maha warriors have come up and attacked de boats of de Great White Father," interpreted Drouillard. "Nonsense," muttered Captain Lewis. And anybody might see how foolish was this excuse of the Tetons, that the Omahas would attack boats defended by guns, when the Sioux were the real enemies. After the village was quiet again, at least 60 Teton warriors remained there on the bank all night, ready for action. "I think," commented Drouillard, "maybe we have little trouble in morning." "We're in a bad box," quoth Sergeant Ordway. "Now we're tied up close to the bank under direct fire. We may have a hard time casting off." Strong guards were kept under arms on all the boats. There was little sleep. Both captains were constantly about, peering through the darkness and listening. Early in the morning the Tetons were assembled, and while Patrick Gass and a detail were dragging from a pirogue, trying to find the barge's anchor, several chiefs and warriors waded out to the barge and climbed aboard. The anchor could not be found. "Never mind," said Captain Lewis. "We'll go on without it. Send those fellows ashore, Will. Sergeant Pryor, take a squad with you and cast off that rope." The Indian visitors did not wish to go ashore, but Captain Clark ordered them pushed into the pirogue, which was to bear Sergeant Pryor and squad. Chief Black Buffalo still refused to go. Sergeant Pryor released the rope from the tree on the bank and returned. The sail on the barge was being hoisted, and at the instant laughter and shouts mingled, both ashore and from the boats. A number of the Sioux had sat upon the rope holding it. Captain Lewis flared into hot rage. "Take charge of the pirogues, Will," he ordered. "Down behind the gunwale, men. Advance your rifles. See that the priming's fresh. Ordway and Gass, stand to your swivel, Willard." And to Chief Black Buffalo, "My young men are ready for battle. If your young men do not release the rope, we will fire." "He say the young man want little more tobacco," translated Drouillard. "Tell him we have given all the presents that we're going to give," crisply answered Captain Lewis. "No, wait, here." And snatching a roll of tobacco, Captain Lewis threw it at Black Buffalo's feet. "Tell him there is his tobacco on the prairie. He says he is a great chief. Among the white men great chiefs are obeyed. If he is a great chief, let him order his young men to release that rope, and they will obey him. But we do not believe he is a great chief. He is a squaw, and the young men laugh at him." "Wah!" grunted Chief Black Buffalo when he heard. He seized the tobacco and leaped from the boat to surge for the shore. There he tumbled his young men right and left, snatched the rope and hurled it out into the water. "Go!" he bawled. Thus he proved himself to be the great chief. The soldiers cheered. The barge's sail caught the breeze. The barge moved. Just in time, Captain Clark leaped from the pirogue into which he had transferred and gained the gunwale and the deck. "Well done, Mern," he panted. "Golly," babbled York, "dat chief mighty brash when he gets started." The barge and the pirogues gained the middle of the river. Rapidly the Teton village was left behind. Patrick Gass waved his hat derisively. "Bad luck to yez," he said. "Sure, and if we'd stayed a minute longer, we'd have put your town into mourning. We're not so peaceful as we look." And he added, "The Ricaras next. We'll hope they be gentlemen. Anyhow, we have no horses left for them to stale." Just what was to be expected from the Aricas, nobody might say, but although they were warlike, they were thought to be not so mean as the Teton Sioux. The boat forged on, and the month became that of October. "How far to the Ricaras' villages, sir?" asked Captain Lewis of a trader named Valley, who came aboard the barge for a talk. "By river about 100 miles, Captain." From an excursion ashore, with Captain Clark and squad, York returned tremendously excited. "We done found one of dem white bars," proclaimed York. "Yessuh, me and Marse Will, oof." "Whereabouts, York? Where's his scalp? Did you get a shot at him?" Questions were volleyed thick and fast. York wagged his woolly head and rolled his eyes. "No, sah, didn't get no shot at him. We des seen his track in dem bushes yonder near de mouth of de river. Oof. Marse Will, he set the moccasin clear inside, and dat track had struck out all round. Spect dis child ain't got business with dem critters. Oof." "Yes," agreed George Shannon. "According to Drouillard, even the Indians won't tackle one of those white bears, except in a crowd of 6 or 8. And if we don't shoot him through the head or heart, he's liable to outfight them all. Before they go after him, they make big medicine, same as if they were going to war with a whole nation. He's special fond of black meat, too, I hear tell," slyly remarked John Thompson. York rolled his eyes and muttered. But the Kentuckians, some of whom had hunted with Daniel Boone, fingered their rifles eagerly and surveyed the low country at the mouth of the river, as if hoping to see York's monster stirring. The next day the first Arikara Indians came aboard from their lower village. Captain Lewis went with some of them to return the visit. He was accompanied back by Mr. Tabot and Mr. Gravelines, 2 French traders who lived with the Arikaras. Mr. Gravelines spoke the Arikara language. There were 3 Arikara villages, so that the captains ordered camp made on the north side of the river across from the villages. The Arikaras were tall, handsome people, much superior, thought Peter Gass and the rest of the men, to the Sioux. Chiefs Kakawisasa, or Lightning Crow, Fokassi, or Hay, and Piahitu, or Eagle's Feather, were introduced by Mr. Gravelines, and the camp soon filled with the Arikara warriors, and even squaws who rowed across the little skin boats of a single buffalo hide stretched over basket work. York held a regular reception, for he appeared to astonish the Arikaras as much as he had astonished the Sioux. "Hey, Marse Tabot," he called to the French trader. "Des tell dese people I's a bone will, and my young master done catched me when I was runnin' in de timber and tamed me. Tell 'em I used to eat people bones and all. I's a sort of gorilla." And thereupon York seized a thick stick and snapped it in his 2 hands, and howled and gritted his teeth. He was very strong, was York. "Huh?" grunted the Arikaras, respectfully falling back from him. "That will do, York," cautioned Captain Clark, trying not to laugh. But York, of much importance, thoroughly enjoyed himself. The Arikaras were splendid entertainers and exceedingly hospitable. "Most like white folks," asserted York. They did not beg as the Sioux had begged. They gave lavishly out of their store of corn and beans and dried squashes, and accepted thankfully the gifts from the Great Father. They would not drink any whiskey. "We are surprised that the Great Father should send us liquor to make fools of us," said Chief Lightning Crow. Their houses were built close together, of a willow frame plastered with mud, and were entered through a covered passageway that kept out of the wind. Around each village was a fence of close upright pickets for defense. They were well armed, too, with guns. When it came time, after the councils had been held, to leave the friendly Arikaras, all the men of the expedition hated to go. John Newman, who had enlisted in St. Louis, was the most outspoken. "Look here," he uttered boldly among his comrades at the last campfire. "Why should we go on, up to those Mandans? Why can't we spend the winter where we are? The Mandan village is nigh on 200 miles yet, and I'm tired of working my hands raw in this cold weather, hauling the boats over sandbars." "Orders be orders," reminded Patrick Gass. "And up to the Mandans we go, I'm thinking." "Not if we show a little spunk and say we want to stay," retorted John. "Whisht, now," cautioned Patrick. "Would ye spoil a good record, faith?" He added, "If the captain heard ye, he'll have ye on the carpet for mutiny, b'gorry." Captain Clark had strode hastily by, wrapped in his cloak. "It's mutiny you're talking," scolded Patrick Gass, "and I want no more of it." Captain Clark had heard, for at breaking camp in the morning John was placed under arrest and confined in the forecastle aboard the barge. That night at camp, 25 miles above the Arikara villages, a court-martial was held on the case of John Newman. He was found guilty of mutinous speech and sentenced to receive 75 lashes and be suspended from the company. The next noon the boats stopped in the rain at a sandbar in the middle of the river. Everybody was ordered out, and John was roundly whipped on the naked back with ramrods and switches. Chief Akita Nasha of the Arikaras, who was going with the expedition up to the Mandans to make peace between the Mandans and the Arikaras, squatted on the sandbar to watch. Evidently he did not understand, for he began to weep. "Why does Akita Nasha cry?" asked Captain Clark. Akita Nasha, who could speak some Sioux, explained to Drouillard, and Drouillard explained to the captain. "He say the Rikara they punish by death, but they never whip even the children. He weep for Newman. Tell him what the matter is, and that this is the white man's way of punishing disobedience," directed Captain Clark to Drouillard. Drouillard did, and reported. "He say maybe so, but 'mong Injuns to whip men make woman of dem. If these is white men way, all right. Men ought to obey their chiefs. Now aren't ye ashamed of yourself when even an Injun cries over ye?" reproved Patrick Gass of John Newman, who was painfully donning his shirt and coat. "Well, I am," admitted John. "I guess I deserve what I got. I don't harbor any grudge, and I'll do my duty." End of section 10. Section 11 of Opening the West. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 7. Snug in Winter Quarters. The weather had grown much colder, with squalls of snow and sleet and high winds. The wild geese were flying high, headed into the south, and the river, falling rapidly, was split with bars and narrow channels. When 2 weeks after the punishment of John Newman, the barge and the 2 pirogues anchored off the first of the Mandan villages, in the center of present North Dakota. 5 long months we've been traveling, and for 1,600 crooked miles, quoth Patrick Gass. Sure we desarve a bit of rest. Now, what will the Mandan say, I wonder? Did you see that young fellow who'd lost the halves of 2 fingers? queried George Shannon. Well, he'd cut 'em off on purpose because some of his relatives had died. That's the Mandan way of going into mourning. "'Twould be better to cut the hair, I'm thinking," said Pat. "The most of 'em need it, and hair'll grow again." The Mandans had swarmed aboard and were examining every object with much curiosity. They were an odd people, wrinkled and of low stature, many of the women with brown hair, but others with gray hair, which flared almost to the ground. However, their voices were gentle, and they brought gifts of corn and vegetables in earthen jars. Mr. Jessom, a French trader among them, also came aboard. So did a Scotchman named Hugh McCracken, from a British fur company post far north. "They're friendly, be they, Pierre?" asked Pat, of one-eyed Cruzat, who was hobbling past after a lively conversation with Mr. Jessom. "Oui," answered Cruzat, with a grimace of pain. "I think we stay and spend one winter. Dey glad. We protect dem against the Sioux. My poor leg, he carry me not further anyway." For Cruzat had the rheumatism in both knees. Reuben Fields was laid up with the rheumatism in his neck, and Captain Clark had been so bothered with a stiff neck that he could not move around until Captain Lewis had applied a hot stone wrapped in red flannel. "Hi," cackled Big York, strutting as usual. "Dese here Mandans done gif me name great medicine, Mr. McCracken say. Dey wants me for a chief." "There's coal in the banks yonder," spoke George Shannon. "See it, Peter?" "What is coal?" ventured Peter. "Black stuff, like a rock, that will burn." "It'll make fine fuel for my forge," put in John Shields, who was clever at fashioning things out of metal. "Expect I'll be busy all winter smithing, while you other fellows are hunting and dancing." The Mandan villages were 3 in number. There was a village of Manataries also, and a village of Arwakawas and Anahaways, Indians from neither Juilliard nor Crozet knew. "Ah, well now, belike there be plenty Injuns on ahead, too." "That ye never heard of," declared Pat. "Yes, and lots of other curiosities before we reach the Pacific Ocean." The head chief of all the Mandans was Paskapsahi, or Black Cat. The chief of the lowest village was Shahaka, or Big White. The chief of the second village was Raven Man. The chief of the Arwakawas was White Buffalo Robe. The chief of the Anahaways was Cherry on a Bush, or Little Cherry, but he was very old. The chief of the Manatary village was Black Moccasin, and the chief of the upper Mandan village across from the Manatary village was Red Shield. The 2 captains met in council with all the villages together, and smoked the pipe of peace and distributed gifts. During the speeches, old Cherry on a Bush, the Anahawe chief, rose to go because, he said, his son was on the war trail against the Shoshones, or Snakes, and his village was liable to be attacked. "Shame on you for an impolite old man," rebuked Shahaka, Big White. "Do you not know better than to show such bad manners before the chiefs from the Great White Father?" And poor Cherry on a Bush sat down, mumbling. The Arikara chief who had come up on the barge was well received. The Mandans promised to observe peace between the 2 nations. "We did not begin the war," they said. "We have been killing those Rees like we kill birds, until we are tired of killing. Now we will send a chief to them, with this chief of theirs, and they can smoke peace." Camp was made at a spot picked out by Captain Clark across the river, below the first Mandan village, and everybody not on guard duty was set at work erecting winter quarters. Captain Clark had charge of the camp, but Patrick Gass bossed the work. He was a carpenter. Axes rang, trees were felled, and under Patrick's direction were trimmed and notched to form the walls and roofs of the cabins. There were to be 2 rows of cabins, joined so as to make 4 rooms, below on each side, and 4 rooms above, entered by ladders. The walls were of hewn logs tightly chinked with clay, and the ceilings, 7 feet high, were of planks trimmed with adzes and covered with grass and clay to make a warm floor for the lofts. The roof slanted inward, which made the outside of the rows 18 feet high, so that nobody could climb over. Every downstairs room had a fireplace and a plank floor. The 2 rows met at one end and were open at the other, and across this opening was to be stretched a high fence of close, thick pickets, entered by a stout gate. The Mandans and their Indian friends marveled much at the skill of the white men, and at the strength of York, the great medicine. They admitted that these white men's houses were better even than the Mandan lodges, although the Mandan lodges were also of heavy timbers, plastered with earth, and banked with earth at the bottoms, had doors of buffalo hide and fireplaces in the middle. Mr. Jasam, the French trader, moved to the camp with his Mandan wife and child, and so did another French trader named Toussaint Charbonneau. He had 2 wives. One was very old and ugly, but the other was young and handsome. She was a Shoshone girl from far off. The Minnetaree Indians had attacked her people and taken her captive, and Charbonneau had brought her as his wife. She and the old wife did not get along together very well. Mr. Jasam and Charbonneau could speak the languages and were hired by the captains to be interpreters for the camp. "My young wife come from the Rock Mountains," said Charbonneau, who was a dark little man, his wrinkled face like smoked leather. "One time I was there. I trade with Minnetaree." "You never were over the mountains, Toussaint, were you?" asked Sergeant Pryor. "Me, Monsieur Sergeant?" And Toussaint shuddered. "My foi, my word, no. It is not ze possible. Up there, no meat, no grass, no trail, nothing but rock, ice, cold, and ze terrible savages out for ze scalp." The cabins were erected rapidly, for the cottonwood logs were soft and easily split. The first trees were felled on November 3, and on November 20 the walls were all in place. The men moved in before the roofs were put on, but buffalo hides were stretched over. The 2 captains occupied one cabin at the head of the angle, and 6 or 7 men were assigned to each of the other cabins. Sergeant Patrick Gass, Privates George Shannon, Reuben Fields, and Joseph Fields, who were great hunters, George Gibson, who played the violin, John Newman, who now was no longer mutinous, but worked with a will, and Peter formed one mess. Corporal Warfington and his 6 soldiers from St. Louis formed another. Drouillard, the hunter, and 5 of the French boatmen another. One-Eyed Cruzat and 5 other boatmen another, and so forth. Jasam and Charbonneau had erected their own lodges. It was high time that the cabins were completed. The weather turned very cold and windy, and ice floated in the river. The roofs were hastened, and the picket fence ought to be erected soon, for the Mandans were not yet satisfied with the presence of the white men. Black Cat and Big White were frequent visitors. One day, after Black Cat had spent the whole morning talking with the captains, Charbonneau reported the bad news. "Maybe now there is troubles," he uttered, as he sat toasting his shins at the fire in the Patrick Gass cabin. He had entered with a gay bonsoir, "Good evening, messieurs," and had brought a draught of icy air with him. "Maybe now there is troubles. What's the matter, Toussaint?" "I interpret for ze Black Cat and ze captains. Ze Black Cat say ze Sioux dey much enrage, cause ze Reese make ze peace with ze Mandan. Dey send ze word dat someday dey come up and take ze scalp of all ze Ree and ze Mandan and ze white soldier. Dey sorry dey not kill ze white soldier down river, for ze white soldier carry bad talk. Black Cat fear. He fear maybe ze Ree get scare and help ze Sioux, and he been told, too, that ze white soldiers build strong fort to stay and try to make slaves of ze Mandan, and soon ze whole country he be Sioux. That sounds like the British, remarked George Shannon. They naturally don't want the United States in here taking away their trade. They'd like to have us driven out. And what did the captain say? Inquired Patrick Gass. They say Black Cat must not open his ears to such talk, answered Toussaint. The United States speak only truth, and if the Mandan listens, the white soldiers will protect them against all their enemies. Black Cat say there been a council held, and the matter, and the Mandan will wait and see. Much was yet to be done before the fort was secure. The barge ought to be unloaded and its goods stored in the 2 store cabins. The men in the gas cabin spent their time evenings braiding a large rope of elk skin, by which the barge might be hauled up on the bank, farther out of the ice. Big White and Little Raven and other chiefs and warriors brought meat on the backs of their squaws. Big White's village was across the river, and he and his wife came over in their buffalo hide boat. She followed him to the fort, with 100 pounds of meat at a time on her back. She was delighted with the gift of a hand axe, with which to cut wood for the lodge fire. The captains presented the Mandan nation with an iron mill for grinding corn. This pleased the women. The weather turned warm, and Captain Lewis took a squad of men to pay a visit to the villages. Only one chief was unfriendly. He, named Ma-Pa-Pa-Pa Rapa Satu, or Horned Weasel, refused to see the captain at all. And we know the reason why, asserted Sergeant Pryor, who had been along. 7 traders of the British Northwest Company have just come down with dog sleds from the North Country and are giving out British flags and medals and telling the chief we aren't true men. When Mr. Francois Larocque, the captain of the traders, paid a visit to the fort, Captain Lewis informed him very strongly that the United States would not tolerate any flags and medals except those authorized by the President. This was now United States territory. This day, Sergeant Pryor dislocated his shoulder while helping to take down the mast of the barge. Now cold weather set in again, and the river was closed by ice. The snow fell for a day and a night, and lay 13 inches deep. But fortunately the roofs were on the cabins, the stone chimneys drew well, and there was plenty of meat and dried corn. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 8. Excitement at Fort Mandan. Ho! Hi! Hi-ho! It was the morning after Sergeant Pryor had hurt his shoulder, and the Northwest Company traders had been talked to by Captain Lewis. A bitterly cold morning, too, with a stinging north wind blowing across the snow and ice. The shrill call drifted flatly. Hi! Hi-ho! Sergeant of the Guard, summoned William Bratton, who, in beaver fur cap, buffalo fur coat, and overshoes and mittens, was walking sentry outside the opening of the 2 lines of cabins. Sergeant John Ordway came running. All the men stopped their after-breakfast tasks at the barge and in the street and in the timber to gaze and listen. On the opposite bank of the river, an Indian stood, wrapped in his buffalo robe, with his hands to his mouth calling. The river, frozen from shore to shore, was only 400 yards wide, and the voice carried clearly. "I don't know what he wants, but he wants something," informed Sentry Bratton. "Hi, hi-oh," and then signs and a jangle of Indian words. "He wants to talk with us," explained Peter, who read the signs to George Shannon. "Where's Charbonneau?" demanded Sergeant Ordway. "Here, Toussaint. What's he saying?" "Hi," called back Charbonneau, with lifted hand, and listened to the answer. "He say he have something very important to tell us, a long knife, and's a red head. He want to come over." The Indian crossed on the ice. The sergeant and Charbonneau accompanied him to the headquarters cabin at the head of the street. The Indian was not closeted there very long. Out from the cabin busted Sergeant Ordway again and hastened down to the barge. "Oh, gas! Here, you're to take 20 men, Pat, and go with Captain Clark. See that they're well armed and in marching order. The captain means business." "That I will," replied Pat, dropping his armful of supplies. "But, Gory, I hope it's a bit of a fight." "What's up, John?" queried half a dozen voices. "The Sioux have tried to wipe out a party of Mandans down to the southwest, and Big White's afraid the village is going to be attacked. So now's the time for us to help Big White and show these Mandans our hearts are good." "Hooray!" cheered Pat. "All right." Out from the headquarters cabin strode Captain Clark in his furs and buckling his sword about his waist outside of his buffalo overcoat. Usually he did not wear his sword. He was known as the Redhead. Captain Lewis was known as the Long Knife because he was really without his sword. Behind Captain Clark came Charbonneau, and York, a grin, carrying his rifle, and looking indeed like a black buffalo. Peter thrilled. He was wild to go himself. He ran after Pat and clutched him by his skirt. "I go, Pat." "But no orders of mine, bedad," rebuked Pat. "Oh, now," he added, "sure it's the Irish blood in you. And if you snake after, and the cabin doesn't see you, I'll not send you back. But you can't go further in the village. Mind that." "York can go, I can go," asserted Peter. For York was no soldier either, although sometimes he pretended to be. So Peter ran to York. "You get out, boy," rebuked York, strutting about while the men were being formed at Sergeant Pat's sharp orders. "Disarm-moi. Dis am very serious business," when Captain Will done buckle on his sword. "Yes, sir. Tain't no place for chillin'." "Did Captain Clark say you could go?" challenged Peter. "'Twant necessitous, child," retorted York. "Mars Will gwine to cure all us soldiers. I got to take care of old Mars Will. He can't get along without York. I raised him from a baby." But when the little column pressed forward, Captain Clark and Charbonneau, the interpreter, in the lead, Sergeant Pat conducting the double file of men, and York toiling behind, Peter trotted at the heels of York. York glanced over his shoulder and grunted. "Ah, Spake you think you going to help carry Mars Will's scalps." The ice was firm and snow-covered. Captain Clark led straight across. No sounds except the barking of dogs issued from the side of the Big White village above. The Sioux had not yet attacked. Not an Indian was to be seen. In the distance before, the smoke from the lodges streamed in the wind. The captain made a half circuit of the village and entered it on a sudden from the land side. At the approach of the little company, the Mandan dogs barked furiously. Women screamed. The village seemed to be alarmed. But Chief Big White and Chief Ohina, a captive Cheyenne, and Chief Shotaharara or Cole issued to see what was the matter. "We've come to protect our friends the Mandans," announced Captain Clark. "The redhead chief is welcome," bade Big White, breathless, for he was rather fat. his hair, pure white, bushed out all around his head. Let my brothers come to the council lodge. Peter had done well to stick by York, for York was great medicine, and of course was gladly admitted into a council. Peter sidled in beside him. If he had tried to get in alone, the chiefs would have ordered him out. Councils were no places for boys. Captain Clark made a speech. "We have heard that the Sioux have not kept our peace talk in their hearts," he said, "but have attacked our friends, the Mandans, and have stained the prairie with blood. So we armed at once and are here to lead the Mandan warriors against the Sioux and punish them for their treachery." "Wah!" grunted the chiefs and warriors, approving. They spoke together in their half-circle a few minutes. And Ohinaw, or Big Man, the Cheyenne, arose and dropped his robe to answer. "We see now," said Big Man, "that what you have told us before is true. When our enemies attack us, you are ready to protect us. But, Father, the snow is deep, the weather is very cold, and our horses cannot travel far. The murderers have gone off. In the spring, when the snow has disappeared, if you will conduct us, we will follow you to the Sioux and the Ricaras with all our warriors." When the council dispersed, the Mandans were in a very good humor. Chief Big White accompanied Captain Clark back to the river and hugged him at parting. "We love our white fathers," he declared. "My village has been weeping night and day for the young man slain by the Sioux. But now my people will wipe their eyes." Across the ice, Captain Clark marched his men to the fort again. "Huh," grumbled York. "Those Mandans, they ain't going to fight when time too comfortable to fight." "Sure, I think that was just a Mandan trick to try our mettle," asserted Patrick Gass. "The Mandans now are heap friends," assured Druliad. Colder grew the weather until at the close of the first week in December, the mercury of the thermometer stood at 10 above zero. The earth was freezing so rapidly that the men had hard work to set the pickets of the fence, which was to enclose the open end of the fort. Now on the morning of December 7th, Patrick Gass paused in his work of aligning the fence stringers to which the pickets were being spiked, and swung his arms and puffed. His breath floated white in the biting wind. He had peeled his overcoat and was working in his flannel shirt. Shahaka, the Mandan chief, shuffled businesslike through the opening left for the gate. He was muffled from chin to ankles in a buffalo robe, and above it protruded his bushy white hair, framing his solemn but good-humored wrinkled face. "Top of the morning to you, Big White," hailed Pat. "What's the good news this fine day?" "Oh," grunted Big White, scarcely checking his stride. "We're redhead, long knife, heap buffs," and he passed on. "Hooray!" cheered Patrick Gass. "Buffalo, does he say?" Suddenly, through the thin air drifted a distant medley of shrill shouts across the river. "Listen," bade Cruzat. "They hunt buffalo. The buffalo have come out of the prairie." The uproar increased. Shahaka had disappeared in headquarters, but out burst York and Chabonneau and Jassoum, armed and running for horses. Out issued Captain Clark and Shahaka, followed by Captain Lewis. Baptiste Lepage, a new interpreter, yelled in French to Jassoum, and Jassoum excitedly answered. "Grand buffalo hunt," proclaimed Baptiste, running also. "Everybody hunts a buffalo." Tools were dropped, but Captain Clark's voice rang clearly. "Pryor!" "Yes, sir." "Take a dozen men who aren't otherwise engaged and join the Indians across the river in that buffalo hunt. Get all the meat you can. Use what horses you need, but don't wait for me." "Yes, sir. I will, sir." And rejoiced. Sergeant Pryor, whose arm had healed, called off the names as he bustled hither-thither. "Arrah!" mourned Patrick Gass. "That leaves us out, fellows." "Not otherwise engaged," said the captain. "And here we are with our fence not finished." Captain Clark and Chief Big White were hurrying for the river and the village beyond. "Don't you want your rifle, Will?" called Captain Lewis after. "No, man. I'll hunt as the Indians do. We'll beat them at their own game." Already the Sergeant Pryor detachment were mounting. There were scarcely horses enough to go around, for only enough had been hired from the Mandans to supply the regular hunters. "There are more at the village, lads," called Captain Lewis. The men without mounts went running, plodding, laughing across the snowy ice for the village. York was pressing after the captain and the chief. He carried a rifle and had a large knife belted around his soldier's overcoat. Peter delayed not, but scurried too. "I stay by Marse Will," was declaring York. "We showed them Injuns." In mid-river, the sounds from the hunt were plainer. To thud of hooves, the squad under Sergeant Pryor raced past with a cheer and flourish of weapons. At the village, the squad afoot were met by squaws holding ponies. A young squaw who had frequently smiled on York tendered him the hide rope of a splendid black. "Great medicine heap kill 'em," she urged. "Oh, they all like York," chuckled York, scrambling abroad. The other men were grabbing ropes and mounting. A very old and ugly squaw with a spotted pony yelped at Peter, who knew better than to push forward, and signed. She thrust the pony's thong at him. "Boy, go," she cackled, grinning toothless. She signed, "Wait," and shuffled away fast. All the men except Peter and York left, hammering their ponies with their overshoes in haste to join the fray. Yonder, about a mile, a snowdust hung in the wind, and under it black figures plunged and darted. Reports of firearms boomed dully. Captain Clark and Chief Shahaka had disappeared in the chief's lodge, before which stood a squaw holding 2 horses. Peter's squaw came trotting back with a bow and quiver of arrows. Grinning, she extended them to Peter and signed, "Go, shoot." Peter thankfully accepted, slung the quiver at his waist, strung the bow. He never had killed a buffalo, but he had shot rabbits. Now he would kill a buffalo. The bow was a strong little bow, but after these weeks of work, he had a strong little arm. "Golly," chuckled York, "Captain Clark done got a bow too." But the captain and Shahaka had emerged from the chief's lodge. Shahaka was muffled in a buffalo robe. So was the captain. He had shed his overcoat and his cap, had bound about his brow a scarlet handkerchief, Indian fashion, and his red hair flowed loose to his shoulders. He carried a bow. Doubtless underneath his robe was the quiver. As quick as the chief, he snatched the hide rope from the squaw's willing fingers and vaulted upon the pony's back, and he and Big White pounded off together. "Come on, boy," bade York, and he and Peter launched in pursuit. "Never mind me," York yelled the captain over his shoulder. "I'll take care of myself. This gray is the best buffalo horse in the village." "Marse Will done been brung up by Dan'l Boone," explained York to Peter. "Yes, sir, done shot with bow and arrow, too. Back in old King Tuck. Regular Injun, Marse Will is." The Indian ponies were saddled only with a buffalo hide pad, from which hung thong loops, into which the rider might thrust his feet if he wished. Peter could not reach the loops, and the ponies were bridled only with a single thong, which looped around the lower jaw. But Peter had ridden in this fashion many a time before. York clung like a huge ape. To ride bareback was nothing new to him. Before, the captain sat as if glued fast. Shahaka could sit no firmer than the redhead. The breeze was keen, whistling past one's ears and stinging one's cheeks. But see, the buffalo! There were hundreds in a writhing, surging, scampering, bewildered mass. They had come out of the sheltered bottoms to feed in the open, and the Indians had espied them. Now around and around them sped the Indians, yelling, volleying arrows, stabbing with lances, working with the mass. cutting out animals and pursuing them to the death. The hunters from the fort were at work also. Guns puffed little clouds, which mingled with the greater cloud of snow. Here and there were lying buffalo carcasses, reddening the snow. The captain and Shahaka, and then Peter and York began to pass some, and the bloodstains were frequent. Before, other buffalo were staggering or whirling and charging. Indians on their ponies dodged and plied their arrows. Peter glimpsed one-eyed Cruzat and Chabanel. They could hardly be told from the Indians, so cleverly they managed their ponies. Sergeant Pryor had been thrown and was running afoot, a great bull after him. Ah! Chief Shahaka whooped shrilly and dropped his buffalo robe about his thighs. Captain Clark dropped his and laid arrow on bow. Their ponies quickened as if understanding. "Go on, you horse, go on," implored York, hammering his black mount. The spotted pony also leaped eagerly. With a loud shout, Captain Clark charged straight at Sergeant Pryor's bull. The gray horse bore him close alongside, on the right, the proper place. When even with the bull, the captain drew bow, clear from hand to shoulder, loose string, and the arrow, swifter than sight, buried to the feathers just back of the bull's foreleg. The stung bull jumped and whirled, unraced the gray horse, and wheeled. The bull, his head down, lunged for him, and the gray horse sprang aside. The bull forged past. The captain was ready with another arrow. Twang! Thud! The gray horse leaped again to follow up. But the great bull halted, faltered, drooped his head. His tail twitched and lashed. Still his head slowly drooped. He straddled and began to sink. "Catch your horse, Pryor, quick," ordered the captain. "You can't hunt afoot." And before the bull's body had touched the snow, he was away again, in the wake of the frantic herd, his red hair flaming on the wind. "First kill for Mars will," jubilated York. He and Peter scarcely had time to check their horses. "He done beat Big White. Come on, boy." In a twinkling all was confusion, a buffalo bellowing, fleeing, charging, of horsemen shouting, pursuing, dodging, shooting, of flying snow and blood and streaming breaths and reek of perspiring bodies. Peter speedily lost York. He lost Shahaka and Captain Clark, but occasionally he sighted them, now separated, now near together as if they were rivals. He lost everything but himself and pony and the buffalo. He shot too. He saw his arrows land. He left wounded buffalo behind and chased others, and ever and again he saw the red hair of the captain. The captain was in his buckskin shirt. Shahaka was in buckskin. Many of the Indians rode half naked. Excitement kept them warm. Peter felt no cold through his buckskin and his flannel shirt. He had been more thinly clad in the Oto village and was used to weather. But bitter was the wind nevertheless, and the wounds of the prone buffalo almost instantly froze. The chase had proceeded for a mile, and on a sudden Chief Big White, from a little rise in a clear space, shouted high and waved his robe. It was the signal for the hunt to cease. The turmoil died, the frightened herd rushed on, and the horsemen dropped behind to turn back. The squaws from the village already had been at work with their knives, cutting up the dead buffalo. They must work fast on account of the cold. They carefully pulled out the arrows and laid them aside, so that it might be told to whom that buffalo belonged. The arrows of each hunter bore his mark, in paint on the shaft or the feathers. Captain Clark rode in, panting and laughing with Shahaka. His quiver was empty, his buffalo horse frost-covered from eyebrows to tail. Shahaka treated him with great respect, and so did the other Indians. "They say de Redhead one great chief. He ride and shoot like Injun," exclaimed Chabanel, as the company from the fore assembled. "Mars will kill more buffalo than all the rest of them put together," prated York. "Only he done run out of berries. Then He tried to choke him with his hands. 5 buffalo were credited to the captain. His arrows were in them. 5 more were credited to the soldiers, who had been hampered by their unsaddled horses and by the big overcoats. York claimed 3 of the 5, but nobody could believe York. The interpreters, Charbonneau and LePage and Jassoum, had made their own kills for their families. "How many do you claim, Peter?" inquired the captain with a smile. "The old squaw who gave me the horse and bow, she owns what I kill," answered Peter carefully. For there she was, cutting up a fat cow from which one of Peter's arrows protruded. Peter rode over to her. "Mine," he signed proudly. But she only grinned and shook her head and pointed to his pony and his bow. Then she handed one of his arrows to him. "Keep," she said. "Keep bow. Make big hunter." Understanding, Peter rode away. There seemed to be plenty of meat, but a good bow and quiver was a prize, so he was willing to trade. End of section 12. Section 13 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 9, Peter Wins His Spurs. To 21, and then to 38 below zero dropped the thermometer. The captains forbade the men to venture far from the fort, and the sentinels were relieved every half hour. The air was so filled with ice haze that 2 suns seemed to be shining. Of course, not much work could be done out of doors in such weather. However, with the first warm spell at 20 above, Pat, the boss carpenter, hustled his squad to complete the fence. Lustily chopping with broadaxes, they rapidly turned out pickets that were 2 feet wide, 4 inches thick, 12 feet long, and sharpened at both ends. These were set up right in a shallow ditch and spiked, edge against edge, to the stringers. Finally, Pat swung the heavy gate to and fro on its leathern hinges. It closed perfectly, and the bar that fastened it dropped easily into place. That was the last touch, and Pat heaved a sigh of relief. "'Tis a job well done, lads," he complimented. "And just in time. Tomorrow we celebrate." "Why, Pat?" queried Peter. "Sure, ain't tomorrow Christmas?" rebuked Pat. "That's a new one to you, maybe." And Peter must have Christmas explained to him. Yes, the captains had decided to celebrate. They instructed Charbonneau to tell the Mandans that on the morrow the white men were to have a great medicine day, and that no Indians should come near. That night in the mess cabin, Patrick Gass passed another word. "It's all he is up early in the morning, boys," he said. "We'll wake the captains with 3 rounds, so they'll know we've not forgot." And he winked. In his bunk, Peter was roused with a jump amidst the grayness by a thunderous noise. He sprawled to the floor. He heard a voice giving sharp orders, and before he could reach the door, there was another thunder. Had the Sioux come? No, it was Christmas, and the celebration had begun. He opened the door. Powder smoke wafted into his nostrils. The men had formed 2 lines down the middle of the street. Their rifles were leveled, and whang! They all spoke together. "Hooray!" now the men cheered. "Christmas Day in the morning," shouted Pat, waving his cap. The door of the captain's cabin opened, and the captain stood gazing out, York's black face peering over their shoulders. "Merry Christmas to you, sirs," welcomed Pat with a bow and a scrape. "It's only welcome in the day we are, and christening the flag with a bit of powder." For from the flagstaff in the street floated the United States flag. "Very good," approved Captain Lewis. "Merry Christmas to each of you. You may dismiss the men for the day, Sergeant." What a jolly day this day of Christmas proved to be. Nobody worked. Everybody was merry. After breakfast in the best hall, which was a cabin with a table down the center seating 20 on the side, and a huge fireplace at one end, and a lot for the cooks and their supplies. The table was moved. One-eyed Cruzat and George Gibson turned their fiddles, and the men danced and capered. There was a big dinner of juicy meat, stewed corn, stewed dried pumpkin, with plum pudding at the close. The captains were present in uniform. There was more dancing and storytelling. Not until late at night was the fort quiet. All the Indians had kept away. Thus was passed Christmas Day, 1804, at this first United States fort west of St. Louis, 1,600 miles up the River Missouri, in the center of a North Dakota yet to be named. "When do we have another Christmas, George?" asked Peter eagerly. "Not for a long time, Peter," laughed George. "Christmas comes only once a year." For you see, Peter had a great deal to learn. Now Fort Mandan settled down to a winter routine. The United States flag floated. The swivel cannon from the barge had been planted in the street, its muzzle commanding the entrance. Just outside the gate, a sentry constantly paced by day. Another sentry walked to beat on the top of a mound of earth that half circled the rear of the fort and banked the storerooms against the cold. John Shields, the blacksmith, established his forge, and that also was great medicine. The Indians crowded about to watch the bellows fan the charcoal into ruddy heat. Even the interpreters were astonished when John set to work. "Ma foi!" exclaimed Toussaint Charbonneau. "I go get my squaw's kettle. She have one hole in him." Away he ran and returned with Sacagawea, bringing her kettle. A gentle little woman was the girlish Sacagawea, or bird woman, of the far distant Snake Nation. Everybody was fond of her. John Shields willingly took the kettle and patched the hole in it, and beaming with smiles the bird woman hastened to put it on her fire again. But the wife of Jesum had a kettle which could not be mended, and very indignant and jealous, she left the fort with her kettle and her children, and went across the river to her own people. "Huh," said Jesum, shrugging his shoulders. "She be so bad, guess I get not a wife." John Shields not only mended kettles for the women, but he mended the battle axes and tomahawks of the men. From scraps of sheet iron and tin, he manufactured a marvelous variety of articles: hide scrapers, punches, arrow points, and occasionally a whole battle axe. For these, the Indians from the villages traded corn and beans and dried pumpkins, so that John proved to be a valuable workman. William Bratton and Alexander Willard sometimes helped him, and as they were gunsmiths too, they repaired the rifles of the expedition and the few fusils of the Indians. The weather blew warm and cold again. There were hunting excursions, and on January 1st, 1805, which, Peter learned, was called New Year's, there was another celebration like that of Christmas. "The Mandan, they request we pay a visit to their village and show the squaw and boys how the white man dance," informed Charbonneau in the morning after a call from Big White. So the captains gave permission for Cruzat and George Gibson to take their violins, and for York and Patrick Gass and a dozen others to go and entertain the village of Big White. They traipsed gaily across the river and in the lodge of Chief Black Cat, who lived at this village, Francois Labiche, one of the boatmen from Cahokia, opposite St. Louis, danced on his head to the music of the two fiddles, and thereby greatly astonished the Indians. The village rewarded the dancers with buffalo robes and corn, and that evening head chief Black Cat brought to the fort another quantity of meat packed on his wife's back. Let the white medicine dancers visit our other villages, or there will be jealousy, he urged. I will have no more hair, complained Francois Labiche. 40 below zero sank the thermometer. John Newman froze his feet so badly that he was unable to walk in, and a rescue party with horses was sent to get him. Captain Clark, with Charbonneau as guide, led a hunting party downriver, with the thermometer 18 below. Charbonneau returned alone to say that Captain Clark had obtained some meat, but that the horses could not carry it on the slippery ice. Your wife is ill, Charbonneau informed Captain Lewis, and Charbonneau rushed for his lodge. Forth he darted again. My wife, she very sick, he cried, wringing his hands. What's all I do? I fear she die. My poor Sacagawea. My poor Sacagawea. I'll try to tend to her, Toussaint, said Captain Lewis, and got out the medicine chest. But all that night and part of the next day, the groans of the little bird woman could be heard. There was one remedy I hear of, spoke Toussaint. I sorry my wife left, but sometime the Injun give the rattle of the rattlesnake. Let's try that then, bade Captain Lewis. So the captain broke open the specimen bales in the storeroom and found a dried rattlesnake skin. With Charbonneau jumping about imploringly, he crumbled 2 of the rattles into water, and this the suffering blurred woman drank. Everybody at the fort was interested. Soon from the lodge of Charbonneau issued a new sound, a feeble, shrill, piping wail. But the groans of Sacagawea had ceased. Out again darted Charbonneau, his leather face beaming. One fine boy, he shouted, capering. It is all right. One fine boy. I think he looked like me. The next day, which was February 12th, the hunting party returned, having left their meat in a pen to protect it from the wolves. I have the honor to announce a new recruit, Captain, reported Captain Lewis, saluting Captain Clark, a twinkle in his eyes. What's his name, Mern? Charbonneau? Demanded Captain Clark, smiling broadly, with cold, reddened face. He is little Toussaint, proclaimed Charbonneau. One fine boy who looks so handsome as me. Begorry, uttered Sergeant Pat. An addition to our number, is it? Faith, he has good lungs, but I thought it was a weasel chasing a rabbit. The next morning 4 men and 3 horses to haul sleds were sent down to get the meat, but at evening they came back empty-handed. 100 Sioux had robbed them. Captain Lewis set out at sunrise to punish the robbers. Only 3 or 4 Mandans went. Chief Black Cat said that his young men were out hunting, and the villages had few guns, so his people could not help the white soldiers. Captain Lewis was gone 6 days. He did not overtake the Sioux, but he brought up the meat, part of it on a sled drawn by 15 men. Mr. Gravelines, the trader, arrived from the Arikara Nation. The Sioux sent word by the Arikaras that they would hereafter kill the white soldiers whenever they caught them. But nobody at the fort minded these threats. February slipped into March, and all thoughts were turned upon the onward journey as soon as the river opened. The thermometer rose to 40 above zero. A flocks of ducks were seen, flying upstream. The first sign, quoth Sergeant Gass. The weather was open and shit, as said Pat, with wind, sunshine, and snow flurries, but the ice in the river began to move a little, another sign of spring. The captains decided that the barge was to be sent back to St. Louis with the specimens and the Corporal Worthington squad and other extra men. Under the direction of Captain Clark and Patrick Gass, the carpenter, boat timber was cut, and small pirogues or canoes were built to take the place of the barge. John Shields was busy all the days long, making battle axes to trade for a fresh supply of corn. The storeroom was ransacked, and the clothing and such damp stuff was hung out to dry. Great strings of geese and swans and ducks passed, northward bound. The rising river burst into a channel. Down it floated ice cakes, carrying buffalo, elk, and deer. The Indians, running out across the firm ice, killed them with spears. The canoes were finished and brought out of the timber, and to the bank at the fort. All hands were put at work loading. This was an anxious time for Peter. Was he to be sent down with the barge, or was he to be taken on with the captains and Pat and all? "I go," announced Charbonneau. "I engage as one interpreter for the journey to the Rocky Mountains and the salt ocean. I take my young wife and my baby, but I leave my old wife." "Do I go, Pat?" queried Peter. "Well, now, I don't know," drawled Pat, pausing to wink at Toussaint. "And what would we do with a boy, yonder up amongst the white bear and the two-headed Injuns? For I hear there be giants wearing two heads on their shoulders. Sure, they'd eat a boy with only one of their mouths." "I hunt," asserted Peter. "Would you kill bear and buffalo with a bow and arrow?" teased Pat. "Ain't we got Drouillard and Fields and the captains and meself all handy with the gun?" "I show you, Pat," exclaimed Peter. 2 steps he made and grabbed his bow and quiver, where they were lying on the gunwale of the barge. The quiver was full of iron-pointed arrows, which John Shields had equipped for him. Out he ran upon the ice of the river. His quick eye had noticed a black object floating down the channel aboard a floe. No Indian was after it yet. He would show that he was as good a hunter as any Indian. Buffalo? Elk? Deer? Wah! It was crouching, and he could not yet tell. But fast he ran in the slush, dodging air holes, and with the ice weaving and bending beneath him. Suddenly, as he approached, heading off the floe, the creature stood. It was no buffalo, or elk, or deer. It was a bear. Wah again, also hooray. Voices were shouting at him to turn back. But no, he would not turn back, even for a bear. He was a hunter. He ran faster, because he was afraid that some of the men would come with guns. He reached the edge of the channel. The bear stiffened, lowered its head, and bristled, showing every fang. No white bear was it, evidently. It was a brown bear, but an old one, large and cross. Below, a few yards, the channel narrowed. The floe might lodge there, or the bear be enabled to spring from it to the other ice. Peter must act quick. He knelt and bent his bow, drew the arrow clear to the iron point, so that his arm holding the bow was straight, and the hand of the other arm was against his shoulder. That was the way to shoot. The bear was right in front of him, balancing on the ice cake. Twang, thud. The arrow struck true, was buried to the feathers where the bear's neck met shoulder. Now another. Up reared the bear, roaring and clawing, and the floe swerved in toward the channel's edge. Peter, in his haste to pluck a second arrow, string it and launch it, slipped and fell sideways, and on the instant the floe had touched the channel edge, where the channel narrowed. Roaring, the bear had sprung ashore, and roaring he was coming, the arrow feathers dripping red and his tongue dripping red, and crimson froth slathering his open jaws. The bristles on his back were full 6 inches high. All this Peter saw in a twinkling. He had time only to launch his arrow, but he took good aim, there on his knees. Whang, thud! His second arrow landed near the first, and away he ran. From the bank at the fort, men, both white and red, were running too, running to help him. They waved their arms and weapons, shouted loudly. Peter changed his course. They should not help him. He would show Pat and the captains and everybody what he could do. He glanced over his shoulder. The bear was close. A bear could easily outrun a boy or a man, and for a short distance, a horse. Aside leaped Peter, digging in his moccasined heels for foothold in the soft spot. Another arrow was on the bowstring. With scratching of claws and furious growl, the bear slid past. But Peter had turned in a flash, and while turning had drawn his bow. Whang, thud! The arrow sank almost out of sight in the bear's ribs, forward where the heart should be. Hooray! Cheered the shouting men. The blow had knocked the bear down. He went sliding in a struggling heap. Now he roared indeed, and twisting his head, bit at the arrow. Up he rose, sighted Peter, and on he came. Peter lost a moccasin. His foot slipped. He stood his ground, held his breath, and took very careful, cool aim, bending his bow till it quivered in his grasp. A moment more, and the bear would rear to strike him, and he loosed the taut string. The arrow struck the bear right in the nape of the burly neck. His head was low, bear fashion, and Peter had taken the chance. Down sprawled the bear, as if smitten by lightning, but the arrow point had cut his spine. He shivered and was still. The 4 feathered ends jutted from his hide. He was a dead bear. Glory be, panted Sergeant Pat, arriving. And you did it all by yourself. But sure, I thought I'd see you eaten up entirely. Ha, grunted Little Raven, second Mandan chief, prodding the lax, furry carcass with his spear. Heap boy, make big hunter. All together they dragged the bear at the end of Pat's belt to the barge. Peter, of course, said nothing, but when Captain Clark clapped him roundly on the shoulder, and Captain Lewis said, "Well done, Peter," he knew that he stood a good chance of being taken upriver. The long knife was not much given to idle words, but he appreciated deeds. The bear proved to be very old, very thin, with tusks worn to stubs. Hunger had driven him out of his winter hole early. The hair of his hide was loose. Nevertheless, he was a large specimen. "We'll send his head to the president," remarked Captain Lewis to Captain Clark. "No such bear as this can be found in Virginia or Kentucky." End of section 13.
Section 14 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 10. The Kingdom of the White Bears. April was ushered in by a great thunderstorm of rain mingled with hail. That speedily cleared the river. The rotted ice went swirling down, and soon from bank to bank the Missouri was free. "The trail is open," said old Cruzat. "How far to the Rock Mountains, Pat?" asked Peter. "Another 1,000 miles, I hear tell, and after that another 1,000 miles to the big ocean." "How do we get over the mountains, Pat?" Pat scratched his carroty thatch and reflectively rubbed his stubbled chin. "Faith, then I don't know. Trust to the commandin' officers, I guess. That's the proper way for soldiers. We'll find a gate somewheres. There'll be some tremenjous falls to get around first, say the Injuns." "Sacagawea know," proudly asserted Chaboneau. "Her peoples live there in the mountains, beyond those falls. She speaks the snake tongue." "I gwine to kill one of dem white bars," boasted York. All the fort was in a fever of impatience. The downriver men to be on their way back to the United States, as they expressed it; the upriver men to be on their way into a new country never explored by Whitefoot. Long letters were being scrawled for the folks at home, telling them of the past year's adventures. Captain Lewis was busy preparing his report to the president. Captain Clark was laboring nights by firelight, putting final touches on a map of the Missouri, based upon a ruder map sketched by Little Raven, the Mandan, with charcoal on a buffalo hide. Baptiste Lepage and Chaboneau helped. for they also had been many days' travel westward, trading with the Cheyenne and the Minnetarees. Only John Newman was sad at heart. Captain Lewis had decreed that he be returned to St. Louis at the first opportunity. The opportunity was near. John pleaded to be permitted to go on with his comrades. He wanted to make good. Already he had showed that he was repentant of his brief bad conduct. Had he not worked faithfully and even frozen his feet? Captain Clark might have yielded to him, but Captain Lewis was sterner. "No, John," he said again, "I must make an example of you. I cannot run the risk of any more mutinous talk. We have 2,000 miles before us, and the party must all work together. You will return to St. Louis on the barge. Later, if your good conduct continues, I will request the President to overlook your offense, and you will be granted an honorable discharge." "Yes, sir," replied John Newman, saluting. "But it's pretty tough, sir. I'd rather take another licking, sir." However, in time, John did receive honorable discharge, and was granted the 320 acres of land, and the extra pay allowed to the other men. April 7th was the day for breaking camp. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the boats loaded and manned, the barge for down river, the 6 canoes, and the 2 pirogues for up river were being held at the bank, waiting only for the captain's orders. "Ready, barge?" called Captain Lewis. John Newman gripped the last of the hands extended to him by his former comrades, and clambered aboard. He and 5 of the Corporal Worthington privates from St. Louis were the guard. The 6th private, Moses B. Reed, was being returned as a prisoner, for he had attempted to desert with his musket and other government equipment. Corporal Worthington was in command. Trader Gravelines was the pilot. 2 French boatmen were the crew. Chief Brave Raven and 2 other Arikaras, who had accompanied Mr. Gravelines up from the Arikara village, also were aboard. They were going on to Washington to see their great white father. For President Jefferson were being sent Captain Clark's journal and map, and Captain Lewis's report to this very date, and many hide and wooden boxes of specimens and trophies, 2 stuffed antelope, a white weasel pelt entire, squirrels that had been brought by the Minnetarees clear from the Rocky Mountains, dried prairie dogs, mountain sheep and elk and deer horns, a painted buffalo robe picturing a battle of Mandans and Minnetarees against Sioux and Arikaras, a beautiful shield made and decorated by Chief Black Cat, especially for the great white father, Peter's bear head, a yellow bear hide and other furs, Indian shirts and leggings and moccasins, a Mandan bow and battle axe, and even an ear of the red Mandan corn, and 3 cages containing a live ground squirrel, a prairie hen, and 4 magpies. Not until 10 months later did these wonders arrive at Washington. "All ready, sir," responded Corporal Worthington to the captain. "Give way." Out pushed the barge. Captain Lewis drew his sword. "Present, ready, fire!" he shouted, and every rifle of canoes and pirogues cracked in a volley. "For the United States," murmured Patrick Gass. "Arrah, but good luck to 'em!" Then into the white pirogue sprang Captain Lewis. "Give way!" he cried, standing beside Captain Clark, and out were shoved the 8 boats together. Captain Lewis nodded at Gunner Willard. "Boom!" spoke the swivel cannon in farewell to the shore. Shahaka and other Indians had come over in skin canoes to bid the Long Knife and the Red Head good-bye. They stood and gazed and made no sign. They would wait and take care of the White Father's fort. "We'll be back," declared the buoyant George Shannon as he bent to an oar. "Stay where you are, old fort. We'll be back in the fall and light your winter fires again." for the captains thus had figured. "We locked the gates, but sure the Injuns'll be climbing over the fence before we're out of sight," grunted Sergeant Pat. The wind was almost dead ahead. With oars and paddles the men settled to their work. Now the party numbered 33 and Peter. There were the two captains, Captain Meriwether Lewis and Captain William Clark, to each other Mern and Will, from Virginia and Kentucky, and Sergeants John Ordway of New Hampshire, Nathaniel Pryor and Patrick Gass, and Privates William Bratton of Captain Lewis's state, Virginia, Alexander Willard from John Ordway's state, and John Shields of Kentucky, the three Smiths, Reuben Fields and Joseph Fields, brothers, John Coulter, Joseph Whitehouse, William Werner, who like Pryor and Shields were from Captain Clark's state, Kentucky, John Collins of Maryland, John Thompson, the surveyor, from Indiana, Robert Fraser of Vermont, the handsome Mary George Shannon from Ohio and Pennsylvania both, George Gibson, the fiddler, Hugh McNeil, John Potts, Peter Weiser, all from the same place as Pat and George, Pennsylvania, Silas Goodrich and Thomas Howard and Hugh Hall of Massachusetts, Dick Windsor, said to hail also from Massachusetts. Peter knew them all, fine men, but he liked Pat and George Shannon the best. Then there were the Frenchmen, gay old Cruzat, with his one eye and his lively fiddle, Francois Labiche, the boatman who danced on his head, Baptiste Lepage, who joined at the Mandan villages to take the place of one Liberté who had run away, George Douillard, the hunter, Chabanot and Sacagawea, the bird woman, who was to help the party into the mountains and make friends of the snakes, and little Toussaint, the beady-eyed baby, a great pet, and York, black enormous York, the great medicine, whom all the Indians so highly respected. Yes, this was a glorious company, from which a boy might learn much. So in a line the 8 boats proceeded up the Missouri through present North Dakota. The wind blew sometimes fair, sometimes adverse, sometimes so strong that it lifted the fine sand in dense clouds above the river, and the men's eyes were made sore. Captain Lewis's tightly cased watch stopped and would not run. At the end of the first week, when the night's camp was breaking up for the day's journey, George Shannon espied a black animal slinking through the grass. "Wolf," uttered Pat, "and a black one for the captain's collection. Wait till I draw a bead on him." "No, that's a dog, Pat." And George whistled, "Don't shoot." The black animal crept toward George, stomach to earth, tail wagging. "Assez ni bon dog," pronounced Chabanot. "He's sled dog. Drew ze sled in winter, and ze travois, ze lodge pole in summer. He from dat old camp we see yesterday. Must be lost, poor little dog." "He's only a puppy, and nigh starved," said George, patting him. So the black, shaggy little dog was taken along. That night at camp, Lepage and Chabanot consulted together. "I never been up river further than dis," announced Baptiste. "I think once I stop right at dis spot and turn back. Chabanot, he stop once about 3 mile below." "Then it's our own trail from here on," spoke John Shields. Where North Dakota and Montana meet, George Douillard was sent out to explore south up the Yellowstone River. He returned with report of many sandbars and much coal. Beyond the mouth of the Yellowstone, in the morning of October 26th, while the boats were slowly sailing on up the Missouri, Captain Lewis suddenly appeared at a clear spot on the bank and signaled with a rifle shot. "Faith, the captain's been in a hurry," observed Patrick Gass as the boats turned in. And so he evidently had. He was still out of breath. "We've killed a large white bear," he panted. "Some of you men come and help Douillard bring him down." "Good work, Mern," called Captain Clark. and enough men tumbled ashore to carry half a dozen bears. Cruzat ran, Peter ran, the Fields brothers ran, all ran. Back a few hundred yards they found Decdication working with his knife on the carcass of a bear. "No, let's fetch him down entire for the whole crowd to see," cried Reuben Fields. "He's a sac de lager. Look at him, Joe." "He not so ver beeg, but he big plenty," averred Cruzat. "Who shot him, Decdication?" "De cap'n and me, both," answered Decdication. "Dere was two. De one we wound, he get away. De zodder we wound, and my gracious, he chase de captain. He chase him 70-80 yard, but he bad hurt. Could no run quite so fast as de captain. De captain load his gun while he run, and shoot again. Bang! Bear no fall. I come, aim quick, bang! This time bear fall. But my gracious, he ver tough to kill." They dragged the huge carcass to the shore. It weighed 300 pounds. "Young bear," declared Decdication. Everybody crowded about to examine its fur, which was not white at all, but was yellowish, its long claws and tusks, its little deep-set black eyes. "Dis child don't know," stammered York, his own eyes popping. "Maybe he ain't gwine to look for dis kind of bar. If he jes' a young bar, what might his daddy be? Whew!" "Don't you or the men take any chances with these animals, Will," cautioned Captain Lewis to Captain Clark. "There are lots of signs of them now." Captain Clark and Reuben Fields did take a chance a few days later. In the dusk they met a monster brown bear, which was a better name for it than white bear, although grizzly bear is better still, not far from the evening camp. When they shot together, he roared so loudly that the very air shook, but fortunately he tried to escape. They followed him and shot him 8 times more, and even then he swam clear into the middle of the river and died on a sandbar. It was quite a job to get him into camp. He weighed about 600 pounds. The captains measured him. From his hind feet to his nose was 8 feet 7½ inches. He was 5 feet 7½ inches around the chest, 3 feet 11 inches around the neck, and 1 foot 11 inches around the forelegs. His heart was as large as an ox heart, and his claws 4½ inches in length. But William Bratton caught the worst bear to date. About 5 o'clock the boats were just being landed for night camp, when a great crashing and shouting were heard. Out from the brush burst William, and bolted, staggering and gesturing, for the nearest boat. He had lost his hat. His buckskin suit was torn. He could scarcely speak. "Another man in a hurry," quoth Patrick Gass, as everybody reached for a gun. "Injuns, maybe?" Help!" panted William, lunging into the shallows and fairly falling across the gunwale of the white pirogue. "Speak, man! What's the matter?" demanded Captain Lewis. William heaved and gasped. "Bear! White bear! Chasing me! Close behind! Shot him! Chased me! 1.5 miles! Almost caught me! Look out!" "Whereabouts? Which direction?" "Down river! Back in brush, sir!" "Ha!" exclaimed the captain. "I'll go after him. Decdication, the 2 Fields, Willard, Potts, Shields, Pryor, come with me. Bratton's found another bear. Want to go, York?" "No, sah! No, sah!" asserted York, with decisive emphasis. "I'd like to go mighty well, Marse Mern, but I got to stay right here and take keer ob Marse Will." Away hastened Captain Lewis and the 7 men. All eyes scanned the shore, and many tongues plied the exhausted hunter with questions. He said that after shooting the bear he had run 1.5 miles, with the bear roaring and floundering behind him, but unable quite to overtake him because of its wound. In about an hour back came the hunting party into camp. Alec Willard and John Shields, who were the two largest members, weighted down with an enormous hide and a great quantity of fat. They all said that after following Bratton's trail back for a mile, they had come upon the bloody trail of the bear. He had turned aside and had gone another mile until he had stopped to dig a hole or bed 2 feet deep and 5 feet long. There they had killed him. And he ought to have been dead long before, declared John Shields. Bratton had shot him straight through the chest. He was a tough one. Faith, as the captain says, it's safer to fight 2 Injuns together than one white bar by hisself, proclaimed Pat. The fat of this bear yielded 8 gallons of oil for greasing the guns and keeping the men's hair slick. On the 3rd day after, 6 of the men had a pitched battle with another bear. He put them all to flight, almost caught several of them, and did not fall until he had been shot 8 times. And while this was going on at the shore, Cruzat's canoe out in the stream narrowly escaped a fatal upset. A gust of wind struck the sail while Chaboneau was steering. Chaboneau lost his head, dropped the oar, began to cry aloud with fright. The canoe tilted, water flowed in, and over on its side turned the boat. The sail's rope had been jerked out of Cruzat's hand. "Seize the rudder, Toussaint! Catch the rope, quick! Pull on the sail, we all drown! Do the right thing or I shoot you!" ordered Cruzat, scrambling along the gunwale. Only young Sacagawea was calm. Holding her baby, she reached right and left and gathered the articles that were floating off. In a moment more the canoe righted, but was full of water. Bailing and rowing, the men got her beached just in time. "That stupid Chaboneau! His wife is better man than him," scolded Douillard. "He near lost all the fine instruments and the papers of the captains. Maybe drown everybody too." As it was, a great deal of medicine had been spoiled by the soaking. The 6 victors over the 1 bear brought him in at last. Because of the battle, this place was known as Brown Bear Defeated Creek. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Plague Monk. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 11. Which Way to the Columbia? "Wirrah, but tired I am," groaned Patrick Gass. It was June 3rd, and in the 19 days they had come more than 300 miles from Brown Bear Defeated Creek. What with the constant wading and tugging to conquer the narrow, swift current and the strong headwinds, well might all groan. Night alarms had disturbed the camps. Once the men had been aroused only just in time to drag the captain's hide lodge away from a spot upon which a burning tree was about to fall, and, again, a stupid buffalo bull had charged through, and only the little black dog had saved the camp from much damage. But the Rock or Shining Mountains were nearer. On Sunday a week ago, Captain Lewis, climbing a hill, had seen them to the west. The Shoshones or Snake Indians might be expected any day. Their country was near also. Now the river had split, 1 branch for the north, 1 for the southward, and the captains did not know which branch to follow, so they ordered camp here at the forks, below present Fort Benton in north-central Montana. A travel-worn camp it was, too, of bearded, long-haired men, their buckskin and elk-hide suits shriveled by water, their moccasins in tatters, their hands blistered and their feet sore from rocks and the prickly pear cactus. "De North Branch, she de true Missouri," asserted old Cruzat. "See how swift and muddy she is, just like de Missouri. Ain't that so, Droulard?" Droulard nodded. "I sartin she true Missouri. I lif on Missouri most of my life, and I know. the other stream too clear and smooth. For that very reason it comes out of the Rock Mountains, according to the captains, put in Pat. And the bed of it be round stones, the same as are fetched down out the mountains. Not but what I favour the north branch myself as the more likely direction. We'll find the Columbia across to the north, and not to the south, I'm thinking. The Minataries down at the Mandan told us the Missouri was clear at its head, didn't they? Queried George Shannon. And there are some big falls to pass. Maybe the North Branch get clear in little time, argued Drollard. She the true Missouri, for the Columbia. Oui, so think we all, agreed Cruzat and Chaboneau and LePage and Labiche. The other branch go too far south. This was the opinion of the majority of the men, but... We've got to be might careful, argued George. The Missouri and the Columbia are supposed to head right near each other, the one on this side of the mountains, the other on t'other side. It would be a bad mess if we crossed and found we were in the wrong place. We haven't any time to lose. Evidently, so thought the captains, for the next day Captain Lewis took Droulard, Sergeant Nat Pryor, and several others to explore by foot up the North Fork. Captain Clark took Chaboneau, Sergeant Pat, and several others to explore up the South Fork. Peter and the rest of the men remained at camp, together with Sacagawea and Little Toussaint. This gave them the opportunity to sit in their bare feet, mend their moccasins and leggings, and pick green wild currants and ripe wild gooseberries. Sacagawea, who was always busy, dressed a doeskin for herself and Little Toussaint. The Captain Clark party returned on the third day, in the rain. They had gone up along the South Branch about 40 miles, had walked about 100 miles, all told, said Pat, with a wry face and a limp. Reuben had been chased so shrewdly by a big bear after his gun had missed fire that in climbing a tree he kicked the bear's mouth, and as nobody could get to the tree, the bear had kept Reuben there for an hour. Rain and snow both had made the trip uncomfortable. But the river appeared to lead west of south, and the captain was convinced that it was the true Missouri. "He's the commanding officer. Still, I don't agree with him," said Pat. "And I hope he's wrong, for the other river's the easier. I'd rather sail in a boat than on foot any day." "Did you sight any falls, Pat?" asked Joe Fields. "Never a fall, but I felt some," answered Pat. Captain Lewis was yet out. He and his party did not return this evening, nor the next day, and on the following day everybody was worried about them. But that afternoon at 5 o'clock they came toiling in, hungry, soaked with the cold rain, and weary after a 5 days' tramp of 120 miles. "I'm glad to see you, Mern," exclaimed Captain Clark, his face lighting up amidst his thick red hair and shaggy red beard. "What's the news?" "We've been along the North Fork 60 miles, and it doesn't head toward any mountains. I don't believe it's the Missouri, although Drollard insists it must be." "I don't believe so either, Mern. The South Fork looks the better of the two to me." And they paced together to their lodge. It was a cheery crowd, in spite of the dangers and discomforts and the hard work. That evening the sky had cleared. There was a big supper of venison. The feet of the men who had stayed in camp were about well, and Cruzat turned up his fiddle for a dance. Toward noon of the next day, Sunday, June 9th, a parade was ordered to hear what the captains had decided. The men left their tasks of dressing skins and repairing wagons, and fell in under their sergeants. Captain Lewis stood straight and slim before them, in his fringed but stained buckskin suit. His bright hair was tied in a queue behind, and he, like Captain Clark, had grown a beard, yellow as his hair. "Captain Clark and I have consulted together, men," he said. "We have examined our maps and compared our notes, and we believe that the Southern Fork is the true Missouri. It has all the signs of a mountain stream. The Indians never have mentioned passing any South Fork in order to proceed on to the Great Falls, and this South Fork certainly bears off for those snowy mountains to the southwest, which are, undoubtedly, the rock mountains that divide the waters of the Missouri and the Columbia. Accordingly, we will take the South Fork. That we have chosen as the Missouri. The North Fork I have had the honor to entitle Maria's River, as a tribute to my cousin in Virginia, Miss Maria Wood of Charlottesville." "Do you wish to hear from any of the men, Captain?" inquired Captain Clark. "Some of them may have an opinion to offer." "Well, they favor the North Fork, I understand," answered the captain with a smile. "I'll be glad to hear what they may say." "Who was to speak?" Patrick Gass, of course. Pat coughed and saluted. "What is it, Sergeant? Go ahead. Speak up, man." "It's this way, sor. Captain, sor. Yez are the commanding officers, ye and Captain Clark, and if ye say the South Fork be the Missouri, o' course the Missouri it is, and we'll all follow yez, sor. All we're afraid of, sor, is that we get down yonder at the foot of the Snowy Mountains, and on the other side there won't be any Columbia at all, sor. But we'll go with yez, sor, if that's where yez go. Thank yez, sor." And Patrick saluted again, quite out of breath. "Captain Clark and I will take the responsibility. We'll try the South Fork, men," declared Captain Lewis. "Parade is dismissed." "Three cheers for the captains, boys!" shouted Patrick Gass, and as the parade broke, into the air was flung every cap and hat, and every voice rang true. Immediately, preparations were begun. The heavy baggage and the extra supplies were to be left here, and so was one of the pirogues. Men were set at work digging a large hole in which to store the goods. It was to be kettle-shaped, small at the top, then hollowed out, round, until it was 6 or 7 feet deep. The soil was dumped upon blankets and robes, and thrown into the river, so that there should be no trace of any digging, lest the Indians find and rob. The bottom and sides were to be lined with dry brush and hides, to keep the moisture from the goods. The storehouse was called a cache, from the French word cacher, to conceal. The red pirogue was to be hidden on an island at the mouth of Maria's River. John Shields, the blacksmith, and Alec Willard worked at bellows and forge, repairing tools and spontoons, and William Bratton repaired broken guns. However, the captains were still cautious regarding the right route to strike the Columbia on the other side of the mountains, and early the next morning, June 11th, Captain Lewis took Drouillard, John Shields, George Gibson, and C. Goodrich to scout ahead up that South Fork. He promised to send back word to Captain Clark, who was to follow, with the boats and party, as soon as the cache was completed. On the morning of the 12th, the white pirogue and the 6 canoes headed up the South Fork, before a fair wind. "We're off," exulted Sergeant Pat. Everybody was in high spirits. Everybody except Chaboneau and Sacagawea. "Sacagawea, she sick," announced Chaboneau. "I do not know what is matter. Maybe stomach, or maybe she catch cold in all that rain." Yes, the little 16-year-old bird woman was feeling very ill. Now for almost 1,000 miles she had carried baby Toussaint, had tended the lodge fire, and done other Indian woman work. Sometimes she had been wet, frequently cold and footsore, but she never had complained or lagged. "You must let her rest, Chaboneau," said Captain Clark that evening at camp. "Keep her in bed. York, you look after her. Never mind me. Make her some broth. Peter, you help her with little Toussaint. Hold him, if she'll let you." So Peter took charge of baby Toussaint, who really was a very good baby. He rarely cried, and even rarely smiled. He lay in his swellings of skins and stared with his bright black eyes. The day had been an easy one for nobody. The river soon had run swiftly. It was broken with many sandbars and gravel bars, and by boulders upon which several times the canoes almost capsized. The next day's voyage was as bad and worse. Snow mountains appeared on the south as well as at the west. There were numerous islands, more shoals and boulders, and the tow lines were used. Sacagawea, lying on a couch of skins in the white pirogue, had not improved. She moaned and tossed and babbled strange words. Peter and York watched over her and the baby, although occasionally York had to tumble out and haul on the tow line. "Pshaw!" muttered Captain Clark that night, gazing nonplussed at Sacagawea, who did not recognize him. "We mustn't lose our little bird woman. She's to be our guide to her own people, so that they will show us the way across the mountains. In fact, the fate of the expedition may depend upon her." "I'm very worried," confessed Chaboneau. "Never see her this way before." The next day the rapids were more severe. Wading breast deep in the cold water and slipping on the rocky bottom, the men scarcely could haul the boats against the current. All the morning was consumed in making 6 miles. Just at noon, when halt was ordered for dinner, a figure was seen ahead, hurrying down along the banks. It was John Shields, from Captain Lewis. As he approached, he swung his hat. "Hurrah, boys!" he shouted. "We're all right. This is the trail. The captain's found the falls." He came panting and puffing into camp. "It's the true Missouri." "How far up are the falls, Shields?" asked Captain Clark eagerly. "About 20 miles, sir, but you can't get to them with boats." And that was so. The next day the rapids of the river were more furious, and the men were constantly dodging rattlesnakes on the banks. Shields was sent ahead to tell Captain Lewis that the party were on their way. Captain Clark ordered a noon halt near a large spring of sulphur water to wait for Captain Lewis. The roaring of the falls had already been heard above the noise of the water. Sacagawea was carried to the sulphur spring. She drank quantities of it and soon felt much better. "Now be very careful what she eats, Chaboneau," warned Captain Clark. At 2 o'clock Captain Lewis arrived from above. He was enthusiastic over the falls, but he had had several narrow escapes from death, according to Drouillard. He had been seriously ill, and only choke-cherry tea had cured him. When he had neglected to reload his rifle after shooting a buffalo, a huge white bear had charged him, driven him into the river, but had retreated before the captain's leveled pike or spontoon. That same day 3 buffalo bulls at once had run at him, heads down, until he fortunately had turned on them, whereat they also turned. And that night he slept with a rattlesnake over 4 feet long coiled on a log just above his head. "I tink de cap'n have plenty excitement in one day," declared Drouillard. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Linda Sonrisa Jones. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 12. Seeking the Birdwoman's People. There was a series of 5 falls, said Captain Lewis, connected by cataracts, and in the top of a tall cottonwood tree on an island at the foot of the uppermost fall an eagle had built her nest. The lowest fall was only 5 miles above the camp, but the boats would have to be carried around all the falls. Captain Clark took some of the men to explore across country from the camp to the head of the falls, and to stake the best route for the portage or carry. A big cottonwood tree near camp was cut down. Its trunk was 22 inches through, and cross-sections were sawed off to supply wheels for wagons on which the boats should be loaded. The mast of the white pirogue was brought ashore for wagon axles. The white pirogue was hidden in some willows, and a hole was started as another cache where more goods were to be left. The men were told to double-sole their moccasins because the prickly pear cactus grew thickly all along the line of march, and hunters were sent out to get meat and skins. The captain had fixed upon a spot above the upper fall, opposite several islands, for the end of the portage. It was 18 miles. "I don't know," commented Black York, shaking his woolly head dubiously. "A monster white bear done have dat place already." For York had been chased clear into camp by a bear, and when the captain had taken 3 men and gone out to find the bear, it had driven another of the hunters, John Collins, into the river. "Nice quiet place to camp," spoke Dick Windsor. A quantity of the baggage and 1 canoe were loaded upon one of the little wagons, and led by the 2 captains. The men ranged themselves before and behind to haul and push. Away they went, with the wagon jolting and creaking and threatening to fall apart. Chaboneau and York and Peter had been left here at Portage Creek to care for Sacagawea again. The bird woman had improved so much that she was able to walk about, but thereupon she had eaten a lot of dried fish and little ground apples, pomme blanc, white apple, Chaboneau called it, which had made her ill once more, and also had made the captains very angry at Chaboneau and at Peter too. The bird woman was hard to control. She thought she ought to eat to get well. In the morning Captain Clark came back down with all the men except Sergeant Pat, Joe Fields, and John Shields after another load. The wagon had broken on the trip up, and they had had to carry the baggage half a mile on their backs. They were very tired. "That gag is so bad, it stick my moccasin to my feet," complained Cruzat. There was quite a bit of news, time to time, from the White Bear Islands camp, where Patrick Gass and a few other men under Captain Lewis stayed to cover the frame of an iron canoe with skins. The bears were bad. Joe Fields had met 3 at once and had been chased into the river, had fallen, cut his hand and knee on the rocks, and bent his gun. Drouillard and Reuben Fields had climbed a tree, and from it Drouillard had killed a bear with 1 shot through the head. The bear's nose was as large as an ox's. His front foot measured 9 inches wide. His hind foot measured nearly 12 inches long, not counting the claws. That same night another bear entered the camp and carried away some of the buffalo meat. The little black dog was kept busy all the nights, growling and barking. "Those islands full of bear," said old Cruzat. "I never know bear so mean. Maybe if we don't go in there and clean them out, they eat some of us. I sleep on my gun the whole night." "One good thing, that pesky swivel's been cached at the foot of the first falls," quoth Robert Frazier. "We don't have to lug a cannon around any more." By the last of June, all the stuff had been moved from Portage Creek, but there had been a rain, making the trail soft, so part of the final 2 wagon loads was dumped about 4 miles on the way, and camp was made with the rest at Willow Run Creek, 2 miles further along, inland from the Great Falls. In the morning, everybody except Captain Clark, York, Peter, and the Chaboneau family went back, with one of the 2 carts, to bring on the baggage that had been left behind on the plain. "Wouldn't Sacagawea like to see the Great Falls?" asked the captain kindly. The little bird woman grinned at the redhead's notice of her. He was to her a big chief. Of course she would like to see the wonders of this Medicine River that roared. "I think I'd like to see myself," ventured Charbonneau. "I've been so busy I see nothing yet." And that was so, not only with Charbonneau, but with others of the men, for the Portage Creek end of the trail was below the falls, and the White Bear Islands end was above the falls, and the trail itself cut across several miles from the river. "We'll go over while the baggage is being brought up," said the captain. "York, you come if you want to." He surveyed Peter, anxious Peter. "Peter, I'll have to detail you to guard the baggage here. You must be a soldier. I'll lend you my pistol. You won't need to use it. But keep the stuff spread out to dry. We'll be back soon. It's only 3 or 4 miles. Away they hastened, the bird woman carrying small Toussaint in a net on her back. Watching them go, Peter gulped. Was he never to see the roaring falls? Still, he felt proud to be left on guard, like any soldier. How hot and sultry was the morning. All the landscape of rock and prickly pear and low stiff brush lay smothering, and no sound was to be heard save the dull booming of the river, unseen in the north. Peter sat down in the shade of the baggage on the wagon. Presently a black cloud welled over the crests of the shining snow mountains in the west. More rain? Peter watched it vigilantly. It grew swiftly and rolled into mid-sky. Peter rose with haste and covered the baggage with buffalo hides again. It was a fearful-looking cloud, as it bellied and muttered and let fall a dense veil. On swept the veil, hanging from the cloud. Under the wagon crept Peter. A moment more, and whoosh, crackle, wind, rain, hail. The air turned black. Such wind, such rain, but such hail. Listen to the shouts. See, the party sent for the baggage were legging to camp. They had left, trudging gaily, laughing and gambolling, and stripped to the waist because of the heat and the work ahead. And here they were, a confused crowd, heads down, naked shoulders high, beating through the storm for shelter, while the fierce hail lashed their skins. It was rather funny, and it was serious, too. The hail pelted like grape shot. Some of the hailstones were as large as Peter's fist. Ah! One-eyed Cruzat was down. He could not see very well anyway, and the hail had knocked him flat and sprawling. Down were George Gibson and John Potts and Nat Pryor, only all to stagger to their feet and lurch onward again. In charged the crowd, blinded and bleeding, to drive frenziedly under the wagon or to grab right and left for shirts and robes and crouch, gasping but covered. "I thought I was knocked dead," panted old Crusotte. "Feel as though I had a lickin'," panted William Werner. The hail was followed by a furious deluge of rain. The sky cleared, and here came the captain and squad. What a sight they were, not only drenched, but muddy from head to feet. They had been caught in a ravine near the Great Falls, where they had sought the protection of shelf rock. But in a twinkling the ravine had filled with water, a rushing mass carrying stones and driftwood. They tried to climb. The water rose almost as fast as they climbed. The captain and Charbonneau helped the bird woman. She lost her net, but saved little Toussaint. The captain lost his compass and an umbrella that he had carried. Charbonneau lost his gun and bullet pouch and tomahawk. York was up on the plain hunting buffalo, and although badly bruised, fared the best of anybody except Peter. So, after all, Peter was satisfied that he had not been along. Willow Run had risen 6 feet and now was impassable. Because of that and the mud, 2 more days were required to take all the baggage into the White Bear Islands camp. That evening, July 2nd, the captains ordered an attack on the largest island, ruled by a king of the White Bears. "Sure, they're so sassy we got to teach 'em a lesson," quoth Pat. But although the island was thoroughly searched by all hands, including Peter, only one bear fell. Drouillard shot him through the heart as he was charging, and he died without doing any damage. "Have ye seen the falls, boy?" queried Pat of Peter the next morning. Peter shook his head. "Well, neither have I," continued Pat. "I've been working too hard, and so have ye. But with the permission of the commanding officers, we'll just take this day off, begorry, and make a tour of inspection. We'll lave the other lads to finish the iron boat." And inspect the falls they did, from end to end. It was a marvelous spectacle, 10 miles of rush and roar and spray and foam. The eagle was on her nest in the top of the lone cottonwood on the island. The Indians at the Mandan and Minatari villages had said there would be an eagle. "And 10,000 buffalo!" exclaimed Sergeant Pat, surveying from the brink of one of the falls. 10,000 grazing, and another 1,000 drowned in the rapids. Sure, they've been carried down like chips. To the south and west and north were the mountains, those to the northward snowy, those to the southward more bare. "And those are the ones we have to cross, I reckon," sighed Patrick. But the iron boat did not prove a success. After days of labor at dressing skins, both elk and buffalo, and stretching them over the frame, and cementing the seams with a mixture of beeswax, buffalo tallow, and pounded charcoal, she leaked so that she had to be taken apart again and buried. So Captain Clark, with most of the men, went out in search of trees from which canoes might be hollowed, and it was the middle of July before the expedition was fairly on its way again. "Faith, we'll be lucky if we reach the Pacific before winter," remarked Sergeant Pat. The river led southwest toward the mountains. It grew swifter and shallower, and was frequently broken by islands. There were days of arduous wading, hauling, struggling, sometimes in rain and hail, and again in the hot sun, with the thermometer at 80 and above. The mosquitoes and flies bothered. The shores grew rougher and higher, until at one spot the river boiled down 150 paces wide, through a gap in solid cliffs 1,200 feet high, black granite below, creamy yellow above. The channel was too deep for wading or for the poles, and the boats were rowed, a few inches at a time, with the oars. This gap was named the Gate of the Mountains. "I told you we'd find a gate," reminded Pat to Peter. "Now what's inside, and where be the snakes?" For this was the Shoshone country at last. The Shoshones were horse Indians. The captains counted on getting horses from them and leaving the canoes. The firing of guns was limited, lest the snakes should hear and be alarmed. Indian trails and abandoned camps were passed. The snowy range of the Shining Mountains was nearer, in the west. Captain Clark took Charbonneau and Joe Fields and York and John Potts and set out ahead, by land, to find some Indians, if possible. Sacagawea began to remark familiar places where she and other Shoshone women had been before she was captured by the Minataris. Now little flags were hoisted on the canoes to tell the Shoshones that the United States soldiers were coming in peace. Soon the river make 3 forks, Sacagawea say, informed old Crusoe at the evening camp after Captain Clark had been gone almost 9 days. And which is the trail then, I wonder, mused Sergeant Pat. Sure, we ought to be crossing the mountains before we get much further south. It's near August already. At breakfast time the next morning, July 27th, the crew hauling the leading boat against the stiff current suddenly cheered, frightened the bighorn sheep that had been following along the tops of the cliffs and peeping over curiously, watching the strange white men. "The Shoshones!" gasped LePage, who was on the line of the second boat, wherein Peter sat, fending with an oar. This was Peter's job, when the current was very swift. "Hooray!" cheered the men all. Everybody expected to see Captain Clark wading with some of the snakes, but the first crew had not cheered because of any Indians. They had cheered because the cliffs ceased, and now there extended a broadly rolling green meadowland rimmed about with high mountain ranges, white and gray. The mountains closed in behind, on the east and north and west, and the meadow lay before, on the east and south and west. All lovely it looked in the sunrise. First a river came in on the left from the southeast. While breakfast was being cooked, Captain Lewis, climbing a rocky outcrop on the bank of this river, saw beyond 2 other forks, a middle fork and a southwest fork, where the Missouri again split. "The 3 forks, Sacagawea?" he inquired. The bird woman nodded, smiling. "We'll breakfast and go on to those upper forks, men," informed the captain. "We may find word there from Captain Clark as to which is the better. Sacagawea doesn't know." So they proceeded. But deserted lay the meadowland. However, at the juncture of those forks was found a note stuck in a cleft pole planted on the bank. Captain Clark said that the southwest fork was the better. Captain Lewis ordered camp made a short distance up this fork until Captain Clark should return. Right glad we're all, including Peter, to rest a while, eat, sleep, mend the tow ropes, and repair moccasins, and kill meat. The bird woman was especially delighted. "She say here on this spot is where the snake camp was surprised by the Minatari 5 year ago and chased into the timber. The Minatari killed 4 warrior and captured 4 boys and all the women," explained Royard. "Sacagawea was captured too." That noon, Captain Clark returned with Charbonneau, Joe Fields, John Potts, and York. They had not seen a single Indian, but they had had a hard tramp. Charbonneau's feet had given out several times, and the captain was sick. He thought that he had drunk too much cold water while he was hot. The first fork was named Gallatin's River, in honor of the Secretary of the Treasury of the United States. The middle fork was named Madison River, in honor of James Madison, the Secretary of State at Washington, but the southwest fork was named the Jefferson, in honor of the President himself. The 2 captains agreed that the Jefferson River was the main fork of the Missouri, and up the Jefferson they all went. "Arr," groaned Pat, "and how do you like it, Peter? Bad cess to that bird woman. Didn't she say we'd meet her people, and where be they?" "Those snakes are a wandering tribe, Pat," answered Sergeant Pryor, "and Sacagawea hasn't been here since she was a girl, 5 years ago, remember?" But Sacagawea was remembering. This was her home country. She pointed out a high shoulder of rock not far from the river, to the west, and exclaimed. "That, she say, is what the snakes call the Beaver's Head," explained Charbonneau. "The snakes spend their summer across the mountains, just the other side, and she thinks I'm sure to be on this side, too. She think we meet some of them on this river, further up a little way." "Tomorrow I'm going in yonder and not come back till I find the snakes and their horses, Will," declared Captain Lewis. Immediately after breakfast, Captain Lewis resolutely slung his knapsack on his back, donned his cocked hat, and with Rouillard, John Shields, and Hugh McNeil, struck into the west. "Keep traveling upriver, Will," he directed, as last word. "I'll stay out this time till I find Indians and horses. You won't see me again before." This was August 9th. For a week the canoes were hauled and pushed up the crooked, rapid Jefferson, with never a word from the search party. "We'll all be turning into fishes," groaned Pat. "Me toes are webbed like a beaver's already. Sure, it's an awful empty country, and we're 3,000 miles from home." On August 16th they approached where the river forked once more. It was always forking, decided Peter. Before, not many miles, was a gap in the mountain range. The river seemed to lead for the gap. Were they going to follow it in? And then where would they be? The trees were ceasing. There were only 3 in sight. What would the camps do for wood? Ahead were brush and rocks, and this night the campfires were made from willow branches. Woo, but the water was cold. The source of the river evidently was near, in the melting snow. The river doubled in a great curve before it reached the forks. Captain Clark had sent Reuben Fields and George Shannon ahead to the forks, but they reported no news. In the morning he set out, with Charbonneau and Sacagawea, to walk across the bend while the boats were hauled around by way of the river. As all were hauling and puffing, somebody cried aloud. It was Sergeant Ordway on the foremost rope. "Look, lads," he bade, "the captain sighted something." "Look at Sacagawea! Has she gone crazy?" "Hooray!" cheered Patrick Gass. "'Tis the Injuns they're meetin'. I see some on horseback. Hooray! Heave, lads, on the lines." For Sacagawea had run ahead of the captain. She was dancing. Back she ran to him and danced about him, her fingers in her mouth. Little Toussaint bobbed in his net. "She suck her finger," proclaimed old Crusat. "That means she see her own peoples. Now she point. There they come, on the hoss. Hooray!" Charbonneau swings his cap. The captain makes the peace sign. "Friends, lads," croaked Pat, "heave now, heave on the lines, or they'll get away from yez." How the men tugged, even Peter laying his weight sturdily to the rope. Yonder, ahead to the left, inside the curve, and a long, vexatious curve it was, 6 Indians were galloping for the captain's squad. They met Sacagawea first, then Charbonneau, then the captain, all mingled together. The Indians were singing and prancing and taking the captain up toward the forks. One jumped to earth and made the captain sit the horse. "Hooray!" "There's a village beyond," gasped Patrick. "Heave, lads, or else we're dreaming." "I see Drouillard there, with those Injuns," asserted Labiche, whose eyes were keen. "He dressed just like Injun. I guess he trade clothes. Heave, lads!" The Indian camp grew plainer as the boats rounded the curve. More Indians were flocking out, afoot and a horse. Sacagawea and another woman had rushed together. They were hugging each other. But before the canoes could arrive at the bank, the captain and Charbonneau and Sacagawea had disappeared into a large willow lodge, and most of the Indians had flowed in after. Hugh McNeil met the boats at the landing, and he had a long story to tell. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 13. Horses at Last. "Are they snakes, Hugh?" "Yes, of course, but we put in the daggonest time you ever saw catching 'em," responded Hugh. "First we had 'em, then we didn't. Next they had us." "What's that around your neck? Where's your hat?" "Faith, you look like a Borneo ape," added Pat. Hugh almost blushed through his coat of tan and whiskers. He was bareheaded, and about his neck was a curious object like a tippet or boa. In fact, it was very similar to the fur boas worn by women of today. One end was a nose and eyes, the other end was a tail, and all along the edge dangled small rolls of white fur, sewed to a white band and hanging 18 inches long, forming a kind of tassel cloak. The collar itself was brown otter. The border and tassels were ermine, but it was an odd-looking rig. "Shucks," apologized Hugh. "We traded clothes with the Injuns to show good feelin'. The other fellow's wearing my hat. Shields traded his shirt, too. The chief's got on the captain's cocked hat. And you ought to see Douillard. He's painted to boot. With all that, we had a narrow squeak, I reckon. How far you been? Across the mountains, boys, to the Columbia side. We followed up the Missouri through yonder gap, till it got so small I stood with one foot on each bank, and we went on over up an Injun trail. Where the waters flowed west, we drank of the Columbia. Didn't you meet any Injuns on this side? Yes, I'll tell you. And so he did. On the third day out, the captain had sighted an Indian through his spyglass. The Indian was horseback, and looked as though he might be a snake. But when the captain, calling Tababone, meaning in Shoshone white man, and stripping back his sleeve to show his white skin, was just about to talk with the Indian, John Shields foolishly came in, and the Indian galloped away. The captain gave John a proper dressing down for this. A number of horse tracks were seen, and the captain kept on advancing, following a sort of a road into the mountains. He ordered a United States flag to be carried on a pole. Next, 2 squaws were frightened and ran away, but only a mile on down the road, an old woman and a young woman and a little girl were discovered, on a sudden, digging roots. The young woman ran, but the old woman and the little girl squatted and covered their heads, expecting to be killed. The captain raised them up and gave them presents, and got Douillard to talk with them in sign language. The young woman came back, and after the captain had painted the cheeks of the 3 with vermilion in token of peace, the 2 parties started on for the village. Pretty soon up the road charged 60 other Indians, warriors on horses ready for a fight. But the women went ahead to talk peace, and the captain followed alone, carrying the flag. And as soon as they knew what to expect, the Indians jumped from their horses and hugged the white men and rubbed faces with them. "Ahai! Ahai!" said the Indians, meaning glad to see you. The chief was Kamiawait. In the village the men were given salmon trout to eat, so they knew that they were on the Pacific side of the mountains. The village was friendly, but when the captain asked the Indians to return with him to the east side and meet the other white chief and men, they were afraid again, said the white men might be spies for the Minnetarees. Finally, Kamiawait was persuaded and started with 8 warriors. The women wept and wailed, but after a few hours the village followed. "Well, our troubles began again," continued Hugh. "To get those snakes down here was like hauling the barge upstream in some of those rapids. They turned so suspicious that we traded clothes with 'em. We gave 'em our flag to carry. The captain had told 'em that the other white chief was to be found at the Forks. But when we sighted the Forks, the boats weren't to be seen, and that made matters worse. Where was the other white chief? Of course, we'd calculated you fellows might be slow, 'cause of the rapids, but we'd hoped. Now we gave over our guns, and the captain told the chief to have us shot if there was any ambush. We were terrible afraid the whole pack of Injuns 'd skip and leave us stranded without horses or guns either. The captain sent Douillard and an Injun down to the Forks to get a note that had been stuck on a pole there for Captain Clark. They brought back the note, and the captain pretended it was a note put there by the other white chief saying he was coming, but had been delayed. The captain wrote another note by light of a brush fire, telling Captain Clark to hurry. Douillard and an Injun were to take it down river in the morning. That night the snakes hid out all round us in the brush for fear of a trap, while the chief and 4 or 5 warriors bunked close beside us. Our scalps felt mighty loose on our heads, and the mosquitoes were powerful bad too, so we none of us slept much. The captain was pretty near crazy. It was touch and go how things 'd turn out. The snakes were liable to skedaddle, the whole pack of 'em, and carry us off with 'em. The only reason they were staying now was that Douillard had told 'em we had one of their women in the main party, and a big black medicine man. "Oh, dat a me," asserted York proudly. "Dis expedition can't get long without York." Next morning we were on the anxious seat. The fate of the expedition hung on whether you fellows arrived pretty soon at those forks and proved that the captain had spoken truth. The chief sent out a lot of scouts, and Douillard and one Injun started early with the note to find you. They hadn't been gone more than 2 hours by sun when in came a scout at a gallop making signs. He said he'd seen men like us, with skin color of ashes, traveling up river in boats, and they weren't far away. Hooray! Hooray! Cheered the listeners. That settled the business. Old Cameawait hugged us, and the other Injuns danced and sang, and away raced a gang of 'em. And next thing, Douillard and a crowd met Captain Clark. And now here you all are. So I reckon we're fixed. They'll trade us horses. The council was still in progress, but while camp was being made under direction of Sergeant Ordway, out from the council lodge came Shields and Douillard to the camp. Douillard was grinning and capering, evidently very happy. His swarthy cheeks were painted with vermilion. He wore a snake tippet and decorated shirt. He looked exactly like an Indian. "What news, Douillard?" "Everything is all right. We are among friends. They all glad to have Sacagawea, and she speak well for us. She find one woman who was capture, same time as she, but escape. And that chief, he her brother. They half recognize and half weep together under one blanket. I must weep too." "A princess, be she?" exclaimed Sergeant Pat. "Well, well! Good for the little bird woman. And what of horses?" "Plenty horse. No more drag canoe." The captains came down. They also were dressed as Indians. In their hair had been tied little shells from the Stinking Lake, as the Snakes called the far-off Pacific Ocean. The shells had been bought from other Indians and were considered very valuable. A canopy of boughs and sails were ordered erected. Under this another council was held. Chief Kameawat promised to furnish horses. The Indian women set about repairing the men's moccasins. They appeared to be a kindly tribe. They wondered much at York, and the battered boats, and the guns, and even at the smartness of the little black dog. But they shook their heads when questioned about the country west of the mountains. "They say it is not the possible for the white mans to make travel down the Columbie by boat, and the trail for the horse and the foot is ver bad," declared Chabanon. "What's the matter with Sacagawea, Toussaint?" queried George Shannon, for the bird woman's eyes were red and swollen. "She much cry. Most all her family dead while she been away." In the morning Captain Clark took Sergeant Pat and 10 other men and started over the mountains to explore beyond the Snake village, in hopes of finding a route by water. They were to send back a man to the Snake village, to meet Captain Lewis there and tell him what had been discovered. Chief Kameawait and all his people, except 2 men and 2 women, started also for the village, with Sacagawea and Chabaneau to bring down horses for Captain Lewis. Everybody in the camp was put at work making pack saddles from oar handles and pieces of boxes tied firmly with rawhide. Out of sight of the Indians, a hole was dug in which to cache more of the baggage, especially the specimens that had been collected. 5 horses were purchased at $6 each in trade. The canoes were sunk by rocks in the bottom of the river, and the Snakes promised not to disturb them while the white men were away. On August 24th the march was begun for the village on the other slope of what are today the Bitter Root Mountains. The 5 horses were packed with the supplies. Sacagawea and little Toussaint rode on a 6th horse that Chabaneau had bought. Although this was August, the evenings and nights were so cold that the ink froze on the pens when the journals were being written. The village was reached in the late afternoon of August 26th. John Coulter was here, waiting. He brought word from Captain Clark that canoes would be of no use. The country ahead was fit for only horse and foot, as far as the captain had gone. We had an old Injun for guide who had been living in another village further west, related John. He says we can't go to the south'ard, for the land's bare rocks and high mountains without game, and the horses' hoofs 'll be cut to pieces, and the broken moccasin Indians would kill us. 'Tisn't the direction we want to go anyhow. The Injuns we met said winter was due, with big snows, and soon the salmon would be leaving for lower country. So the captain decided to turn back and advise Captain Lewis that we'd better tackle another road he'd heard of from the guide, farther to the north into the Tushapaw country on the Big River. After we'd struck the Big River, which like as not is the Columbia, we could follow it down to the Pacific. Anyhow, the Tushapaws might know. Captain Lewis immediately began to bargain for 20 horses. The prices were being raised, so that soon a young horse cost a pistol, 100 balls, some powder, and a knife. Sergeant Pat arrived from Captain Clark's camp below to ask how matters were shaping. "'Tis a hard road ahead, lads," he confirmed. "Cruzat will tell you that. Sure, once he was almost lost himself. I was sent up here to inquire about the prospect of horses. But what I want to learn myself is, are we have the pleasure of the company of the little bird woman?" Yes, she's going. For Sacagawea was. She preferred the white men to her own people. Sacagawea will go. She wants to see the big water, she has said. All were pleased that Sacagawea, the bird woman, would take little Toussaint and continue on with them to the Pacific Ocean. On the last day of August there was a general breaking up at the village. The Shoshones under Chief Kameawait rode east over the pass, which is today Lemhi Pass of the east fringe of the Bitterroot Mountains, to hunt the buffalo on the plains of the Missouri. With 27 horses and 1 mule, the white chief's company, guided by the old Shoshone and his 4 sons, set out in quest of the Columbia and the Pacific. The men named the old guide Toby. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ken Schaefer. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 14. Across Starvation Mountains. "Sure," said Patrick Gass. "If I wasn't so sore in my feet and empty in my stomach, I could close my eyes and think myself back in a Pennsylvania barnyard, with the chickens all a-clucking. But instead, we're 4,000 miles from old Pennsylvania, Pat, and in a country where even the dogs are so hungry they eat your moccasins while you sleep," retorted George Shannon. "Pesky brute stole my best pair last night." This was the day of September 5th. Kameawait and Toby and John Coulter and Pat had spoken truly when they had predicted a tough trip. The region west from the Shoshone village proved impassable. Old Toby had led northward by hard trail up and down. The 2 captains rode in the advance. The hunters scouted for game but found little. York's big feet had failed him, and he needs must ride until well. Sacagawea, of course, rode, carrying on her back baby Toussaint. Everybody else trudged afoot, each man leading 2 pack horses. The horses soon were worn out by scrambling amidst rain and snow and falling on the sharp rocks. What with hauling and shoving and chasing them, the men had decided that boats were easier after all. The route had crossed the Crooked Range to the east side again, and here had struck a Tushapaw Indian camp of 33 lodges. Now the company were lying around, waiting and resting, while the captains traded for more horses. "I cannot understand one word," complained Chaboneau. "Neither can Sacagawea." Old Toby himself scarcely was able to interpret for the captains. The language was a curious mixture of grunts and cries. Nevertheless, a kind and hospitable people were these light-skinned Ootlashoots of the great Tushapa or Flathead nation. They were rich in horses and generous with their roots and berries, and fearing that these strange white men, who rode without blankets, had been robbed, they threw about their guests' shoulders handsome bleached buffalo robes. These Ootlashoots, who were on their way eastward to hunt the buffalo, signed that the best trail for the big water beyond the mountains was the Pierced Nose Trail, northward still. If the white men crossed the mountains by that trail, they would come to a swift river that joined the big river, down which were falls and a big water where lived other white men. Old Toby, winking his eyes violently, said that he knew. He once had been upon that trail of the pierced noses, by which they hunted the buffalo. His 4 sons had left him, several days back, but another son had appeared, and he asserted that they too would guide the white chiefs by the Pierced Nose Trail onward from the No Salmon River, and so to the Stinking Lake under the setting sun. "What white men do we find at the Pacific Ocean, George?" asked Peter, for both the Snakes and the Flatheads spoke of white men down the Columbia, which was known only as the Big River. "Traders, Peter. White men from the United States, and from other white nations, England and Russia, who sail there in large boats and trade for furs. Perhaps we'll all return to the United States by one of those boats." "That No Salmon River is where we enter the Pierced Nose Trail, is it?" mused Sergeant Nat Pryor. "I reckon that's a correct name. According to Chaboneau and Drouillard, the salmon aren't to be found in any waters east of the Rock Mountains. They all stay west." "Oh, murther! Aren't we west of the mountains yet?" exclaimed Pat. Still north pushed the company, down through the Bitterroot Valley of western Montana, with the line of mountains on the left rising ever colder and higher. In 4 days' journey was reached a broad Indian trail, along a river running east. It was the Pierced Nose Trail, said old Toby, and the river was the No Salmon River. The Indian road was to be followed westward, over the mountains, but on the way there would be no game. So the captains called the No Salmon, today the Lulu River, Travelers' Rest Creek, because here camp was made while the men hunted and mended clothes before again climbing the mountains. Pierced Nose Trail was plain at first, but on the Idaho side of these Bitterroot Mountains it soon was lost amid many other trails, and the snows and the thick timber and the bare rocks. Old Toby himself was well nigh confused. He had not been along the main trail for many years. The mountains were very broad, very wild. The jumble of high ridges was steep, and constantly drear with rain and snow. The horses strayed, and went lame, and fell down and broke things. The hunters sometimes brought in a lean deer, sometimes a few grouse, and frequently nothing. So then for all hands there was only a sip of canned soup and berries. It was on September 14th that the first of the colts was killed to be eaten. The soup and the berries were making the men ill. He was a nice little black colt, and Peter hated to have him killed, but what else could be done? On this day also they arrived at a clear rocky river, down which extended the Indian road. "Is this the big river?" asked Captain Lewis, hopefully, of old Toby. "Is this the big river, with the falls and the white men?" "Coos Key," grunted old Toby, and that was all he would say. So Coos Key was the river named. "Dat one funny name," chuckled Chaboneau. "The some other river." And he laughed. Not for considerable time did he explain to his comrades that Coos Key was only Indian for "this is not the river, it is some other river." But the Coos Key or Clearwater River does the stream remain unto this day. "More mountains, hurrah, more mountains," lamented Patrick Gass, when the Indian road left the banks of the stony Coos Key and through the roughest kind of a country started upward again. "Will we never be out into some place where it's open enough to see round a corner?" "Never so cold in my life before," chattered York, plodding on in frozen moccasins, with snow to his ragged knees. "We got to follow Marse Will and Marse Mern. How do this here Toby know where he going?" Sacagawea pointed ahead from her pony's back. She had learned to understand even York's speech. She was very smart and quick. "Pony, rub bark," she said, for as anybody ought to be able to perceive, The snow-covered trail was marked above by places where Indian pony packs had scuffed low-hanging branches. This to Peter was very plain. This night the brown colt was killed for supper. "I slept with my heels higher'n my head," in the morning announced Pat. "'Tis a fine country where a man can't find a level spot to stretch his bones over." The next day the spotted colt was killed. Some of the men were growing discouraged. After supper Captain Clark, lean but ruddy, his eyes tired but steady, made a speech, with Captain Lewis seconding him. "We're doing the best we can, men," he said. "We're bound to break our way out into the lower country where there'll be warmth and game and friendly Indians. Why, it may only be a few miles ahead. You can't turn back. Behind us will be only disgrace. Before is glory and the honor of the flag. Tomorrow I'm to scout for a better game country than we are finding. The level grassy plains are the places for game, and I'll send you back word and as like as not some fat meat too." "Hooray!" agreed the men feebly. "Our hearts be strong, but our stomachs be weak," sighed Pat. "We're nearly at the end of the colts," added Alec Willard, "and I'd as soon eat my moccasins as chaw old hoss." The next morning early Captain Clark, with Drouillard, Joe Fields, Alec, John Coulter, Hugh McNeil, and George Shannon, the strongest of the men, and good hunters all, rode ahead on picked horses to find, as they expressed, a level spot and game. Old Toby and his son continued to guide. They were doing the best they could, too. But surely this Pierce nose trail was long and difficult. Now the only food left was some soup and bear oil. Everybody was feeling weak and miserable. But once the men started a cheer, for they glimpsed, distant before, through a gap, a large broad valley or plain, perhaps the end of the mountains, and perhaps the country of the Nez Perce, or Pierce Noses. Then the mountains closed again, and the valley was swallowed up. On the third day, about 10 o'clock, another shout was given. To a tree beside the trail, the trees were getting larger, showing that the trail was leading downward. In a little draw was hanging the carcass of a horse, and to it was pinned by a splinter a note from Captain Clark. "I am going on to some plains to the southwest. Will find Indians and collect provisions for you. W.C." Dirty Captain Clark, the redhead chief. He could always be depended upon. Captain Lewis's thin face brightened under his tattered hat. "Load the meat, lads," he ordered. "We'll have a rousing dinner this day." Ah, but at noon that horse tasted good, after soup and bear oil. The head was cut off and tossed aside. Then with their knives everyone slashed off thick steaks and roasted them on ramrods over the fires. Peter got his share. However, just as the march was about to proceed, the captain, who as usual had paused to cast his eyes keenly along the line, exclaimed sharply, "Where's my pack animal, Cruzat?" For Cruzat was supposed to look after this horse and another. "I thought he follow," stammered Cruzat, who was quite sick. "I no see him. My gracious, maybe he in brush." "Pshaw!" muttered the captain. Then he spoke energetically. "I must have those saddlebags. They're of the utmost importance. Fields," and he addressed Reuben, "you're pretty fit. Take a horse and another man, and go clear back to where we loaded the meat this morning. That's likely where the animal strayed while we halted. Look for his tracks and find him. Be sure and get the saddlebags in all events. Their contents are valuable." "Yes, sir," responded Reuben. He looked about him doubtfully, and Peter did an unexpected thing. Peter felt equal to any man. He was young and wiry. His life among the Ottos had accustomed him to all kinds of outdoor hardships. He had not had so much flesh and bones to carry as had the men. He had walked lightly and straight-footed as Indians walked. "Take me, Reuben," he said. "I'm all right. I find the horse." "Faith," supported Patrick Gass, "you might do worse, Rube." "Sure, the lad's as good as the best."
"If the captain has no objections," proffered Reuben with a grin, "I think we'd make out first rate."
"An excellent plan," agreed the captain. "Take Peter, by all means. He wants to do his part, and when it's his turn to ride he'll be easy on the horse. He's a regular woodsman, too. Look to your laurels, Reuben."
"Yes, sir,"
grinned Reuben. So they set off, Reuben with his rifle at first on the horse, Peter with his bow and quiver, trotting alongside, holding to the saddle thongs. After a time they changed off. Peter rode and Reuben walked. They had left about 3 o'clock. It was dusk when they arrived at the noon camp spot on the other side of the high ridge. Not even a bird had they seen to kill for food. They had started in such a hurry that they had brought nothing, but the horse's head was still lying here untouched. "We'll have to make shift with the head, Peter," quoth Reuben. So they built a fire and roasted the horse's head and ate it even to the ears. Then they rolled in Reuben's blanket and slept together. "We'll find that hoss or bust," declared Reuben, as in the morning early, having finished the horse head scraps, they again took to the back trail. Soon they arrived at the place where the horse carcass had been packed, and sure enough, in the brush at one side were the tracks of a horse that had wandered. They followed the tracks carefully, and soon they came to the saddlebags, which had been scraped off from the horse's back. Reuben put them aboard the other horse. "Now for the critter himself," he said. The tracks led on, and not until almost noon did they sight the loose horse, grazing in a small open spot. He was too weak to be wild, and they caught him easily by his dragging neck rope. Reuben transferred the saddlebags and clambered stiffly on. "We've a hoss apiece, anyhow, Peter," he proclaimed, "but I'm so empty I don't cast a shadow. Come on, let's take the captain and his saddlebags." Empty? Anyway, hooray! And now for home. Reuben, who was leading, suddenly pulled his horse short. He slipped off, and resting his rifle on the horse's back, took long aim. 2 grouse were sitting on a limb, craning their necks foolishly. Peter could see the rifle muzzle waver. He himself felt as though he could not draw his bow. The rifle cracked. The grouse went hurling. Good. Reuben swiftly reloaded and aimed, and down spun the other grouse. But when they were picked up, both were in a pulp, from which dangled the heads and legs. Reuben shook his own head dolefully. "And once I could clip off a bird's head at 50 paces. Well, I was lucky to hit him at all. I can't hold steady." The 2 grouse made scarcely a couple of mouthfuls. So much of the meat had been shot away. The next morning the horses had disappeared, leaving only the saddlebags. Reuben finally shouldered them. "If we stay looking longer," he said, "we'll starve. I'll tote these as far as I can, Peter, and you can tote 'em as far as you can. Between us we'll manage, for the captain's gotta have his saddlebags." "You bet," agreed Peter. That was a journey. He struggled all day. The saddlebags, vowed Reuben, gasping, weighed a ton. And what a ton might be, Peter did not know, but at any rate it must be very heavy. Only toward late afternoon did they sight, below and ahead, the captain's party on the edge of a plain, the plain. The party were moving briskly, as if encouraged. The captain was in advance. Reuben and Peter quickened at their best. Would they never overtake the other men? "Smoke, ain't it, yonder?" panted Reuben. "Pierce Nose village, maybe, Reuben," answered Peter. "Don't I see Joe, with that crowd? Yes, and a strange Injun, too," panted Reuben. They hastened, dragging their numb legs and lugging those saddlebags. The party saw them and halted, gave them a cheer. "Bully for yez!" greeted Pat. "We've arrived in a land of plenty amongst the Pierce Noses. Yez are in time." Reuben saluted the captain, who had turned back. "Saddlebags, Captain. We lost the hosses again." "You've done well, both of you lads," praised the captain. "Joe's brought us some fish and roots from Captain Clark. He's waiting close ahead with the Pierce Noses. Get on a horse, each of you, and eat as you ride. I think our troubles are over." Within an hour they were all at the village of the Pierce Noses, here on the open, fertile prairie of the camas roots that tasted like pumpkin. And Captain Clark and Chief Twisted Hair made them all welcome. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 15. Hooray for the Pacific. How beautiful was this broad prairie beyond the mountains, here where lived the Chopunish, or pierced nose Indians, while they caught salmon in the rivers, and the women dug the camas roots. but the fish and the roots were given so generously that all the party were made ill. The village was near the banks of the Kooskooskee. Twisted Hair, who was the head chief, drew a map with charcoal on a white robe. He showed that not far below, the Kooskooskee joined another river, and that this river joined another river from the north, and the two combined flowed west to the big water. Tim, Tim, crooned all the Indians, imitating the noise of some great falls that would be met. From the region of these falls and below came the beads and the brass ornaments traded to Indians by white men. 'Twas time to change from horses to canoes again. 5 canoes were hollowed by fire from tree trunks, for only a few of the men were strong enough to swing an adze. All the horses were branded with the army brand, which bore the name Captain M. Lewis, U.S., and left in charge of the pierced noses. Chief Twisted Hair promised that the horses should be well taken care of, and would be waiting when the white men asked for them again. "Well, I for one am glad to be away," said George Shannon, when, in the morning of October 7th, the canoes, laden and manned, their oar blades flashing, headed into midstream. "These Nez Perce are a good people, 'bout the best lookin' Injuns we've seen, but they're mighty independent. They don't give anything for nothing." "No, and they even hold us to small account because we eat dogs," quoth Joe Fields. "But if a man wants meat, in their village it's eat fish, hoss, or dog, and dog's the only stuff with any strength." That was true. Lacking better meat, the captains finally were buying the pierced noses work dogs, for dog meat had been found good back at the Sioux camps on the Missouri. Douillard and Cruzat and the other Frenchmen preferred it even to deer, but the pierced noses sneered at the white dog eaters. Why they were called pierced noses nobody could tell. However, old Toby claimed that below there were other real pierced noses, and also real flatheads. Chief Twisted Hair and a second chief, Tito, were aboard the captain's canoe to help the white men pass through the other villages into the Tim River. As for old Toby and his son, on the 3rd day out, during a halt, they suddenly were espied running away at top speed, and did not so much as turn their heads. "They're leaving without their pay. Send and get them so we can pay them," cried Captain Lewis. Chaboneau grinned. "Dey afraid of the Tim Rapids. The chief say no use to pay dem anyhow. His people take everything from dem when dey go through village." Down, down, down with the swift current. The Kooskooskee joined the other river, which the captains figured was the same river on whose headwaters, far, far eastward, the camp of Chief Cameahwait and his snakes had been located. The Lewis River did they name it, but on modern maps it is the Snake. Now on, down, down, down the rushing Snake. There were rapids, where once or twice a canoe or two was wrecked, but this sort of travel was easier than travel over the mountains, and easier than travel upstream. Many Indians were seen fishing for the salmon. They were friendly and much astonished. They sent runners to other villages below, telling of the coming of white men. Sometimes Chiefs Twisted Hair and Tito also ran ahead along the bank that the Indians might be ready. And on shore the Indian women made much of Sacagawea and Little Toussaint. If these white strangers travel with a woman and a baby, they cannot be a war party, reasoned the Indians. Down, down, until soon after dinner on October 16th, this 1805, the course of another large river coming in from the north was sighted before. The Columbia! It must be the Columbia at last. Hooray! 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 Old Cruzat, in the leading canoe, struck up a gay French boat song. Douillard and Lepage and Labiche and Chaboneau chimed in. Faster flashed the paddles. "We'll land yonder!" shouted Captain Lewis, pointing to the right. "At the junction. A lot of Indians seem to be waiting for us." "Thanks to Twisted Hair," jubilated Pat. "Sure, I see 'em, and the other one, too. When they left they said they'd meet us at the Tim-Tim, didn't they? And it's a big river by the looks." A great throng of Indians, collected by Chiefs Twisted Hair and Tito, had collected on the shore just above where the two rivers joined. A council, opened by a procession with drums, was held. These were Sokolk Indians. They claimed to be kinsfolk of the Twisted Hair Pierced Noses, but their foreheads were flattened back so that their heads ended in a peak, and therefore they were more like flatheads. They were kind, and not very attractive, because their eyes were sore from water glare and sun glare, and their teeth were bad from eating fish and roots. Yes, this was the Columbia. The two captains measured it, and the Snake. The width of the Snake was 575 yards, but the width of the Columbia was 960 yards. "A noble stream," remarked Captain Lewis. "I wonder how far to the north it penetrates." "Did you ever see so many fish, dead and alive, in all your life, Mern?" exclaimed Captain Clark. "Why, the water swarms with them, and I understand that the Indians use dried ones for fuel." "We'll buy more dogs, nevertheless, Will," smiled Captain Lewis. "The men can't row and make portages on fish flesh alone." A day and a half was spent with the curious Sokolks. Here, where in southeastern Washington the Snake River unites with the mighty Columbia, in the midst of a flat and pleasant plain. On October 18th the 5 canoes swept out and down the Columbia itself. "How far now, Pat?" asked Peter. "To the big ocean?" 3,700 miles have we come by the captain's reckoning," answered Pat, "and belike 'tis 400 more to the Pacific." "What do we do then, Pat?" "If there aren't any ships, we'll have to stay the winter, and in the spring, barrin' better luck, 'tis back we track over the 4,000 moiles agin." From the Sokolks had been procured another map of the Columbia. It showed many bad places, rapids and falls. Around some of these the canoes had to be carried. Through others they had to be hauled by hand, or carefully lowered with ropes. The Indians ashore seemed very timid, and hid. Captain Clark returned in high humor from a walk ahead with Chaboneau and Sacagawea, and Chiefs Twisted Hair and Tito. He had shot a white crane and a teal duck, and then had entered an Indian house that had been closed against him. The Indians had bowed before him and covered their heads. When he had lighted his peace pipe with his sunglass, they had cried aloud in terror. "They thought me a god, Mern," he laughed. "They had heard the gun, had seen the 2 birds dropped, and believed that I had dropped too. When I brought fire out of the sky, that finished the business. But I quieted them with presents." However, near the mouth of a river, Chief Yellept of the Walla Indians welcomed the white men, and wished them to stay. Captain Lewis said that they would visit him on their way back. Chiefs Twisted Hair and Tito were sent ahead again to assure the Indians that the white men intended no harm. The first big falls reached on October 23rd were not the Tim-Tim. The Tim-Tim were still below. But Chief Twisted Hair said that the Indians down there were strangers to him and unfriendly. He had heard that they were planning to attack the white men, and as he could not speak their language, he wished to return to his own people. He was persuaded to stay, and Tito also, until the passage of the Tim-Tim. These first falls or rapids were very difficult, but the captains and old Cruzat consulted together and decided to run them with the boats. "If everybody follow me and do as I do, we get through," promised Cruzat, head boatman. So, with Cruzat leading, down through the wild channel of the first rapids in the Dalles of the Columbia raced the canoes, and from the rocky shores the Anishinaabe Indians opened their mouths wide in astonishment. "The Irish and French together can lick the world," boasted Pat. But the place of Tim, or Tim for short, was close ahead. It was reached the next evening, and they camped above it at a village of the Echeloots or Chinook Indians, who also flattened their hats and spoke more cluckingly than did even the Ootlashoots. They were the enemies of the Pierced Noses, but they agreed upon peace, in a council with Chief Twisted Hair. Now, after a final smoke, Chiefs Twisted Hair and Tito left on horses for their home. They had been good and faithful guides. The place of Tim, at the foot of the Dalles of the Columbia, is today called the Long Narrows. It was 3 miles long, and in some stretches only 50 yards wide. But the canoes, guided by Cruzat, went through without one being wrecked. They had been badly battered, however, by the many rocks, and the next day was spent in caulking them. That night Cruzat brought out his fiddle, a dance was held about the fire, and the Echeloots appeared much entertained. In the middle of the night, soon after the camp had gone to bed, Peter was awakened by Pat's suddenly squirming out of the blanket. "The fleas are atin' me entirely," declared Pat. "Into the river goes every stitch of my clothes." Peter was glad to follow the example. By morning nearly all the men were stripped, and needs must stalk about in blankets while their clothing was being cleaned. "'Twas the mosquitoes east of the mountains," laughed George Shannon. "Now 'tis the fleas west of the mountains." But the fleas were a slight matter, when amidst grand scenery the Columbia River ever bore the canoes onward, toward the ocean and the end of the long, long journey. After the Echeloots, whom the violin and the dancing had so entertained, more Indians were met. The banks of this Columbia were thickly populated. These Indians lived in wooden houses, too, houses walled and raftered with planks, faced and trimmed by fire or by knives and little axes. The houses were furnished with bedsteads. "As good houses as some settlers' houses back in the Illinois country," declared Captain Clark, who was constantly exploring among them. The canoes that the Indians cleverly managed were large, hollowed from a single log, with high bows curving upward. Farther on down, bows and sterns both were high, and had figures of men and beasts. Some of the Indians owned articles of white men's manufacture, which they said came from below. "What you say these here Injuns call themselves, Marse Will?" York was heard to ask. "Skilloots, York." "And what were those we met 'fore we met these galoots?" "The Chillicotticos, York." "Jes' so," gasped York, "but I ain't gwine to say it." On November 2nd the canoes were partly carried around, partly slid through the rapids which formed the foot of other rapids, termed by the captains the Great Chute. Presently the river opened 2 miles wide, and smooth and placid. That night the water rose 9 inches on a stake set at the river's edge in front of the camp. "We're in tidewater, lads," announced Captain Lewis. "The ocean tides ascend this far. That means there are no more rapids. The ocean itself can't be very distant." Each night after this a stake was set out and the rise measured. Each day the men sniffed for the smell of salt water, and listened for the sound of the surf. Sacagawea was very much excited. She had come especially to see the big water. During the night of November 4th the rise from the tide was 2 feet. The next night's rise was 4 feet. Ducks and geese were many. But it rained almost every day, and every morning a fog hung low. On the morning of November 7th the camp rose and breakfasted in a wet mist so dense that it hung on all sides like a gray curtain. "At this rate," quoth Pat, as the canoes headed out into the silence, "we're liable to get halfway to Chinee afore we know we're on the Pacific at all." "I do believe I smell salt, though," asserted George Shannon, sniffing. Sacagawea's been insisting, too, that she could hear a boom boom. "Listen!" bad Pat, and they paused on their oars. Peter thought that he also could hear a boom boom, low and dull, but he wasn't certain. They went on. The captain's boat was being piloted by a Wahkiakum Indian now, a squat, ugly man who wore a queer round jacket that, according to the men, had come from a ship. The river was growing wider, the fog was thinning and lifting. On a sudden the crew of the captain's boat waved their hats, pointed before, cheered wildly. The cheer passed from boat to boat, for the fog ahead had swirled into fragments, and below it was an expanse of tumbling gray water, on which the sun was trying to shine. Occasionally sounded a muffled boom, like the faint growl of summer thunder. The Pacific Ocean. But they did not reach it this day. The fog closed in again, and the rain. They did not reach it the next day, although the waves were so high in this, the mouth of the Columbia, that half the party were seasick, and the water was salty. They did not reach it the next day, nor the next. Wind and rain kept beating them back. Sacagawea was frightened. "The spirits are angry. They do not want us here," she whimpered, crouching over little Toussaint, under a grass mat raised on a pole. "The only way we'll reach the sea is to be washed into it," groaned Pat. "Sure, don't the very stones and logs come a-rolling down the hills? Now for the first time I wish I hadn't started, and here I am at the end." Yes, miserable were they all. There was no chance to dry clothing and food, and scarcely an opportunity to stir. The mouth of the river formed a windswept bay, miles wide. The captains thought that if camp might only be moved around a point ahead, and to a high sand beach, it would be more comfortable. A deserted Indian village stood there with no inhabitants except fleas, and, as Pat said, "We'll be all the warmer for the exercise they give us." Not until the afternoon of November 15th did the opportunity to move come. The sky cleared, the wind suddenly dropped. The canoes were reloaded in a hurry, and the point was rounded. Now the ocean was in full sight outside the bay. From the boards of the Indian houses, rude cabins were erected. Hunters and explorers were sent out. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Hoffler. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 16. Winter at Fort Clatsop. But no ships from the United States or any other nation were to be found. Only the long gray swells appeared, as far as the eye could see, rolling in to burst thunderously upon the white sands and naked rocks. And the only people ashore were the Indians. Ships and white men had been here, said the Indians, during the summer. And many of the Indians spoke a curious mixture of English and native words. Captain Lewis discovered a place, in the bay, where white men had camped. A high point overlooking the lonely ocean was given the name Cape Disappointment. Now, wouldn't it have been a fine end to our trip from the Mississippi clean to the Pacific if a nice big ship all stocked with flour and potatoes and boots and socks had been waiting for us, quoth Pat. Sure, maybe the United States has forgotten us. We'll have to build winter quarters at once, Will, said Captain Lewis. The rain is rotting all our goods and clothes and spoiling our provisions. We must get under cover. There'll be no ships before next summer, according to the Indians. Timber for cabins, woods for fires, game and fresh water for the messes, and shelter for the ocean tides. Let's look about then, answered Captain Clark. The Indians say that skins and meats are abundant a little way south. Captain Lewis found it, a good site, on the south side of the bay formed by the mouth of the Columbia, and 3 miles up a little river called today the Lewis and Clark River. It was back 10 miles from the ocean, and in the midst of tall pines, with great shaking bogs near, on which elk fed. The first fair morning, which was December 7, camp was moved to the new grounds. The walls of the 7 cabins rose fast, and when it came time to put on the roofs, Pat, the boss carpenter, was delighted to find a species of pine that split into boards 10 feet long and 2 feet wide, with never a knock or crack. "The finest puncheons I ever have seen," he asserted, "for floors and roofs both. We'll be snug and dry in a jiffy, all ready for Christmas." "It's a far cry to last Christmas, Pat," spoke George. "We've come through a lot of country." "And here we are," reminded Pat. Yes, Christmas, Peter's first Christmas, was indeed a long way behind. That Christmas of 1804 had been celebrated in new Fort Mandan along the Mandan and Minnetarees beside the snowy Missouri River. What were Chiefs Big White and Black Cat doing now? Was Fort Mandan being kept ready for the return of the Long Knife and the Redhead? This Christmas of 1805 was celebrated in new Fort Clatsop, among the flat-headed Clatsops, the Chinooks, and Cathlamettes at the mouth of the rainy Columbia River. The men fired a volley before breakfast, and in front of the captain's door old Cruzat, accompanied by Joyard and the other Frenchmen, sang a lovely Christmas song. But there was no feast, because the only food in stock was some roots, pounded fish, and lean elk meat. The captains distributed a little tobacco to the men who smoked, and Peter and the men who did not use tobacco received each a handkerchief. The rain poured all day, but the cabins were tight above and below, so that everybody stayed dry and warm. Now the expedition might settle down to the winter's routine. Chimneys were yet to be put up for the men's cabins. Fires were tried in open hearths in the middle of the rooms, Indian fashion, and proved too smoky. A fence of high, close pickets, as at Fort Mandan, needs must be erected to guard against attack. The captain's cabin had been built around a large stump, smoothly sawed. This was their writing table, on which they spread their maps and journals. Captain Clark had traded with the Indians for a panther skin 7 feet long. This made a good rug. York occupied the same cabin. Chaboneau was the captain's cook. He and Sacagawea and Little Toussaint lived in another room, built on. The men were divided into 4 messes, each with a cook, and the supplies were doled out from the storehouse every morning. Joyard, the chief hunter, and George Shannon, John Collins, Francois Labiche, and Reuben Fields were sent out to hunt for elk and deer. But the meat spoiled so quickly, even although smoked, in this damp climate, that Joe Fields, William Bratton, Alec Willard, George Gibson, and Peter Weiser were ordered to the seashore with kettles to make salt. They built a furnace or fireplace of stones and boiled down kettles full of salt water. They brought back a gallon of good salt for table use and for preserving the meat. All winter the salt makers were kept at work. Peter served his turn. The hunters were constantly out, chasing elk over the bogs. The meat not eaten was salted and smoke-dried. From the tallow, candles were run in reed molds, and from the hides the men made shirts and trousers and moccasins in preparation for the next journey. The captains determined that the whole party should return by land as soon as the travel season opened. No ship was to be expected. The captains led out exploring parties. Captain Clark gained a great reputation as a shot. With a single ball no larger than a pea, he clipped off the heads of geese and ducks. "Cloche musket, come tux musket," claimed the Indians. "Very good musket. Do not understand this kind of musket." Their guns were rusty flintlocks, loaded with poor powder and gravel. Their bows were beautiful and true, but not strong enough for killing elk. They were not nearly so strong as the bows of the Ottos and the Sioux, decided Peter. Not nearly so strong as his own Mandan bow. The Indians from all around visited the fort. The Chinooks, under Chief Comcomly, who had only one eye, "Same as me," chuckled Cruzat, lived on the north side of the bay. On the south side lived the Clatsops, under Chief Kubaway. Near the sea lived the Tillamook's. Up the Columbia River lived Cathlomets. These all looked much alike, being small, ugly, and flat-footed and crooked-legged from squatting so much in their canoes and by their fires. They were well acquainted with white men. One squaw had the name, J. Bowman, tattooed on her arm. The captain spent much time talking with them, and learned of the ships and the white traders who had been in here. Tyee, Chief Haley. So many mast, and Chief Comcomly held up 3 fingers. Stay long. And Kalalamet, Wood Leg, trader. And Tyee Davidson, 3 mast, hunt elk. And so forth, all of which the captains, particularly Captain Lewis, carefully wrote down. The visitors brought provisions and goods to trade. Fish, a little elk and deer, high-crowned hats woven of grass and bark, grass bowls that held water, so tight they were, grass mats, furs. Some of the chiefs wore splendid robes of sea otter skin. These were priced very dear, for the Indians were shrewd traders. They wanted fish hooks, knives, and files in exchange for ordinary articles, but only blue beads would buy the otter skin robes. For one otter skin robe, Captain Clark offered a watch, a handkerchief, $1, and a bunch of red beads. "Oh no, Tyee Kamosuk," refused the Indians. "Chief beads." But Sacagawea gave to the captain her own girdle of blue chief beads, and for it he bought a robe. There were several new roots that the men grew to like. One root, Shanatahi, was a thistle root, purple after it had been roasted. "Tastes like a parsnip, only swarter," declared Pat. Another root was Kulwema, 2 feet long and slender. It also was sweet and wholesome, but the best root was the Wapatu. "A rail Irish potato," said Pat. This was brought down by Scaloots and Wakiakums from upriver. It was a species of lily, and grew in the lakes. The Indian women waded in, breast deep, and poking with their toes and loosened the bulbs, which rose then to the surface. That was cold work. The Wapatu roots were held at a rather stiff figure, because they could be traded to the other Indians, if not to the white men. The Clatsops were the best Indians. The Cathlomets were treacherous. One would have killed Hugh McNeil had not a Chinook woman warned Hugh. The Chinooks were thievish. "No Chinook shall be admitted into the fort without special invitation," finally ordered Captain Lewis. So after that, when Indians appeared outside, they always shouted, "No Chinook, Clatsop," or "Skaloot," or whatever they chanced to be or pretended to be. Another order was issued that no Indians should remain in the fort overnight. The Indians brought many fleas, too. "The one thing for which we've nothing to trade," as said Pat. The greatest excitement of the winter was the arrival of a whale. Chief Kubuway of the Clatsops came with the news, and also with 3 dogs and some blubber. He said that the whale had been stranded ashore near Tillamook's village down the coast. He was given a pair of old satin breeches and went away much pleased. Joe Fields and George Gibson appeared at the fort with a gallon of salt from the salt camp and with some more of the whale blubber. They said that the Indians all were flocking to the whale and cutting it up. The blubber, when cooked, looked and tasted like beaver tail. It was very good, and Captain Clark immediately organized a party to go to the spot and get what blubber they might. Naturally, everybody was anxious to see the whale. "You'd better take Peter, hadn't you, Captain?" suggested Captain Lewis. "He's a boy. He ought to see what there is to be seen." "By all means," agreed Captain Clark. "Do you know what a whale is, Peter?" "A big fish," answered Peter eagerly. "Yes, a big warm-blooded fish, a fish bigger than a buffalo." Now, Sacagawea had heard. She had helped Charbonneau cook the blubber for the captains, but she had not been invited to go. In fact, all this time the bird woman had not been even so far as the big water. She had worked in the fort. Suddenly, she did a very surprising thing for an Indian woman. When she believed that she was to be left out of the sightseeing party, she wept. "Why you want to go?" scolded Charbonneau. "The captains no have time to wait for women with baby. You stay with ze large fire. That is place for womans. Sacagawea tilted her chin at him and went straight to Captain Clark. Captain, I speak a little. What is it, Sacagawea? I come a long way, Captain. I carry baby. I cold, hungry, wet, sick. I keep up by no complain. I show you trail. When you know now which way I say, snake people here, and you find snakes. When Indians see me, they say, this no war party, and they kind to you. When you get hungry for bread, I give you one little bit I carry all the way from Mandan town, so you can taste. When you want outer robe, I give you my belt, and you get outer robe. I've been here all this time, and I not yet go near the big water that I travel many days to see. Now there is a big fish. Others go. Charbonneau say I must stay and take care for Toussaint and help cook. I feel bad, Capitaine. I. And poor little bird woman hid her face in her shawl and sobbed. The captain placed his hand kindly upon her shoulder. You shall go, Sacagawea. You shall go with us and see the ocean and the big fish, and Charbonneau can stay by the fire and tend to the baby. Sacagawea smiled and dried her eyes. Very proud, she made ready. But Charbonneau went too, because he, likewise, wished to inspect the great wonder which had been cast ashore. The whale was 105 feet long. The busy Indians had stripped it to the bones, and with difficulty Captain Clark managed to buy 300 pounds of blubber and some oil. Thus, with hunting, trading, and making garments of leather, the winter passed. An astonishingly mild winter it was, too, of little frost and wet snow, but of much rain and fog, which gave the men rheumatism, and which, by spoiling the food and cutting down exercise, gave them boils and stomach complaints also. The captains were constantly hoping for a ship and fresh supplies. None was sighted. So February merged with March. The elk were retiring from the low country to the high, following the grass. On some days the fort had only one day's provisions in store. I can find no elk, nothing, complained Joyard, the chief hunter. The Indians hoarded their own food very close, to make it last until the salmon began to run again, in the spring. 6 blue blankets, 1 red one, 5 striped ones that used to be our big United States flag, some old breeches and waistcoats, and Captain Clark's artillery dress coat and hat. Faith, that's all we've got, and present prices they wouldn't buy a square meal, reported Patrick Gass. We'll be eating ourselves naked. Those things be need for boats and horses, said Crusat. Of the little things we have scarce one hatful. How we go back 4,000 miles I do not know. End of section 20. Section 21 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Hoffler. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 17. Friendly Yellept, the Walla Walla. Joyard, spoke Captain Lewis. We must have another canoe. These Indians down here won't sell us any. Try what you can do up the river. It was the middle of March. The captains had intended to wait until at least the 1st of April before starting back on the trail, so as not to arrive at the mountains until June. Then the snows would have melted and there would be game. But meat already was extremely scarce around Fort Clatsop. The expedition would better start at once and hunt along the way. I tried the Cathlamet. They have canoes, answered Joyard, but they will holler them near. I think I must take the best things we have. Maybe you let me take your lace coat, Captain. What? My only dress uniform? Exclaimed Captain Lewis. Why not that artillery coat? But that's mine, laughed Captain Clark. One day at Cathlamet you see lace coat and like it. Get canoe for it, persisted Joyard. All right, sighed Captain Lewis. Another canoe we must have. I'll hold councils in my leather clothes. So the canny Joyard, who was half Indian himself, went up the Cathlamet and traded the lace dress coats for a canoe. Sergeant Pat was ordered to count the moccasins in stock. He reported 338 pairs, manufactured during the winter from the hides of the 131 elk and 20 deer that had been killed. To Chief Kubaway, or Comowool, of the Clatsops, was given the fort and all its furniture. He had been exceedingly friendly, and now he appeared to appreciate the gift very much. "I will make my home in the house where the white chiefs lived," he declared. Captain Lewis and Captain Clark and several of the men had long before carved their names into trees as a record for other white men to see. And there, on a rock, also was Peter. During the winter, Peter had made great progress in reading and writing. However, something more official and explanatory than only inscriptions on trees was needed, that the trading ships which came in might know and might carry the news to the world. Therefore the captains wrote out statements containing the names of the party and maps of the country explored. The notices said, "The objects of this list is, that through the medium of some civilized person, who may see the same, it may be made known to the world that the party consisting of the persons whose names are hereunto affixed, and who were sent out by the government of the United States to explore the interior of the continent of North America, did penetrate the same by the way of the Missouri and Columbia rivers, to the discharge of the latter into the Pacific Ocean, where they arrived on the 14th day of November, 1805, and departed the 23rd day of March, 1806, on their return to the United States, by the same route by which they had come out." One copy was pasted up on the smooth post in the headquarters cabin. Other copies were given to the Clatsops and the Chinooks, who promised to hand them to white traders. "Sure, we'll beat the news home," asserted Sergeant Pat, "for the ships'll be a long time making it, by Chinese and the Indians in the world, while as straight across we go." And this proved truth. Had the captains only known, at the very time the notices were being written, the American trading brig Lydia, of Boston, Captain Hill, was cruising along the coast, and in the first week of April anchored in the mouth of the Columbia. But the other Americans had been gone 2 weeks, and Chief Cobaway was ruler of Fort Clatsop. So Captain Hill took one of the statements, carried it to China with him, and delivered it at Boston not until May, 1807. At 1 o'clock of March 23rd, this 1806, Fort Clatsop was abandoned. Out into the little river that flowed past it the 5 canoes glided, and headed down for the Columbia, thence eastward, which was homeward. The men swung their hats, of tattered felt, of furs, and of chinook weaved from grass and bark, and cheered. "The next winter we spent in the United States," rejoiced Cruzat. "I play my fiddle at Cahokia, and make the pleasure there. We've come away with plenty of powder and lead, and plenty of salt. That's one good job," remarked Pat. The powder, sealed in lead canisters, had kept splendidly. Now there were 140 pounds of it, and as to salt, 12 gallons had been packed. "It's been not such a bad winter, after all, even if we did have only 6 clear days in 6 months," laughed George Shannon. "Now we'll soon be rid of our rheumatism." Spring had arrived, for although the weather continued wet and raw, wildfowl were feeding in the ponds, the gooseberry and honeysuckle were leaving forth in the parks, and the frogs were croaking in the marshes. Many Indians were met. They were gathering along the river to wait for the salmon to run up from the sea. "Next full moon," said the Indians. "No salmon till next full moon. The 2nd of May, that is," figured Captain Lewis. "Well, we can't wait. We'll have to depend on our guns, for if we wait, winter will overtake us on the Missouri. Where there's nothing to shoot, we can live for a time on dogs and horses." The Indians seemed poor and starving. Captain Clark was told of a large river emptying from the south, the Multnomah, which is the Willamette. He ascended it a short distance, and there found some of the near Chokio tribe. They refused to sell him any Wapato roots, but he tossed a match into a fire. It blazed and frightened them. He placed a magnet on his compass, and whirled the compass needle round and round. The women and children crawled under the bed covers, and the men piled Wapato roots at his feet. The captain liked to do this sort of thing. He returned from among the Multnomah with roots and 5 dogs. The Indians were not all friendly, especially those new tribes who had traveled to await the salmon. The Clatsop threw stones at the canoes and stole things. John Shields had to defend himself with his hunting knife. The Waklalas stole the little black Assiniboine dog. Captain Lewis, who was very fond of the little dog, immediately sent Sergeant Pryor, Joyard, and Hugh McNeil to get it even if they had to shoot the thieves. The thieves ran off and left the dog. And in the village of the Skilloots, Captain Lewis knocked down an Indian who was carrying off a valuable piece of iron. Among the Skilloots, here, quite a number of articles were lost, so that Captain Lewis made a speech to say that he and his men were not afraid and were able to burn the village if necessary to stop the thieving. "Yes, sir. These Galoots better watch out," agreed York. "Marshburn and Marshville are officers of the United States Army." However, from the Skilloots 10 horses were purchased with blankets and Captain Clark's artillery coat and 2 kettles, and 2 more were borrowed. William Bratton was too ill to walk, and rode one of the horses. 9 others were loaded with the baggage to take it around the rapids. 1 horse was stolen, and Captain Clark rode the 12th up to the village of the Sioux. 3 of the canoes were broken up for fuel. The captains hoped soon to travel all together by horses. Canoe work against the current was slow, hard work. "An amazing, disagreeable people," commented Sergeant Pat on the Skilloots, "but twist a hair and his pierced nose will be gentlemen." The Inishers were no better in manner and honesty. The horse Charbonneau was leading ran away and spilled his pack. An Inisher made off with a fine robe, and before it was returned, Captain Lewis had to utter more threats. All in all, the trip upriver was very vexing, until, finally having collected enough horses for the baggage, so as to do without any canoes, the party arrived on April 27th at the Walla Walla village where lived Chief Yellept, who last October had wanted them to stay longer with him. "We will visit you on the way back," had promised Captain Clark. Now here they were, and Chief Yellept were glad indeed to see them. He met them a few miles below the village. "Come and stay with me 3 or 4 days," he said to the captains. "You shall have more horses and plenty food. I am wearing the little medal given me from my white father. I hope that you will give me a bigger one." The village was 6 miles above, opposite the mouth of the Walla Walla River. Chief Yellept made good on his word. He called his people together to tell them that they must be hospitable to the white strangers, and he set an example by bringing the captains an armful of wood and a platter of 3 baked fish. Then all the Walla Walla squaws busied themselves with gathering wood for their guests. Dogs were offered at reasonable prices. "These Walla Wallas most like home folks," declared York. Forsooth, it was difficult to get away from the village, so friendly were Chief Yellep's people. The chief appeared to have taken a great fancy to the redhead, and presented him with a noble white horse. "If the redhead will give me a kettle for my lodge, I will be happy," said Yellept. Among the Walla Wallas there was a Snake Indian prisoner, with whom Sacagawea, much to her delight, could talk in Shoshone, and the Snake could translate for her the Walla Walla speech. "Tell the Shoshone to tell Chief Yellept that we will have no kettles to give," directed Captain Clark to the little bird woman, "but we will be pleased to give him something else." "Yellept say he take what you give," interpreted Sacagawea. "He's a fine fellow. You have to give him your sword, Will," suggested Captain Lewis. "He's been wanting it, you know." "All right. Believe I'll do it. I couldn't transfer it to better hands," quoth Captain Clark. "That's the last of my official garb, Mern, and you haven't much left yourself." Chief Yellep's eyes shone as he accepted the prized long knife, and shone again when to it were added powder and 100 bullets for his gun. Now he was a big chief indeed. The bird woman had spread the word that the white chiefs were great workers in medicine. With their magic box and their wonderful knowledge they healed all sicknesses. Now to Captain Clark and Captain Lewis the Walla Wallas brought broken arms, stiff knees, and sore eyes for treatment. The captains did their best. Not until the second morning, following a grand dance by the Indians at the camp, might the expedition start onward. Chief Yellept had informed them of a shortcut across country from the mouth of the Walla Walla River to the Pierce Nose country at the Kuskookee. A Skilloot, who had been guiding the expedition by land, said that he knew the trail, and a Pierce Nose who, with his family, was returning home from a visit below, volunteered to help also. Chief Yellept lent the captains 2 canoes, for crossing the Columbia to the south side at the mouth of the Walla Walla when the new trail began. The most hospitable, honest, and sincere Indians we have met since leaving the United States, Mern, asserted Captain Clark, when they had been overtaken, a day's journey out, by 3 Walla Walla young men who had hastened after to restore to them a beaver trap that had been forgotten. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 18. The Pierced Noses Again. The white men are coming! The white men are coming! Spread the glad word among the Cho-Pun-Ish, or Pierced Noses, in their villages 100 miles up. On the Kuskuski. They will make us well. And the white men were indeed coming, by the trail from the Walla Walla, with the Snake Indian prisoner and a Sakajawaha as interpreters, with the Skilut and the 3 Walla Walla young men as guides, for the Pierced Nose and family had taken another trail, with some 20 horses for the baggage, and for William Bratton, and for the men who had sore feet, and with the healing medicine box containing especially the celebrated eye water. Let us once get the horses we left with Twisted Hair, and we'll all ride, begorry, quoth Sergeant Pat, limping along. On the Camas prairie there will be plenty root, plenty game, rejoiced Chaboneau. And maybe there we rest, while little Toussaint get well, for little Toussaint seemed to be ailing. First they were met, before reaching any village, by an old friend, Chief Weehakunut, and 10 warriors. Weehakunut was called the Bighorn, because he always wore, hanging from his left arm, the horn of a mountain ram. We have heard that you were coming, and have ridden to greet you, said Bighorn. The sight of you makes our sore eyes well. We have no food for you here, but tomorrow you will reach a lodge where everything will be supplied. Before breakfast in the morning the lodge was found, on the bank of the Lewis or Snake River, but the families living there could supply only 2 dogs and some root bread. Next was met Chief Tito, or Sky, who, with Twisted Hair, had helped the expedition get through from the Camas Prairie to the Tim Falls of the Columbia. Glad to see you. You are welcome, exclaimed Tito. Where is the Chief Twisted Hair? We have come to visit our friends the Pierced Noses again, and to get our horses, exclaimed Captain Lewis. You must cross the Ki-Uinum, Snake River, here, and go to the Kukuski, replied Chief Tito. There you will find the Twisted Hair, who has your horses. So they crossed in canoes lent to them by Tito, and arrived at the Kukuski, or Clearwater. Eye water, begged the Indians. Captain Clark traded a small bottle of the eye water for a gray mare. You're the doctor, Will, laughed Captain Lewis. From now on we'd better charge a fee. We'll get more meat that way than with our guns or goods. Accordingly, Captain Clark, who handled the medicines, exchanged his services for provisions. But the Indians appeared to be very poor, and the doctor's fees in dogs and horses and roots did not amount to much. Marse Will won't never make a living at doctorin', that's sure, finally admitted York, with a shake of his head. Anyhow, he ain't killed anybody yet. Chief Twisted Hair's village was up the Kukuski some miles. Chief Sky and another chief named Cutnose rode along with the captains. When questioned about the horses and the saddles, they would give no straight answer, but Suppose no get 'em horse, no get 'em saddle, said Sacagawea. Why is that? Shoshone, say he hear saddles gone, horses gone. That was alarming news. And Twisted Hair seemed like a fine gentleman, bemoaned Sergeant Pat. We can get more horses, can't we, Pat? Queried Peter. We see lots of horses. Yes, and how'll we buy 'em? When each man of us is down to a couple of needles, a bit of thread, and a yard or so of ribbon, with a pinch of paint for an extry, retorted Pat. We'll have to cut the buttons off our clothes, I guess. Cross the mountain on foot again we won't and can't. They're waist deep in snow. For the mountains were looming ahead, white and wintry, although this was May. The Twisted Hair, announced Chief Sky, pointing before, and Chief Twisted Hair with 6 men met the procession. Twisted Hair was not at all in a good humor. He refused to shake hands. He scarcely noticed the captains, and suddenly he and Cut Nose, a very ugly man, whose nose had been laid open by a snake lance in battle, were quarreling in a loud voice. What's this all about, Chabano? Demanded Captain Lewis. Ask Sacagawea to have the Shoshone interpret. The Shoshone will not, reported Chabano. He says this is quarrel between 2 chiefs, and he have no right to interfere. We'll go on a bit and camp and hold a council, Will, directed Captain Lewis to Captain Clark. Then we'll get to the bottom of this business. There's evidently something wrong with the horses and saddles we left. At camp the captains first smoked and talked with Twisted Hair. He said it was true that the horses were scattered, but Cut Nose and another chief, the Broken Arm, were to blame. They had been jealous of him because he had the white men's horses, and being an old man he had given up the horses. Some were near, and some were at the village of the Broken Arm, a half-day's march east. As for the saddles, the cash had fallen in, and they might have been stolen, but he had hidden them again. Then the Cut Nose talked. He said that the Twisted Hair was a bad old man of 2 faces, that he had not taken care of the horses but had let his young men ride them to hunt, until the Broken Arm, who was a higher chief, and he, Cut Nose, had forbidden. It is not well that the chiefs quarrel, reproved Captain Lewis. Only children quarrel. We will take what horses there are here, and we will go on to the village of the Broken Arm for the other horses. This seemed to satisfy everybody. Twisted Hair's young men brought in 21 of the 43 horses and half the saddles, besides some of the powder and lead that had been buried also. That night Cut Nose and Twisted Hair slept together. The Broken Arm and his Nez Perce lived in one large straw and mud house, 150 feet long. Over it was flying the United States flag that had been given to the nation on the way down last fall. Broken Arm ordered a hide tent erected for the white chiefs. His women hastened there with roots and fish, and when the captains offered to trade a lean horse for a fat one, which might be killed, Broken Arm declined. When our guests come hungry, we do not sell them food, he declared. We have many young horses. All those you see on these plains belong to me and my people. Take what you need for food. Never before did we have the Injuns offer us something for nothing, gasped Patrick Gass. At last, never before were we told to go help ourselves. The Walla Wallas were as obliging. Don't forget the Walla Wallas and the Yellept, reminded George Shannon. 2 weeks were spent near the big house of the Broken Arm, for whom another name was Black Eagle. Captain Clark was appointed official doctor. He had 50 patients at a time. Captain Lewis held a council and told the warriors about the United States. They promised to make peace with the Shoshones. La Biche killed a bear. These are great hunters. They will kill the bear alone, exclaimed the Pierce Noses. Hunters were sent out every day to get bear and deer and elk, whatever they could. The other men were sent out to trade for roots and fish. Little Toussaint grew better. William Bratton could not walk, but he was put into a hut of boughs and blankets, built over a hole in which there had been a fire. Water was sprinkled into the hole. The hot steam soaked William through and through. He was then plunged into cold water and sweated again in the hut. This was Indian treatment, not white man's, and it cured Bratton, after even Dr. Redhead had failed. Most of the saddles and all the horses except 2 were delivered. These 2, said Broken Arm, had been stolen last fall by old Toby and his son on their way back to Chief Kamiawait. There now were 65 horses on hand, enough for the baggage and for the men. Everybody might ride. So much food had been purchased that buttons, as Pat had predicted, were being traded in, and John Shields, blacksmith, was making awls out of the links of a beaver trap chain. "We must start on, or we won't reach Fort Mandan before winter," announced Captain Lewis. "No, no," objected Twisted Hair and Sky, and all. "Too much snow, much water come down. The trail over the mountains is not open. Wait till the next full moon, and the snows will have melted. The salmon will soon be running up the river. Wait, and you shall have food," said Cut Nose. "If the white chiefs are hungry, let them kill and eat my horses," said Chief Hohas Tilpilp, the Red Wolf, with a wave of his arm. "We thank the Red Wolf, but we shall need guides. Will the chief send some young men with us to show us the way over the mountains?" asked Captain Lewis. "When there is grass for the horses on the road to the buffalo, we will send young men," promised Chief Broken Arm, "but not until after the grand council of all the Pierce-Nose Nation on the Camas Prairie. In the summer we will all go to Buffalo Plains of the Missouri, if the white chiefs will protect us from the snakes and Pawkees. Hold high the peace flag we have given you, and it will turn your enemies into friends," instructed Captain Lewis. The Grand Council was not to be held for 2 or 3 weeks yet. By the close of the first week of June, the river had fallen 6 feet, showing that the snows were partially melted. The captains decided to push along without guides. "We cannot wait till July and the full moon, boys," declared Captain Lewis, in an address to the company. "It's only 160 miles from the Camas Prairie to our old camp on the other side at Traveler's Rest Creek, and there we'll be done with the snow. If no guides overtake us, Drouillard and Labiche and some of the rest of you are as good trailers as the Indians, and can lead us through." "Hooray!" cheered all. They were as anxious as the captains to go. They were in fine fettle. They had been playing prisoner's base among themselves, and had been running foot races with the Nez Perce to harden their muscles. In the races only one Indian had proved as fast as Peter and John Coulter, the American champions. Now on June 10, camp was broken, and the march to the mountains begun. 10 days will see us through," confidently declared Pat. End of section 22. Section 23 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 19. Back Across the Mountains. Traveler's Rest Creek at last, but Pat's 10 days had lengthened into 20, for this was June 29. There had been good reason. To be sure, the Camas prairie had been found all abloom with the Camas, so that the host of pale petals had made it look like a lake. The wild roses were in flower, the ground squirrels were busy, and supplied tender tidbits. But when the company tried to climb, they encountered snow 15 feet deep, covering the grass and the trail, and the air was that of winter. Game was very scarce. The captains shook their heads and called a council of the company. "We can't go on in this fashion, men," said Captain Lewis. "Already we're short of food, and so are the horses. Even if we knew the trail and could travel at our best, we've 4 days yet until we reach grass on the other side. If we lost the trail in the snow, we'd be lost too. So Captain Clark and I have decided that we all must return to the Camas Prairie, kill more meat, and see if the Nez Perce won't furnish us with guides. The snow holds the horses up, and with experienced guides we can make good time. Failing of guides, we'll try again anyway, sending our best woodsmen ahead to note the marks on the trees and to blaze the trail. But first, Juilliard and Shannon will start back immediately to the Nez Perce Grand Council, which is now in session, and offer 2 guns for some guides. They'll join us on the prairie." This sounded sensible, although everybody did hate to retrace steps. The going down amidst snow-hidden rocks and timber was cruel work. Juilliard and George Shannon were gone for almost a week. When they reappeared, they brought 3 young Nez Perce warriors as guides. Then a quick trip was made. The first out of the guides set fire to the timber, in order, they said, to make fair weather. They led rapidly. They never missed the trail. Whenever the snow thinned in spots, there underfoot was the trail, plain to be seen. The great Nez Perce road to the buffalo, from the west of the mountains to the east. Even Juilliard and Sacagawea exclaimed with approval of such accurate guiding. All the old camps of the fall before were passed. The Hungry Creek camp, where Captain Clark had left the horse hung up, and where Peter and Reuben Fields had supped on the horse's head. The camp of September 17, from which Captain Clark had set out ahead to find the Nez Perce. The camp of September 16, where the spotted colt was killed. The camp of September 14, where the black colt was killed. "Sure, I'm glad we're going the other way," remarked Pat. "I've no pleasant recollections of the first trip, when we were afoot and starvin'." And the other men agreed with him. On the 5th day the mountains had been crossed. On the 6th day the snow had ceased, and the head of the Travelers' Rest Creek was reached. On the next day, June 30, they hastened down the creek and soon were camped again at its mouth, the camping spot of September 11 before. "Here we are back in the Missouri country, boys," cheered Captain Clark. "We've been clear through the Pacific and not lost a man." "And never killed an Injun," added York. "But we mighty nigh had to." "May have a fight yet," quoth George Gibson. "We ought to have met some of the Ootklashoots hereabouts. The guides are afraid to go on. They claim their friends have been wiped out by the Pawkees or Blackfeet." "Dey much 'fraid," spoke Juilliard. "Dey see de tracks of 2 Injuns barefoot." As Peter himself knew, Indians who were barefoot were likely to be Indians in distress. However, the captains did not appear to be alarmed. The news was spread that the company were to be divided. Captain Clark and party were to travel southward along the east side of the mountains, get the canoes and other stuff where they had been hidden at the first meeting place with Chief Kamiawait's Shoshones. Then half the party, under Sergeant Ordway, were to descend the Jefferson, from there, with the canoes and other stuff, into the main Missouri and on to the White Bear Islands camp at the Great Falls. The other half of the party under Captain Clark were to cross eastward by land to the Yellowstone River and descend that to its mouth in the Missouri. The Captain Lewis party were to continue eastward from this present camp on Traveler's Rest Creek and try to follow the Pierce Nose road to the Buffalo to the Great Falls of the Missouri. There they were to meet Sergeant Ordway, and at the mouth of the Yellowstone they all were to meet Captain Clark. Now, with which party did Peter wish to go? The Captain Clark trip sounded very interesting, down that Yellowstone River, where no white men had been. Sacagawea was to guide him, too, across country. But the Captain Lewis trip also sounded interesting, all by land, through another unknown country, to the wonderful falls again. On this trip there would be good hunting, and possibly the Blackfeet Indians. The Sergeant Ordway trip sounded the least interesting, for it meant merely floating down the same rivers that they had toiled up. However, Peter was a soldier and had no choice, so he waited anxiously while the captains made their selections. It was like choosing sides in the game of prisoner's base. For Captain Clark, Sergeant Ordway, Sergeant Nat Pryor, John Shields, George Shannon, William Bratton, Dick Windsor, George Gibson, Hugh Hall, Francis LaBiche, John Carter, the fast runner, John Collins, Tom Howard, John Potts, Baptiste LePage, Alex Willard, Joe Whitehouse, Peter Weiser, Old Cruzat, York, Chaboneau, and the Bird Woman. For Captain Lewis, Sergeant Pat, Joe Fields and Reuben Fields, Drew Liard, the hunter, William Werner, Rob Frazier, Hugh McNeil, John Thompson, and Cy Goodrich. Then where was Peter? Nobody seemed to want him, but Sergeant Pat made a scrape and a salute. "Beg your pardon, sir," to Captain Lewis, "but are we to lave Peter here till we come again?" "'Pon my word," exclaimed the captain, "no. He's to come along with us, of course. He's in your charge, Pat, remember?" "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir," answered Pat. And Peter was glad. So the party separated, Captain Clark to the south, and the place where the canoes and goods had been left last August, Captain Lewis to the east and the Great Falls. "Good luck, boys," was the final word. "We'll all meet at the Missouri, then down we'll go for home." The Pierce Noses, who had guided across the mountains, went with Captain Lewis a short distance still to show him the shortest route along the road to the Buffalo, before they quit in order to look for their friends, the Ood-Claw-Shoots, or Flatheads. The captain gave them presents of meat and exchanged names with the leader, who was a young chief. The young chief was henceforth to be known as the Long Knife, and Captain Lewis was to be known as Yomi-Kalik, or White Bear Skin Unfolded. It proved to be only 9 days' travel to the White Bear Islands camp at the head of the falls of the Missouri, and during all the way not an Indian was sighted, although fresh sign was discovered. "Blackfeet," asserted Drouillard, "de gross ventures of de prairie." "Those big bellies must be bad Injuns, I'm thinking, by the way everyone's afraid of 'em," said Pat. "Very bad," said Peter, for even the Otos of the South feared the northern gross venters as much as they did the Sioux. There had been plenty of buffalo bellowing all the nights, but there had been a tremendous amount of mosquitoes, too, which bit so that even the little black dog howled with pain. Now, here at the old camp, were the white bears, as pugnacious as before. One treed Hugh McNeil and kept him treed near half a day, after Hugh had broken his gun over the bear's head. Nobody had disturbed the articles that had been left here last summer. Some things had spoiled from dampness, but the frame of the iron canoe was all right, and so were the cottonwood wagon wheels. "Gas, I'm going to leave you in charge here," said the captain. "You'll wait till the Ordway party come with the canoes. Then you will move the canoes and baggage by Portage Trail to the foot of the falls, and proceed on down the river. I shall take Drouillard and the 2 fields, scout northward and strike the Maria's River, which I wish to follow down to the Missouri. I will meet you at the mouth of the Maria's River on the 5th day of August, if all goes well." "Sure, Cap'n. Do you think 3 men'll be enough for ye?" blurted Pat. "You're going up where the bloody big bellies live. Give me Peter alone and take the wrist. Peter and I are plenty for this camp till Ordway comes." "With Drouillard and the 2 fields, I'll stand off the Blackfeet," laughed Captain Lewis. "Eh, lads?" And he sobered. "If my life is spared, Pat, I'll meet you on August 5. But if you don't hear from us, you wait till the 1st day of September. Then, if there's no word, you will proceed on to Captain Clark at the mouth of the Yellowstone. Tell him that my directions as commanding officer are for him to carry out our program and return to the United States. For I and my party have been destroyed. He already knows that I have planned this side trip to the Marias." Pat saluted. "Yes, sir, and sir," his voice was husky, "I hope to meet you safe and sound at the mouth of the Marias." The next morning, which was July 16, the captain took Drouillard and the 2 fields and 6 horses, and rode away for the upper Marias River in the country of the Gross Ventures of the Prairie. "Well, boys," spoke Pat, "we're now 7 men and 4 hosses, and we'd better be busy fixing the carts and training the hosses to drag 'em. Furnish the day when Ordway arrives with the canoes. I've no fancy for playing hoss myself, when we've got the rail animals." Nothing especial happened except the mosquitoes until the arrival of Sergeant Ordway and party. One trip was made to the lower end of the portage to examine the white pirogue and the caches. They all were safe. Harness was manufactured out of elk hide for attaching the horses to the wagons. Sergeant Ordway appeared at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of July 19. He had with him Coulter, Cruzat, Collins, Potts, LePage, Howard, Willard, Whitehouse, and Peter Weiser. The 6 canoes that had been sunk in the Jefferson River, and most of the goods that had been buried in the cache, when last August the company under Captain Lewis had set out to follow Chief Kamiawait to the Shoshone camp on the other side of the pass. Nothing had been stolen or injured. The Sergeant Ordway party had separated from Captain Clark and party at the 3 Forks, and had come on down without adventure. The captain probably was now on his way down the Yellowstone. "And how were Sacagawea and the little Spalpeen?" asked Pat. "Fine and hearty. The bird woman said she knew the way to the Yellowstone. She'd been all through that country when the Shoshone hunted the buffalo." When the canoes were loaded upon the carts, the horses pulled very well, for buffalo horses. But, just as a year ago, the rain and the mud interfered. The carts broke. Besides, Pat was taken ill, so that 5 days were required for carrying canoes and baggage around the series of falls to the old Portage Creek camp at the lower end. One canoe was worthless, but the others were placed in the water. So was the white pirogue. The blunderbuss or swivel cannon was unearthed and mounted in its bows, as before. "Faith, we're getting all our plunder together once again," congratulated Pat. "And there's more of it. And the red pirogue, remember, at the mouth of the Marias, where we're to meet Captain Lewis. Do you be taking the canoes down, Ordway, and Peter and I'll ride by land with the hosses." The mouth of the Marias was not far, 50 miles by river, according to Pat's journal, written on the way up, but less by land. The Marias, as Peter recalled, was the fork of the Missouri River where camp had been made while the captains debated which route led to the Columbia. Captain Lewis had explored up the Marias, and he and Captain Clark had decided that the other fork was the right channel, the true Missouri. Peter and Pat covered 30 miles this first day. They saw thousands of buffalo and a pack of wolves chasing an antelope. Pat shot an antelope with his rifle, and Peter killed a buffalo with his arrows. The next morning they killed together 6 antelope and 7 buffalo, which was all the meat that they could pack, although, as declared Pat, they might have killed 100. Shortly after noon they came in sight of the mouth of the Marias. Sergeant Ordway's party with the canoes already were there and ashore. "And ain't that Juilliard, too?" exclaimed Pat. "Yes, and the cap'n, be gory, and the 2 Fieldses. Something must have fetched 'em back in a hurry. 'Tis only July 28. They're a week ahead of time." He quickened his horse into a trot, and leading each horse packed high with meat and hides, he and Peter hastened forward to learn the news. End of section 23. Section 24 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 20. Captain Lewis Meets the Enemy. The party seemed to be overhauling the cache here as if in a great hurry to go on, but the captain waved greeting, and Joe Field straightened up to grin. "Ye's got back mighty quick," accused Pat. "Didn't yez go? And where are the hosses?" "Sure we went," retorted Joe. "Hosses? We've turned 'em loose, of course, and you'll be turning yours loose, too, in a minute. So, tumble off and I'll help you unpack. There's no time to waste. You ought to have been along, Pat. We had a beautiful brush with the Injuns." "Didn't I tell yez?" reminded Pat. "Anyone hurt?" "None of us. We wiped 2 of them out, though, and a ball cut the captain's hair. 'Twas this way," continued Joe, as he tugged at a rope end to release the pack of meat. "On the first day, 'fore we'd done more'n 20 miles from the falls, we struck Injun sign in shape of Wounded Buffalo Trail. And after that we kept guard all night for fear of our hosses. When we got to the Marias, we turned down after scouting round a bit. Found a lot of old Injun lodges, but didn't see any Injuns till the 26th. Then the captain sighted a bunch of hosses, 30 of 'em, through the spyglass, and next several Injuns on a hill looking at Juilliard, who was across the river. 'Bout half the horses were saddled, which meant more Injuns somewhere near. Our horses were too tuckered to run far, and of course we couldn't have Juilliard, so the captain said, "We'll go right on to those Injuns, boys. Put on a bold front, and we'll have it out with 'em. Don't let 'em think we're afraid. They may not be the Grosvents." When the Injuns first saw us coming, they acted like they were more afraid of us than we were of them, but we finally got together, and Captain made the peace sign and told 'em our other men had the pipe, and after he'd come in we'd smoke. So Rube and one of the Injuns went after Juilliard. There were only 8 of 'em. They were the big bellies, all right, but they had nothing 'cept 2 guns and clubs and bows and arrows. We thought we could take care of ourselves, and that night we all camped together. The captain told us in case of trouble to stick up, keep together, and save the baggage. We slept in the same lodge with 'em. The captain had given 3 of 'em a flag and a medal and a handkerchief. But he put Rube on guard for the night and told him to watch sharp and wake us quick so's to look after the hosses, if the Injuns tried to sneak out. He and Juilliard laid down with the Injuns, and Rube and I stayed at the fire in the lodge entrance. I went to sleep. Just at sunrise I woke up with a jump. Rube had yelled, and there was an Injun running off with my gun and his, and Rube in chase. Juilliard was up and yelling too. "Let go my gun! Let go my gun!" he bawled, and I see him wrestling with another Injun, and the captain aiming at another with his pistol. But I had to have my gun, so I ran after Rube and the first Injun. Before I got there, Rube had caught him and knifed him, and had both guns. Juilliard had his gun by this time, and all the Injuns came pouring out of the lodge, making for the hosses, with the captain and his pistol following the third Injun. We drew a bead on the fellow, but he dropped the captain's gun, and the captain wouldn't let us shoot. "Look out for those other rascals," he ordered. "They're trying to drive off the hosses." So Rube and Juilliard and I ran after 6 who were rounding up the most of the hosses, and the captain set out after his Injun and another who were driving away a bunch. He made 'em leave 12, but they kept on with his horse, and that he was bound to get. He didn't have his bullet pouch or his hat, and when they were just about to disappear in a little gully, he told 'em to surrender the hoss or he'd fire. With that, they turned on him, and fire he did, downing one of them slick as a whistle. But the fellow had life enough to fire back, and sent a ball through the captain's ha'r. The captain had only one pistol now, so he quit, and the other Injun made off with the hoss. Juilliard had turned back to help the captain, but Rube and I followed our Injuns till we got 4 of our own critters, and then we let the rest go. Didn't matter, 'cause there were 12 left by the Injuns, so we'd come out ahead in the little game. Besides, we had the lodge, 4 shields, 2 bows and quivers, and a gun, likewise the flag we'd given and the medal, but we left the medal on the neck of the Injun Rube had killed, so as to show what kind of people we were. Well, we didn't hang round there long, you bet. The Injuns had said the main band was only a day and a half away, and when the captain had invited them to bring their chiefs to council, he of course told them where our camp was, at the mouth of the Marias. Now, we were desperate afraid the Injuns outfoot us and attack you all at the river. We took 4 best horses, and only what meat we could carry, rode 100 miles, with an hour and a half of rest, camped at 2 in the morning, then rode another 20 miles and struck Ordway coming down with the canoes. We got aboard, and here we are, and the captain is in a powerful hurry to join Captain Clark below." That was true, for as said Juilliard, "Those Blackfeet now will hold all white men as enemies." This cache had caved in, and much of the supplies had spoiled. The red pirogue also found to be worthless except for its spikes. Captain Lewis hustled the work of loading. The rest of the horses were turned loose, and down the river again voyaged all. Sergeant Ordway was in charge of the 5 canoes. Sergeant Pat and squad had charge of the white pirogue, which was the flagship. A sharp lookout was kept for the big bellies on the banks. However, nothing happened. The mouth of the Yellowstone was several days ahead, and when it was reached, no Captain Clark or others of that party appeared in sight. When halt was made to look for sign, traces of the captain's camp were found, and in the sand LePage discovered the scrawl, "W.C." a few miles further down on the right-hand side. "When was that written, LePage, do you think?" queried Captain Lewis. "Maybe 2, maybe 3 days ago," said Batiste. "The rain have washed it." "At any rate, he's safe," uttered the captain, with much satisfaction. I expect mosquitoes drove him out of here. Whew! For the mosquitoes were worse than ever. We'll overtake him tomorrow." But they did not overtake the captain's party on the morrow, nor on the next day. On the third day, which was August 11, the canoes stopped to take aboard some meat. The white pirogue continued on until Captain Lewis espied a herd of elk in some willow brush near the shore. "Turn in, boys," he bade. "Wait here. Come on, Cruzat. We'll get a few of those fellows." Out he leaped, gun in hand, and he and one-eyed Cruzat disappeared in the brush. "Faith, let's hope there aren't Injuns there, too," quoth Sergeant Pat. "It's a likely place for an ambush. Hardly stands to reason there'd be elk where there are Injuns," remarked Alec Willard. Everybody waited anxiously, gazed and listened. 2 rifle shots were heard, distant. "There's meat, I reckon," said Alec. Presently another shot, and in about 10 minutes out from the willow brush and to the sandy shore burst Captain Lewis. He was running, limping, staggering. He'd been wounded. The left thigh of his leather breeches was stained red. "To your arms, boys!" cried Sergeant Pat. Captain Lewis staggered on to the white pirogue. "I've been shot, men," he panted. "Not mortally, I think. Indians are in that thicket. Cruzat is somewhere there, too." "Did you see any Injuns, Cap'n?" "No. The ball came from ambush, just as I was aiming at an elk. Gas, take the men and follow me. We must rescue Cruzat. I'd lost sight of him." "Willard, you in the 2 fields," roared Pat, springing into the shallows. "The bloody big bellies again." But Peter went also, with his bow and arrows. Nobody objected. The captain led on for about 100 steps, when his leg gave out and he almost fell. "I can't travel," he gasped. "I'll return to the boat. If you're overpowered, Sergeant, keep your men together and retreat in good order, and we'll fight from the river." "Yes, sir." And Pat gallantly plunged ahead into the brush. "Kentucky and the Irish again in the redskins, lads," he cheered. "But mind your eyes." This was exciting. The willows were thick, good hiding place. Where was Cruzat? Poor old Cruzat with the one eye. Peter stuck close behind Pat. His nostrils were wide, his eyes roved. His every sense was on the alert. He was Oto once more. Now was heard a crashing before. "Elk? Indian? Huh? That's a mighty queer sort of Injun to be making all that noise," muttered Pat, peering, his rifle advanced at a ready. And through a little open space here came Cruzat. He was striding along with stained hands, his rifle on his shoulder, making for the boats and plainly much satisfied with himself. "Hist!" said Pat. "Cruzat, easy now." Cruzat started and crouched. "Have you seen Indians?" "No," answered Cruzat. "I shoot one elk, follow nutter." "Come back to the boats with us, and step lively," ordered Pat. "There be Injuns round. They shot the cap'n in the leg." "My gracious," stammered Cruzat, "but I see no sign." "Neither do we. Sure, it's powerful suspicious," muttered Pat. They found the captain all prepared to defend himself in the pirogue. He had laid out his rifle, pistol, and pike, and was propped behind the air gun that could shoot 40 times. "What did you discover?" he challenged. "Not a thing, sir," reported Pat. "And Cruzat here knows no more about the Injuns than the rest of us." "Where have you been, Cruzat?" "I shoot one elk. Same time you shoot. Then I see nutter in bush. I shoot at him. He vanish, and I try to find him, but he get away." "Oh, you did. How much of him did you see when you shot?" "B'gorry, you shot the cap'n," bellowed Sergeant Pat. "That's what you did. You're blind as a mole. Begorry, you shot the cap'n. You shot your commanding officer, and by that ye're to be court-martialed and shot yourself." "No, no," wailed Cruzat, wringing his hands. "I no mean to shoot him. I see one leetle brown spot in brush, just like one elk fur, long way off. I take aim and bang. I think I see elk run, and I run to catch him. I no mean to shoot my capitan. I one grand mistake." "Didn't you hear me call?" demanded the captain. "I suspected maybe that ball came from your rifle, and I hallooed as loud as I could. Why, by the shock, you couldn't have been more than 40 paces." "I hear nothing. I hear not one word," protested Cruzat. "The ball coming from so close and you not answering. I, of course, thought of Indians," continued the captain. "By gory, give me one chance at him, and I'll close his other eye," besought Pat, and all the men murmured angrily, while poor Cruzat shivered with fright. "I no mean to shoot my capitan," he babbled. "Never mind, men," said the captain. "It was an error. My leather breeches are just the shade of an elk hide, remember. Let's dress the wound. I doubt if it's serious." The ball had passed clear through his left thigh and had furrowed the right, but it seemed not to have touched the bone or any artery. After the wounds had been dressed and lint stuffed into the holes, the canoes with the other elk hunters arrived, and not waiting to explain much, the captain insisted upon them all pushing along to catch up with Captain Clark. Now that he himself was laid up, this was more necessary than before. All he could do was to rest, half sitting, in the stern of the white pirogue. His leg had so stiffened that he could scarcely move it. End of section 24. Section 25 of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin. Chapter 21. The Home Stretch. Captain Clark was safe and well with all his men, and only a short distance downriver. This was learned the next day from 2 white trappers, the first Americans met in over a year. Their names were Hancock and Dixon. They had left Illinois of the United States in the summer of 1804, and had been trapping in the upper Missouri country ever since. They said that Captain Clark's party had passed them yesterday, but had lost all the horses by Indians, and were traveling on 2 wooden canoes and 2 hide canoes. The captain had the idea that Captain Lewis and party were ahead of him. Trappers Hancock and Dixon had other news also. They had seen the barge under Corporal Worthington on its way from Fort Mandan last summer to St. Louis. All aboard were well. Brave Raven, the Arikara chief, was there, bound for Washington, and so were several Yankton Sioux chiefs, with old Pierre Dorion. But the Mandans and the Minnetarees were at war with the Arikaras, and the Mandans and the Assiniboines were at war too, and the Sioux were bad, so that peace talks by the captains had not buried the hatchet very deep. Anyway, soon after noon this day, Captain Cook's camp was sighted before. "What's the matter here?" demanded Captain Clark the instant that the pirogue grounded. He saw Captain Lewis lying in the stern. "Nothing serious, Will. Merely a gun wound in the thigh. Cruzat shot me by accident." "De captain shot?" cried Sacagawea, running to him. "I not mean to," repeated Cruzat, still in much distress. "I think I see one elk in brush." "That's all right, Cruzat," consoled Captain Lewis. Yes, Captain Clark's party all were here, so that the whole company were united again. The captain had had a successful trip down the Yellowstone. The bird woman, who now was applying some Indian salve to Captain Lewis's wound, had proved a valuable guide across country. Captain Clark was emphatic in his praise of her. George Gibson had fallen on a sharp piece of timber and driven it 2 inches into his thigh. Indians had early stolen 24 horses and had left only a worn-out moccasin in exchange. Babiche had trailed them, but had been obliged to give up. The Yellowstone was a fine stream, with many beaver and many bear. At the Missouri the mosquitoes had been so pestiferous that only brief camps could be made. Little Toussaint was bitten so severely that his eyes were puffed shut, and the mosquitoes settled so thickly on the captain's gun barrel as to prevent his taking aim. "We achieved one important thing," laughed the captain. "We named a river for York." "Yes, sah," gabbled York. "Yes, sah. Dar's a river up yondah, 'long de Yellowstone, name for me, York's Dry River." Sergeant Pryor, George Shannon, Hugh Hall, and Dick Windsor had been detailed to drive the remaining 50 horses overland to the Mandan town. But the first night, Indians had stolen every one of these also, and the squad were obliged to turn back. On the way, while Sergeant was asleep in camp, a wolf had bitten him through the hand and had tried to seize Dick, but George Shannon had shot just in time. Back again at the Yellowstone, they had manufactured 2 round canoes, like Mandan canoes, from buffalo hide stretched over basketry, with hoops as top and bottom. In these they had finally caught up with Captain Clark. "You're now in command, Will," said Captain Lewis. "I can't do much. I can't even write the records. But we're in the home stretch. Let's push on as fast as we can." The 2 free trappers, Hancock and Dixon, came down in their canoe to go with the company as far as the Mandan town. "Sure, we'll be there in a jiffy," proclaimed Sergeant Pat. "'Tis wonderful good fortune we've had, clean cross the Pacific, and nigh home again, and only 1 man lost and nobody bad hurt but the cap'n." Now Sacagawea, the bird woman, was much excited, for she was near home, too. The first day 86 miles were covered. The next day, in the morning, they arrived once more at the Minatari village, and the village of the Mandans opposite. "Boom!" signaled the blunderbuss, and then again and again. The Minataris and the Anahaways, or Wassoons, and the Mandans flocked to the river banks. "Our white fathers are back," they cried one to another. The Indians seemed delighted. It was a great triumph. It really was like getting home. Sacagawea hardly could wait for the boats to land. Landing was made among the Anahaways, but headquarters were immediately established among Chief Black Cat's Mandans. The bird woman, carrying little Toussaint, proudly accompanied Charbonneau to the Minataris, which was her village, to invite them to council with the white chiefs. Drouillard was sent down to get Jessamine and Big White. Captain Clark held a council in the Black Cat's village. He invited the chiefs to go with him to Washington and call on the great White Father. Black Cat and Le Borgne, the one-eyed Minatari head chief, and old Cherry on a Bush and others answered. They said that the Sioux would kill any of them who ventured down the river. The captain answered that all would be protected against the bad Sioux and would return safe, escorted by United States warriors and loaded with presents. At last Big White agreed to take his wife and child and accompany the Redhead and the Long Knife. So much corn was brought to the boats that it all could not be loaded. Captain Clark presented the swivel cannon to the Minataris. "With this big gun we have announced the great White Father's peace words to his red children, all the way up the Missouri," he said. to Leborn. Whenever it is fired, it will remind you of these good words, and you will think upon them, and live at peace with your neighbors. My ears will always be open to the words of the great White Father, promised One-Eyed. Then the cannon was discharged, and the Minataries, much pleased, bore it into their village. The start was to be made the next day. But John Coulter was not going. He had asked permission to turn back, up the Missouri again, with 2 trappers, Hancock and Dixon, to hunt the beaver. And Sacagawea and Charbonneau were not going. The bird woman wished to go. She wished to go on with the redhead to the country of the white people and learn more of their ways. Captain Clark offered to take her and little Toussaint and Charbonneau, and put little Toussaint at school when he grew up. However, Charbonneau shook his head. "I thank you, Capitan," he replied, "but in St. Louis I have no acquaintance. I would have no means of making my support. I must stay here, where I am known." So everybody bid good-bye to John Coulter, to Charbonneau, Sacagawea, and little Toussaint, now 19 months old. Good luck to John. $500 in wages and the blacksmith tools to Charbonneau. To Sacagawea, the captain said, "The nation of the United States will not forget Sacagawea, the bird woman, who never complained, who carried her baby clear to the Pacific Ocean, who made friends for us wherever she went, and who helped us across the Rock Mountains." Sacagawea wept. At the village of Shahaka, the Big White, the chief, was found sitting surrounded by weeping women and taking a final smoke with his relatives and friends. They all feared that they never should see him again. To them it was a long, dangerous journey for him to take. Chief Leborn of the Minataries requested that the white chiefs take good care of Big White, and they solemnly promised. The canoes were lashed together 2 and 2, in order to be steadier and to travel faster. Big White and his wife and child stepped aboard the pirogue. Jasami and his wife and 2 children were to accompany Big White and speak for him to the great White Father at Washington. With a farewell volley and a cheer, the boats entered the current. The Indians had crowded to watch them leave. "A month more, lads, and we'll be in St. Louis," jubilated Pat. "Barrin' accident, we good for 60 miles a day." Fort Mandan opposite was passed, but only a few pickets and 1 cabin were standing. All the rest had been burned in a timber fire. 3 traders were met coming up river. 2 of them were the same who had been at the Mandan town in the winter of 1804. They said that the Sioux were on the warpath against the Mandans and Minataries, had already set out 700 warriors. "Do not tell Shahaka," ordered Captain Lewis to Jasami. "He would wish to turn back." This same day the Arikara villages were reached. Some Cheyennes were here, too. Captain Clark held a council with both tribes. They all were very friendly. Big White addressed them, and they listened. They were willing to be at peace with the Mandans and Minataries. The Arikaras said that they had refused to join the Sioux on the warpath. They wished to send more chiefs to the great White Father at Washington, but were waiting until Brave Raven, who had gone down on the barge last year, came back with the White Father's words. The Cheyennes said that they were afraid of the white people's medicine, but they hoped that the new father would send traders and trappers into their country to show them how to live and how to catch the beaver. Or July 22, Captain Lewis was able to walk about a little for the first time since he had taken to the boat. Rapidly traveled the boats. Wild turkeys were seen, ripe wild plums were found, the grasses were high and luxurious. "We gettin' down into lower country," chattered Juilliard happily. There were signs of many buffalo. On July 29, 20,000 in one herd darkened the plain. The day following, halt was made in a wild plum orchard. Everybody ate. But this was Sioux country, and below the wild plum orchards sudden exclamations arose from the boats. "De Sioux! Look at the bloody rascals! Tetons, aren't they? Maybe Yankton. They act like they want to talk." Some 20 Indians had appeared on a high bank opposite. One man with them wore a blanket coat and a kerchief round his head. He might be a French trader. A short distance farther down, almost 100 other Indians emerged to the shore. From their guns they fired a salute. They all were well armed. "Answer the salute, Captain," directed Captain Lewis. "It may be a peace signal, and you might go near them and talk." Captain Clark took Juilliard, Jessume, and Cruzat and crossed to a sandbar. The Indians who met him there said they were Tetons, under Chief Black Buffalo. Black Buffalo had been the chief who had made trouble 2 years ago, so Captain Clark declined to have anything more to do with him. He came back and ordered the boats to prepare for an attack and proceed. "I'd like one shot at them," muttered Sergeant Pat. "Do not fire unless you are fired upon," enjoined the captains. As they passed, the Sioux collected on the hill. Second Chief Partisan invited them to land, but they knew better, and as they continued, the partisan struck the earth 3 times with the butt of his gun, and all the Indians yelled abuse. "They make vow to kill every white man," declared Juilliard. The night camp was pitched on a bare sandbar in the middle of the river, so as to be safe from attack. But a terrific thunderstorm blew 2 of the canoes clear across the river. However, no Tetons showed up, which was fortunate. "The Yanktons next, I suppose," remarked George Shannon. "They were a pretty good set 2 years ago." A number of lodges of the Yanktons were indeed waiting. They proved very friendly, and Captain Clark held a council with them. They even took Chief Shahaka by the hand and asserted that they were obeying the words of the Great White Father and were at peace with the Mandans. They said that as a token they had kept the flagpole standing by the big tree of the council ground below, where they had first talked with the white men. And sure enough, when the boats passed the spot opposite the mouth of the James River, the flagpole showed plainly. Soon another white man was met. He was James Ayres, a trader on his way up from St. Louis to the Sioux. Being so lately from the United States, he gave the captains much news, and they sat up nearly all night with him. Now the region was very familiar ground to Peter. The Omaha village was close before. Soon after leaving Mrs. Ayres, they sighted the bluff where Sergeant Charles Floyd had been buried, to pay the grave a visit, and found that the Indians had opened it. The captains ordered the earth filled in again. That night, camp was made on the Sand Spirit, at the old Omaha village, the very spot where the council had been held with Chief Little Thief and the Otos and Missouris, and where Peter had come aboard. How long ago that seemed. The Omaha village was still deserted. In the morning, Captain Clark called Peter. "Well, Peter, would you like to go to the Otos again? Are you tired of being white?" "No, please," begged Peter. He had been afraid of this, afraid that he would be sent to the Otos. "I want to go to St. Louis, please." "Go you shall," assured the captain. "Go you shall, Peter, and I'll attend to you myself." "Hooray!" But, reflected Peter, supposing that Chief Little Thief should appear before they started on. However, no Chief Little Thief or other of the Otos and Missouris did appear. More white traders were encountered. On August 12, there hove in sight 2 pirogues. Aboard them were none other than Trader Gravelines himself, and old Pierre Dorian. Mr. Gravelines said that he had taken Chief Brave Raven of the Arakaras clear to Washington, and that the chief had seen the president, but had died just when about to return home. Now Mr. Gravelines was going up to the Arakaras with the president's words, and with presents. Old Pierre Dorian was on his way to the Yankton Sioux again, hoping to get 6 more of them to take them to Washington. "The United States has given all you people up for lost," declared Trader Gravelines. "Nothing has been heard from you since you left Fort Mandan. The President and everybody are very anxious. We were asked to inquire about you among the Indians." "Faith, and our welcome be more hearty," asserted Sergeant Pat to his fellows. Boats containing trading parties were met constantly. Surely, thought Peter, St. Louis cannot be very far ahead. At a 50-miles-a-day clip the boats proceeded. Soon the captains did not stop even to hunt, and camp was broken before daylight. August 20, another glad shout arose. "Cows, boys! Look at the cows! We're near the settlements." "'Tis the best sight I've seen in better'n 2 years," proclaimed Sergeant Pat. "Faith, I'm in that state of mind when I could kiss a cow on the nose." "What is cow, Pat?" invited Peter, staring. "Oh, murther, and ye don't know," bewailed Pat. "The cow be the buffalo civilized, Peter. She be the white man's buffalo. She gives us milk to drink and butter to ate, and the breath of her is water, and the breath of her is water in the prairie breeze, and the voice of her is beautiful." "La Charrette! I see, La Charrette!" cried old Cruzat. La Charrette was the first white man's village. The captains ordered guns to be fired, and told the men to cheer. Down to the shore hastened the inhabitants. They, too, cheered. They talked part in French, part in United States. What a chatter sounded! They almost carried the men to the houses. "We never expect to see you again," they exclaimed. "We think you all scalped. Have you been far?" "To the Pacific Ocean," was the answer. "My gracious, come and tell us." Drouillard and Cruzat and Lepage and Labiche were well nigh beside themselves with joy. They greeted numerous old friends. "This is the best part of all the trip," they laughed again and again. Assuredly the villages of the white men of the United States must be pleasant places, thought Peter. 68 miles had been rowed this day. With difficulty could the men get away from hospitable La Charrette. But on the next day 48 miles were covered. To another village, St. Charles. Here occurred more excitement of greetings and dinners and good beds. The captains and all the men, in their elk-hide clothes and their beards and their tan, were treated as heroes, and Peter was not overlooked, not by all means. Nor was Shahaka, the big white. He, like Peter, for the first time was seeing how the white people lived. "Shahaka say the white people evidently a very good people," announced Jessume, "but he anxious to get on to the village of St. Louis." "How far to St. Louis, Pat?" asked Peter eagerly. "Only 20 miles. With an early start we'll eat our dinner there." 20 miles. The last 20 of more than 8,000. No wonder that all the men were impatient. They made great plans. At St. Louis they were to be paid off and discharged. "Extra pay and 320 acres of land do we each get," repeated Patrick Gass. "And we've earned it. It's glad I am not to be with John Coulter this minute, traipsin' for the Yellowstone again." "What'll you do, Pat, after we get to St. Louis?" "Faith, have my whiskers trimmed and get my journal published." "I've sold my journal to the captains for $10, boasted Sergeant Ordway. "It's more'n you'll make with yours, Pat." "I mean to try for an officer's commission in the Army," said Sergeant Nat Pryor. "As soon as I get cleaned up, I'll strike straight for old New Hampshire and spin my yarns to the home folks," said Ordway. "I intend to study law." "Think I'll go to college," said George Shannon. "I stay in St. Louis for one time." "Den maybe I have money to enter de fur trade," said Drouillard. "Captain Clark will send me to school," piped Peter. "That's right, Peter," encouraged George. "You and I'll go to school." Those were long 20 miles. First, the captains did not leave St. Charles until mid-morning, because of the rain and the entertainments. Then 3 miles below was found a big camp of other United States soldiers, and here the captain stopped for the day at the log house, which was the principal quarters. They took Shahaka ashore, and when he was next seen by the company he had been dressed in new clothes, white man's clothes. Of these he was very proud. He strutted more than York had strutted among the Sioux and the Arikaras and Mandans. "And why shouldn't he?" demanded Pat. "He's better dressed for polite society than the rest of us." 17 miles to go. The start was made soon after the early breakfast. All eyes strained ahead. The men pulled lustily on the oars. Houses and small settlements were passed. People ashore cheered. Toward noon, another large river was sighted ahead. Its course was marked by lines of trees. The Missouri emptied into it. "The Mississippi!" cried the men. And then the captain stood up in the white pirogue. Captain Clark looked back at the canoes and waved his hat and smiled. Before, on the right, was a collection of houses set amidst trees, and at the river bank, near where the two rivers joined, loomed a huge, at least to Peter it seemed huge, whitish stone fort, flying the United States flag. Many boats plied the current. St. Louis. Captain Clark lifted his hand and called an order, but already every rifle in pirogue and canoes had been leveled. On every trigger was a tense finger, and bang spoke all together. "Hooray!" Before the boats had touched the landing, the people of St. Louis had gathered there like magic. They were running, shouting, jostling. Exclamations sounded again and again. The air trembled with the excitement. In the boats, the men were agrin, waving, calling, and old Cruzat capering. Only the captains and Big White stood motionless, as proper for chiefs, waiting until the pirogue made landing. "It is Lewis and Clark. They have returned from the dead. Huzza, huzza! Welcome home. Where you been these 2 years and a half?" Important personages pressed forward to grasp the captains and shake their hands vigorously. "What news, captains? What news from beyond the Mandan town? Did you succeed in crossing the mountains?" "Yes, sir." "And how much farther?" "To the Columbia and the Pacific." "Marvelous! Any fatalities?" "Only the death of Sergeant Floyd by disease." "And what distance traveled?" "About 8,000 miles." "Remarkable. The world shall ring with your story." "Yes, we've borne the greatest flag in the world to the other side, the greatest country in the world." "And, begorry, we're all here to tell the tale," pronounced Pat, as following the captains, the men and Peter sprang to the waiting arms. End of section 25. End of Opening the West with Lewis and Clark by Edwin L. Sabin.